Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Gladiator in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 191, Return to Shujing 4. The first dish you shall have the pleasure to taste will be a pork-based bowl, with a soft boiled egg, wakame seaweed and thin, curly noodles. The broth is seasoned with curry powder. It is, according to some folks, a subtle spice, thus, the best way to begin your journey through the world of spicy ramen. Shenkai finished his speech and placed the steaming bowls before his customers. He had already poured the water glasses and left the jar nearby, a wicked temptation that he ever enjoyed presenting for any bold challengers that dared take up 10 of GR's best dishes in a row. The young couple only glared defiantly at each other, the scent of the soup teasing their noses. "Very well, then," said Shenkai, grinning. "Dig in." Both Angela and Sokka picked up their chopsticks and obeyed promptly, the 5-minute time limit ever present on their minds. Sokka leaned over the bowl. Angela picked it up expertly with her free hand, not bothered in the least by how hot it was. Firebenders handled much hotter kinds of fire on any given day, after all. Non-benders didn't, though. And perhaps being a firebender was ideal for taking up this challenge, a thought that didn't occur to Sokka until he had brought the first mouthful of noodles to his mouth. His eyes widened. That was not the kind of curry powder spicing he was used to. He didn't cower, though. He had to finish the meal as fast as possible, but that was too much. Why would anyone pour that much spice on a ramen bowl? The natural seaweed taste was faded in comparison, the pork the only component that seemed to stand its ground against the invasive taste of the curry. But he would endure. Of course he had to endure, because Angela had challenged him and he would prove her wrong. But when he dared glance over his bowl at the princess, his heart sank. She was devouring the bowl at haste, eating in a frenzied rush he had never witnessed from her until that day. The many other customers at the inn had approached, curious over the young, elegant woman who devoured noodles like no one they had ever seen before. Even Shenkai's eyes had widened at the reckless eating manner displayed by the incognito princess. In less than 1 minute, her bowl was empty. Goodness! That was... wow! Angela exclaimed, a wild grin on her face as she looked at Shenkai in amazement. Did you say your wife made this? Well, yes, she's the cook," said Shenkai. Angela laughed in disbelief, staring at her bowl almost with longing. "When you go back to bring our second course, please let her know I am quite impressed by her prowess. Not everyone dares cook with spices on this level, even in the Fire Nation." "Why, I'll certainly bring your compliments to her." "Yes," said Shenkai, amused. Their eyes inevitably shifted to Sokka, whose eyebrow was twitching as he stared at Angela. She hadn't even touched her water glass so far. The spice had been nothing for her. Oh, how he hated to find she had, quite possibly, measured the situation better than he had. "Something the matter?" she asked him, tilting her head sideways with a knowing smirk. Sokka scowled before returning to his bowl, determined to silence her by eating as quickly as he could. It was an unexpected chore, difficult in ways he didn't quite believe possible until today. Food was usually so easy to gobble down, but food had never seemed to fight back against his ravenous eating until today. He was breathing heavily by the time he was done with the first bowl, feeling as though he was standing in a desert, with scorching sunlight burning his body, only, the burning feeling came from inside him, as though he'd swallowed the sun rather than a bowl of soup. Well. First dish, finished," Shenkai announced, and their curious audience cheered, clapping politely at the successful challengers. Sokka reached for the water glass and downed it quickly, hoping it would douse the burning sensations. By the time he set it down, Shenkai had already taken away the empty bowls and Angela regarded Sokka with the same expression of self-satisfaction she had worn moments earlier. "Still think you have what it takes?" she asked. He snorted. "Oh, I'm just getting started," he said, his voice unnaturally shrill. Angela laughed, mischief and malice gleaming across her face. This was no big deal. "And hey, I'm perfectly hungry still, so bring on the next 9. Right?" Angela sneered, making no efforts to conceal how amused she was by his reaction to the very first dish. It took around 2 more minutes for Shenkai to return, once again with a pair of steaming bowls of ramen on a tray. Sokka swallowed dryly, dreading the degree of spice would be skewed unfavorably against him once more. Naturally, Angela only breathed in the scent of the new bowls and sighed happily. The second round, cabbages with steamed fish cake, along with soy sauce, said Shenkai, placing each bowl before the contestants. He refilled Sokka's water as he continued to explain the new dishes. The noodles are thick this time, so they will absorb more broth, a broth seasoned with yuzu spice paste. Citrus spice in ramen, Angela said expertly, picking up her chopsticks as she studied the new bowl intently. That sounds like fun. If so, then please, do get started, said Shenkai, grinning. He didn't need to say it twice, both Angela and Sokka dug in unceremoniously, and it seemed today was fated to be the first time Angela truly wouldn't think twice about table manners, whether her own or someone else's. If only Sokka hadn't been struggling so much with the burning spices, he would have certainly thrown plenty of jibes at her for it. But he had to focus, to eat, and to ignore the unpleasant burning of his tongue. Oh, at this rate he was going to lose all ability to even move it. This crazy chef woman had learned much in her travels, it seemed to Sokka, but the right way to spice a meal was not amongst them. And yet Angela was even giggling in sheer bliss as she devoured her bowl. Curse everything, if there was one thing he couldn't let himself lose it was food. Angela couldn't possibly outdo him here. The next course was comprised by flat noodles, ground meat, scallions, and seasoned with a chili paste, Shenkai commented on proudly. As far as Sokka was concerned, it might as well be called the hell paste. His mouth felt as though someone was fire-bending right into it, especially as they'd had thick noodles twice by now, and they absorbed the broth, which only meant every element of the meal was scorching hot. Goodness, he hated admitting it, even if only to himself, but Angela had been right to say he wouldn't be able to take it. His gluttony had been his own undoing. Meanwhile, Angela seemed to be enjoying the food thoroughly, more than he remembered she had in the past. She would set down each bowl with a wider and more blissful grin, and he could tell she wasn't doing it merely to taunt him. This was a true feast, as far as the Fire Nation princess was concerned. Suddenly it was abundantly clear why she claimed most meals in the colonies were tasteless, if this was what she considered a properly seasoned meal. The fourth bowl arrived and Sokka wished he could have 2 glasses of water by then. He would have nightmares about this in the future, no doubt, maybe with the ramen eating him instead. And yet he was surprised to find this new blend of chili, now in a bowl of curly thin noodles, accompanied by another egg in a base of miso, wasn't quite as potent as before. So, either my mouth's gone really numb or that wasn't so bad, Sokka said, grinning with difficulty after he finished his latest bowl and respective glass of water. The grin turned into a grimace before long. Yeah, I think it went numb. It was a smoother kind of spice, so it should have been easier on you, Angela said, but she suddenly sounded less confident than she had earlier. Sokka raised an eyebrow. Oh? Is that why you sound so worried, Jing? He taunted her. Sounds to me like you're afraid I've built up so much resistance to the spice you'll falter against me, haha. Angela smiled derisively, shaking her head, but her concerned frown returned before long. Or, wait. Sokka said, eyeing her carefully, are you full by now? Her eyes widened in panic. He snorted in disbelief. I told you. Shut up. I knew that was going to happen to you. You're the one who's proving me right, you can barely stomach all this spice. The revelation that Angela's stomach might be reaching its limits surprised her many new admirers, the intrigued restaurant's customers, locals who had never seen visitors like this pair, had pooled around their table, virtually all of them supporting the dark-haired woman over her traveling companion. Whether it was her beauty that had swayed them, or her appetite for the spicy broths, or perhaps a blend of both things, it was hard to say. Ultimately, they all seemed horrified that their chosen ramen champion might falter as early as the 5th bowl. I have it in me to eat more if it's worth it. I know I do. So, stop laughing. You're the one who's going down, she declared, cheeks flushed, though in her case it was certainly out of embarrassment, rather than Sokka's own reddened face, product of their spicy meals. Oh, I'm not laughing at you, I'm laughing at the fact that we know each other so very well, Sokka said, with an innocent smile. You knew I'd falter at the spices, I knew you didn't have it in you to eat 10 whole bowls of ramen. You haven't seen the last of me, Wenta, Angela said, with a threatening voice. Sokka only found it all the more amusing. I will certainly crush you. Who was it that recently said, if I project the right image I can win battles without even fighting them? Sokka said, tapping his chin before smirking at her. Right, that was you. Funny, though, that you can't exactly achieve that if your opponent is a stubborn, bull-headed fool like me. Damn right you are. Azula grunted, though her bravado faded at his pinpointing of her attempt to intimidate him. Of course that could work with people who didn't know her, but it would never work with Sokka, who indeed knew her better than anyone. And here we are. 5th bowl, and you'll be halfway through the challenge once you're done with this one. Shenkai announced, beaming. Azula grimaced. The scent of the new bowls was delectable, and she wished she could eat hers with the gusto it deserved. Shredded pork and pickled ginger, along with halved hard-boiled eggs this time. The spice was one of Azula's very favorites, togarashi chili powder. If just out of the powerful urge to enjoy a proper ramen bowl cooked to her liking with the right spice, she managed to finish the whole bowl in the right amount of time. Her supporters cheered as she set down the bowl, but she was panting heavily by now. Sokka sat across her, nearly in tears over the power of the spice, but still relieved that, much like himself, Azula was no longer in the best shape to triumph in this challenge. The 6th bowl was spiced with yet another blend of chilies, and this time Sokka nearly exploded upon biting the thick noodles. The broth only seemed hotter after being absorbed by the noodle. Again, the temptation to reach for his water was nearly too strong to resist, but he had to prevail. Azula was close to her breaking point, and he couldn't possibly give up now. He gobbled down the rest of the bowl, nearly without savoring any of it, and for good reason. It felt like it all burned as it went down, and he swallowed the contents of his water glass rapidly, too rapidly, if anything. Shit, Jing, see, can I have yours? He asked, with a thin voice. Nuh-uh. You've got to follow the rules, boy. Exclaimed one of the members of their audience, pleased to see Sokka had hardly withstood the latest bowl. But this time Azula hardly reassured any of her many fans. If anything, they were aghast to find she had taken longer than usual to finish the bowl, and she was breathing heavily by the time she was finished. Near took her 4 minutes this time, said one of them. Well, damn. That's not good, said another, eyeing her with concern. You okay, lady? I think I need to go to the bathroom, Azula said, eyes wide. Sokka looked at her skeptically. You're not going to throw it up so you can fit more in? He asked. What? What sort of disrespectful fool would dare do such a thing to these ramen masterpieces? Azula asked, outraged. How could you accuse me of that? Yeah, well, I just can't know if you'll play fair, Sokka said, smiling a little. So I'll go with you, if you really plan on going to the bathroom. Oh, if so, I'll keep an eye on you to make sure you don't rinse your mouth with the tap water, Azula said, with a skeptical smile of her own. Sokka snorted. Oh, you think I'm that bad a sport, really? He asked, pushing himself up as she did the same. I have no reason to suspect otherwise, if you think I would do something so lowly, so unacceptable. These are the best noodles I've eaten in my entire life, Azula exclaimed. To Sokka's utter surprise, tears seemed to fill her eyes. And I should eat more of them, all of them. I can't stop now. I mustn't stop now. You can do it, lady, exclaimed one man. Yeah. Show I'm who's boss, said a woman, and soon enough everyone was cheering her on. Sokka couldn't help but smile in disbelief. Look at that, you turned them all against me, he said. Azula huffed. They can recognize a winner when they see one, I suppose, she said, proudly. It seemed the cheers of her many supporters had eased some of her concerns. It was good to see her returning to her usual self, Sokka thought. And then they felt the scent of a new pair of ramen bowls. Both Azula and Sokka stared at each other in chagrin as Shenkai returned. The 7th bowl was here, and neither one had gone to the bathroom, for whatever purposes they had wanted to go for. Again, curry powder, this time stronger than the first, and once more Sokka finished the bowl at haste to find the glass of water unfulfilling. Azula was struggling even more than him by then, taking frequent pauses to catch her breath before lifting the bowl closer to her face. For the first time, she placed it again on the table without emptying it in one go. Sokka's eyes widened, and her fans gasped in horror. I am just enjoying it properly, she said, her voice weak. Sokka snorted, and she glared daggers at him as he let himself laugh, his need for refreshment forgotten for the time being. Stop that. If just to prove a point, she raised the bowl again and gobbled more of the noodles down, but she was struggling more than ever. It tasted just right, and her entire body seemed to shiver pleasantly for it, until the shivers were unpleasant instead, because she had eaten altogether too much compared to her usual amounts. She grimaced, pushing down the last of the vegetables and meat to her mouth and swallowing them without thinking too much. 3 more. Only 3 more, and Sokka's laughter would be silenced. I kinda asked Shenkai, he thinks you guys can't go to the bathroom at all," said a young man who had been witnessing the contest too, returning from the kitchen's area. Azula shot him a disbelieving glare, and Sokka sighed, shrugging. "Heck, if I can't have more water, and shit, I do want more water, but if I can't, you shouldn't get any form of relief either. I suppose it does seem fair, and yet, ugh," Azula groaned, dropping face first on the table. She needed a bigger stomach to win this contest. Only now did she start to consider that, at this rate, she'd put on way more weight than she had in her entire life. Her friends would make fun of her for it, Ty Lee in particular, to be sure. Sokka decided not to taunt her much anymore, not only out of consideration for Azula's feelings, he was having a hard time of his own just as well. He was breathing through his mouth, hoping the air would help cool down his burning tongue, cheeks, and even the roof of his mouth. It felt like he was made of pure lava at this point. Enjoying the spice, I see," Shenkai told Sokka, beaming as he brought the next round. Sokka blinked blankly, mouth still open. "I swear, when I eat my wife's spiciest ramen, I feel like a damn firebender." "Why yeah, I can see why," Sokka said, with an awkward smile. "I'll try not to start spitting fire out of my mouth just yet." "Well, good luck with that, because here's our specialty with Sancho pepper," Shenkai announced. Azula as good as yelped, raising her head slowly. The expression on her face was a seamless blend between horror and expectation. "It comes with garlic and crab, an absolute delight." "Gee, give it," Azula said, reaching her hands towards the tray. Shenkai laughed. "You're in terrible shape and yet you want more. I like your spirit." He smiled, handing her the bowl indeed before offering Sokka his own. Sokka held back from starting, choosing to wait just to witness the ecstatic expression on Azula's face when she sampled the first noodles. Now she seemed close to tears, though this time it wasn't out of embarrassment over not having enough room to fit the rest of the food. I need your wife to be my personal chef for the rest of my life," Azula said, her voice unexpectedly frail. Shenkai's laughter was louder still at that. "You'll have to bring that up to her, you will. She's pretty pleased with the pair of you, I must say," Shenkai declared, as Sokka smiled at Azula and leaned over the bowl and readied himself for another promised explosion of spice. By this point, it was clear that eating was becoming more cumbersome than pleasant in any regards for the pair of challengers. Azula had to stop more frequently, Sokka even had to open his shirt to cool down his body, and he kept breathing in through his mouth in a hopeless attempt to quell the numb burning all over his mouth. They both cut it close to the time limit with the 8th round. Well. "You look like you're ready to give up," said Shenkai, and although that meant he'd be paid properly for all the ramen, he couldn't help but be disappointed. "You want the next round or would you rather withdraw?" Azula breathed deeply, trembling. Sokka stared at the empty water glass, aghast to find it hadn't soothed the unpleasant burning inside his mouth at all. Just 2 more bowls, though. 2 more, and they could relax, drink all the water they might need, or go to the bathroom as Azula had intended to earlier. They glanced at each other, wondering if they were ready to surrender. But as it ever was between them, they found their own determination in their lovers' eyes. Resolve built up, defiance rushed through their veins, and soon the two had reached a nonverbal agreement: they wouldn't surrender. They had signed up for this madness, and they would see it through to the very end. "Bring it on," Sokka said. Azula nodded. "I'm not leaving this restaurant without sampling all 10 dishes," Azula said, determined. On cue, the entire restaurant seemed to be flooded by joyful cheers. Shenkai was pleased by their decision, and by now even some of Agela's fans had started to support Sokka, choosing to cheer them both at the last legs of their wild challenge. A pickle-based broth came next. It was flavored with togarashi once more, and so, Sokka assumed he would be able to handle it. If he'd put up with the spice before, he'd do it again easily enough. The noodles were thick and curly. Upon biting the first, his numb mouth seemed to catch fire once more as the absorbed broth seemed to flood his tongue. He nearly screamed, choosing to whimper with a hand pressed to his mouth instead, but he feared this wasn't a fight he'd be able to triumph in anymore. No, this was impossible. He needed water so badly, or any sort of substance to chase away the dreadful spice. Agela loved togarashi. If she could get away with it, she would spice up as good as her every meal with it. But as it was, the 9th course was starting to shape up to be too much for her to handle. The pickle slabs were delicious, and she basked in the flavorful, yet still consistent noodles, but her head was swimming, she could even feel herself sweating, and her entire digestive system appeared to scream at her to have mercy. She gritted her teeth, though. It was togarashi. She couldn't shy away from it, she couldn't back down, she hadn't even reached the final dish yet. She forced herself to keep going, but it was increasingly difficult. She even gasped at times, fumbling for how to finish the bowl when she wasn't sure how to swallow another mouthful, but Sokka was crumbling before her. It meant she couldn't give up, or else the challenge would end in nothing. If she gave up now. He set down his bowl, his face red, his eyes tearful. The bowl was empty. He was winning. Agela gritted her teeth. He couldn't beat her, not when he was in such bad shape. Not when he could hardly handle himself anymore. Just 20 seconds left, Jing," said one of the men near her, and she growled before near burying her face in the bowl. Forget all dignity and decorum, if there was any of them left in her as it was now or never. If only Sokka's mind had been functional, he could have noticed Agela was rushing through the bowl in the most disgraceful manner possible. Yet his last-minute rush through his bowl had numbed his entire body, mind, and soul. And the only way to remediate that. He reached for his water glass and downed it quickly. Agela set down the ramen bowl, with barely 3 seconds to spare. Her supporters rejoiced loudly, and she dropped against the chair's backrest, her entire body weighing so heavily she thought she might outright break the chair. "You made it to the final round. Amazing!" exclaimed Shenkai, beaming. "The last bowls are ready. I'll bring them right up." Agela grimaced, Sokka cringed, but Shenkai walked away with the empty bowls, ready to bring the new ones. "You can do this, Jing, you totally can," said one of her steadfast supporters, but for once, Agela outright shook her head. "And no. I don't think I can," she admitted, gritting her teeth. "You can't let him win though. If he finishes the next dash," said the man, but suddenly their eyes moved towards Sokka, who was downing Agela's so far untouched water glass, and then proceeded to drink the entire content of the water jug, to everyone's shock and horror. "Why, Yuri out!" exclaimed one of them, but Sokka seemingly had given up on his hopes to succeed at the impossible challenge. All he wanted right now was relief, and little by little he was finding it through what seemed the sweetest, purest drink of water he had ever tasted. "So Jing wins!" exclaimed another of her fans. But Agela's eyes were wide, and she shook her head near imperceptibly. "I can't," she repeated. I can't. If I try to eat more, I won't be able to hold it all down anymore." "What? But he's already out. You can't just..." Whoa. Shenkai's voice reached them, as he returned with yet another set of steaming ramen bowls. Agela nearly wept again at the sight and scent of them. In any different circumstances, she would have devoured them gladly. As she was, though. "What do you mean, he's out? He just drank all the water." "All of it!" exclaimed Agela's fan. Sokka only smiled and waved at Shenkai, hugging the jug to his chest. "I did," he admitted. Shenkai sighed, shaking his head and placing the tray on the table. "Well then, I suppose there's only one contestant left," he said. Agela grimaced, though to everyone's surprise, especially her own, she lifted her chopsticks. The last bowl wasn't quite as strong with the spices as the previous ones had been. Seasoned with a less potent spread of Sancho pepper, the beef and mushrooms as well appeared lighter than everything else they'd eaten so far. The noodles were thin and curly. Angela picked up only a few of them in her chopsticks and brought them to her mouth. Of course, it was top-notch again. She sighed in bliss, savoring the noodles until she had managed to down them, with some difficulty. And she bowed her head towards Shenkai, in a gesture of defeat. The entire crowd gasped. I can't continue. I'm sorry, if it were up to me I would eat the whole bowl, but I'm no longer in any shape to do so. I'm sorry, Angela said, breathing heavily. Shenkai smiled, hands on his hips. That you came this far speaks quite well of the two of you. You're by far the most fun challengers we've ever had. Wait just a second, are you going to eat them? Angela only raised her gaze at Shenkai's sudden exclamation. She might have been too groggy over having stuffed herself to the extreme, perhaps, but she found there was nothing quite surprising about Sokka pulling both bowls towards himself, a mischievous grin on his face. I have enough room for these two, can't let them go to waste, now, can we? He said, beaming though, please fill the water jug. We've failed the challenge as it is, so I can have some water whenever I need it, can't I? Not a lot of the crowd had found Sokka particularly respectable until that moment. Now they gaped at him with the same admiration they had given Angela so far. As for the princess, she couldn't hold back a proud grin as she watched Sokka digging in with the last two bowls, finding, to his delight, that they weren't quite as cruelly spicy as the previous ones had been. He really is going to, whoa, said one of the men. You've got the sturdiest stomach I've ever seen. Exclaimed another one. Sokka snickered cheekily. I've been a proud glutton all my life, thank you very much. He said, but he focused on his last two courses again, so the crowd watched him in amazement as he cleaned up the bowls entirely. Nothing in the earlier plans for their trip had prepared Angela for such a wild, unexpected turn of events. And yet, now that it was over and she could think more clearly, she was deeply amused, and a bit sleepy too, after all she'd eaten. It was so easy for them to lose their minds to ridiculous competitions, ever eager to outdo each other, and just as it had been in Sokka's backyard, all those years ago, they had been forced to surrender to one another, even if this time it was in a much more innocent manner. Angela hadn't finished her 10-course meal, but Sokka had finished it for her, after finding respite from the spice that Angela wasn't fazed by in the least. It seemed their teamwork was infallible and inevitable, even in the most unexpected circumstances. Shenkai had hoped to talk to them some more, but he was caught up serving the rest of the customers once the wild challenge was over. The restaurant was fuller than before, noisier too. Was it possible that word had spread in town about their ramen duel, and that many people had dropped by to witness its final stages? Angela had felt the crowd growing thicker by the minute, but she had chalked it down to misperceptions, for her mind was definitely not working at its finest right now. Sokka finally finished the last bowl and he smiled at Angela, leaning over the table. He seemed to have lost his competitiveness by then, just as she had. Are you okay? He asked her. She snorted. Can't say that I am, she admitted. I feel like I'm going to burst. How the hell do you eat like this so often without consequence? Lots of practice, Sokka smiled, reaching for her hand over the table. I know we already had talked about spending the night here. But I'm starting to think we have no choice now. If you ride Xin long like this. Don't even make me think about it, Angela said, eyes wide. Sokka chuckled. All right. I'll ask Shenkai if he has available rooms, he said. Angela breathed out and nodded in agreement. If he does, I'm taking a nap, she said. I don't think I'll be able to do anything useful until I've digested at least part of all I ate, and that's probably the best thing I can do while I wait until that happens. A nap, huh? Sounds appealing, Sokka said, beaming at the thought of cuddling up to her and falling asleep together without any pressures hanging on them, for once. Maybe this wasn't quite how they'd expected for their first day on the road to unfold, but their crazy improvisation in this town had been rather entertaining anyhow. He stood up, meaning to track down Shenkai, but he kissed Angela's lips softly before walking away. He inched away from her quickly though, as she smiled and he raised his eyebrows. You're your lips are very spicy, and not quite in the erotic sense this time, he said. She laughed at his assessment. Maybe you ought to ask Shenkai if he knows of any measures to counter the lingering spice, she said. I doubt we'll do anything reckless when I feel more swollen than your hot air balloon, but just in case. Sokka smiled and nodded, stroking her cheek gently before making his way to the table Shenkai was serving at the moment. He made arrangements for their room quickly, and discovered the answer for their spicy predicament. Shenkai brought a glass of milk for each of them, which they drank while one of his sons took care of preparing a room upstairs for the visiting couple. Eyes were on them at all times, and Angela would have joked gladly about how they couldn't help but make an impression everywhere they went if she had been in better shape. Sokka had to help her climb the stairs very slowly once their room was ready, as her entire body resented her and rebelled after she had stuffed herself to such degree. I can feel every single movement of my organs, Angela said, Sokka's arm tight around her waist once they reached the second level of the building. I'd never felt anything like this before. Heh, that's how I feel when I eat plenty. You get used to it, Sokka assured her. How do you not put on weight? Angela asked, grimacing. Sokka snickered. Moreover, you will still think I'm attractive if I put on a ton of weight after today, right? It feels like my body wants to expand. And I don't know how to prevent it anymore, so. Nothing could ever make you any less attractive, Angela, Sokka smiled, kissing her brow softly. The milk had certainly helped with easing the lingering burning feeling on their lips, though it seemed having something else to drink hadn't been all that positive for Angela, whose body couldn't handle eating anything else for the foreseeable future. Good to know you think so. Angela sighed, as Sokka finally stopped at a door. This is it. That's right, he said, opening the room with the key Shenkai had given him earlier. Lo and behold, our new abode. He was being pompous as a joke, but the room was cozy and classy all the same. Angela raised her eyebrows, regarding the double bed with approval, ignoring all the rest of the furniture and the sight of their bags on a corner, which had been brought upstairs by Shenkai's son after they booked the room. Look at that, we have a personal privy and all, Sokka said, smiling at her. You're allowed to take a potty break now, princess. I think I could use one, yes, she admitted, moving to the only door inside the room. Sokka chuckled as he led her there, taking in the room with approval. This was the best place they could have wound up in, he reasoned. As much as spicy ramen challenges were hardly the most romantic of experiences, it had felt right to do something so random and wild with Angela. Their brand of romance was ever quite unusual, or so he liked to believe. Angela spent over half an hour relieving herself, and although she returned with a small smile on her face, she confessed she still felt her body was struggling to assimilate their massive meal. Sokka grinned before taking her into his arms and guiding her to the mattress. I know we said we'd get frisky as soon as possible and all, but I think we can leave it for later tonight, he said. If we take a nap we'll have more energy for it, right? And as you did want to take one. Yes, please, Angela said, moving very slowly to climb on the bed. It wasn't long before the two of them were lying side by side, Sokka's arms wrapped around Angela, her face pressed against his chest. They barely exchanged a few kisses before sleep claimed Angela, and Sokka held her reassuringly as he closed his eyes for a short rest. The sky outside had darkened gradually, but the traveling couple was placidly oblivious to the change as they slept. It wasn't until someone knocked on the door that both Angela and Sokka stirred, but the princess seemed utterly unwilling to climb off the mattress. Sokka kissed the top of her head before detaching their tangled bodies. Where do you think you're going? She asked drowsily, her hand reaching out to grab his. Sokka smiled. Someone's at the door, he said, stroking her hand gently with his thumb. What for? That's what I'm trying to find out, he said. Angela opened her eyes slightly, her confusion dispelling slowly as she came back to her senses. Oh, was all she said before she let go of his hand. She could hear him chuckling even moments before he opened the door, to find a familiar face behind it. Ah, I hope you two have rested well. Shenkai's voice was loud, and it was accompanied by a stream of light that poured in from the hallway's lit lanterns. Angela shirked away from them both, having grown comfortable in the silent darkness of their room without even internalizing that it was already dark. To begin with, I don't mean to pry or anything, I just thought I'd invite you downstairs for a few drinks, if you're feeling up for it. My wife's ecstatic about getting to know you, and her shift in the kitchen's already done, so. I take it she doesn't get challengers like us often, huh? Sokka said, smirking proudly. Definitely not, Shenkai agreed, laughing. Drinks are on us, though. It's the least you deserve for how sturdy you were throughout the challenge. That sounds good to me, said Sokka, grinning. I'll check on Jing, make sure she wants to go, too. All right. You know where to find us, said Shenkai, waving before walking down the hallway once more. Sokka closed the door, the thought of drinks both appealing and off-putting, to some degree. They'd have to pace their drinks if they did it, to make sure they wouldn't grow lightheaded and begin spilling information they shouldn't. But first he had to ask his very sleepy partner if she wanted to go downstairs, of course. You heard all that? He asked, returning to take his seat by the bedside. Hard not to. Angela sighed, shifting in the mattress as she blinked sleepily. I'd decline their offer, but I do want to meet the culinary genius behind all those bowls of ramen. I guess you would. Though, don't offer her a job at the palace, Sokka smiled teasingly. I know you loved her ramen and all, but we have to stay true to character. I know, Angela said, nodding. Are you feeling any better yet? Sokka asked. Angela shrugged. Might be, but I think I'll need the bathroom again, she said. Sokka chuckled and nodded. Go right ahead. We'll only go once you're feeling up for it, he said, kissing her brow. Angela sighed, her hand reaching out to pat his chest gently. My considerate and dependable fiancé. She said. Thanks. Nothing to thank me for, I'm the reason we ended up in this mess, he chuckled. Angela finally smiled. Well, that can't be denied, she said, opening her eyes properly now and pushing herself to a sitting position with some difficulty. Their nap had knocked them out for at least 5 hours, or so Sokka guessed, judging by how dark it was outside. As silent and comfortable as their room was, the rumor of boisterous voices drifted upstairs, its likely source the restaurant's area. By the time Angela returned from the bathroom she seemed far more refreshed and less weighed down than earlier. Sokka gallantly offered her his hand before they made their way to the restaurant again, finding it was akin to a tavern by now, since it was already nighttime. Most people at the tables were drinking, some rowdy, others laughing. The room was lit up brighter than with lanterns by the pleasant, happy mood in the restaurant, a mood that affected the plump couple at a table near the furthermost wall, who waved at Sokka and Angela eagerly upon sighting them. Hope you're feeling better, Jing. Shenkai said once they reached them. His wife looked at Angela near apologetically. You weren't sick because of the ramen, were you? She asked. Angela smiled but shook her head. If anyone is ever ill after eating your food, they should be sent to jail for it, Angela said. GR laughed at the unexpected praise. Truly, I've never had ramen of such remarkable quality. If only I were used to eating in large quantities, I definitely would have finished your challenge. Ah, so it was the amount, and not the quality, said GR, grinning as Sokka and Angela slid into the free seats at the table. That's a relief, at least. And your hard work didn't go to waste, seeing as Wenta finished both my last bowl and his own, Angela said, smiling at Sokka. He snickered proudly. Letting good food go to waste would be unacceptable, wouldn't it? He said. GR nodded promptly. That's the right attitude to have in life. You two are definitely the most unusual newcomers we've had in Firelight for a long time, said Shenkai, eyeing them with curiosity. Where are you from, Wenta? You're definitely a foreigner, right? Oh, yeah. Northern Water Tribe, he said, with an awkward grin. Oh, my. You must be the first water tribesman I've ever met, said GR, eyes wide. I've always wished it were easier to travel the world, we could learn so much about foreign cuisine that way. Yeah, well, I'm no good at cooking, so if you hoped I could teach you a thing or two, I'm useless, Sokka admitted, with a sad smile. It was fortunate that his genuine, poor cooking skills would only help him strengthen his lie. I've heard about some water tribe people here and there lately, said Shenkai, stroking his chin. They're still unusual, but I think that the princess has some water tribe slave. Oh, yeah, we've heard, Sokka said, with an awkward grin. From the south, though. That's what the rumors said, GR pointed out. Angela did her very best to stare at them with believable, silent curiosity. Must be real crazy, though, for anyone from the water tribe to end up here, said Shenkai. It's all ice and snow in your pole, right? Oh, yeah, on the most part. It does take a while to get used to the change of scenery and weather, but we water tribe people adapt fast to new environments, Sokka said. And how did you two even meet? GR said, intrigued. You told Shenkai you were engaged? It sounds like yours must be a fascinating story. Oh, it is, I suppose, said Sokka, growing nervous. They'd talked about expanding their false backstories, but they hadn't quite settled on how to do as much, had they? Well, I was born to a noble family in the Fire Nation mainland, Angela began promptly. Sokka fell silent, deferring to her altogether, as he often did when it came to fabricating embellished, complicated stories. My father owned some lands. As I was his third child, I was never going to inherit any titles, so he arranged a marriage for me, with a soldier. Is that so? GR asked, her confusion increasing at the mention of another man in Angela's life. Rashi was a good man, but there was never anything real between us, Angela said, with a sad smile. He was sent to the colonies, so I had to move there with him. He was a man of means, so I had a maid and everything. You can imagine my surprise, of course, when I found he was more interested in her than in me. He never did anything inappropriate, but I wasn't happy anyhow. Who would be? That sounds unpleasant, said Shenkai, grimacing. In one of his assignments, at the Northern Earth Kingdom, he came across a water tribe man who had been taken prisoner in the war against the North, Angela continued, smiling affectionately at Sokka. He was deeply amused, wondering just how far she planned to spin her story. As he was badly injured, Rashi brought him home to tend to his wounds, and while I helped nurse him to health, I started to fall for him, inevitably. Wenta became one of our servants. Technically he was a slave, but Rashi was always kind to him. Years later, we moved from Omashu to Udeo, and once there, Rashi and I decided to be honest about our feelings. We split up. Rashi stayed with my maid and I ran off with Wenta, after we got him his honorary citizenship. And since she wanted to show me her homeland, she brought me all the way here, Sokka chimed in, grinning. We're on a trip of the Fire Nation for now, maybe we'll find a nice place where we can settle down together. Well, that's wonderful. Yours is quite the sweet story, said GR, beaming. I certainly hope you find a proper home soon, then. I guess you may have it hard. Some people are very close-minded about foreigners, but you look like a fine young man. Yeah, we've run into some trouble here and there, but nothing we can't handle, said Sokka, with an easy grin. Well, you're welcome to stay here as long as you like, said Shenkai, smiling too. So, what drinks can I get you both? Jing surely wants lychee wine, Sokka said. I'm fine with sake. Then I'll be right back, Shenkai said, pushing himself up to his feet and making his way to the inn's kitchen. Angela smiled, reaching for Sokka's hand and squeezing it gently. He offered her an innocent grin of his own, delighted by her initiative with physical contact. You are certainly a woman of refined tastes, if you like lychee wine, said GR, amused. I'm honored my ramen is up to your standards. It's the best I've ever had, and that's saying something, Angela said, smiling. I've always relished in spicy meals, myself, even if people like Wenta don't grasp why. Hey, now, in my defense, I've been building up more resistance to your favorite meals, Sokka said, smiling and nudging her. But after today, I guess it's clear I still have a long way to go. I suppose it'll be my duty as your future wife to get you up to my level in regards of spicy foods, huh? Angela said, squeezing his hand. And mine as your future husband to learn as fast as I can before I come across a worse kind of spice than I can handle. Sokka finished, prompting Angela to laugh. Oh, if you could withstand my ramen, I question you'll ever come across anything stronger, GR said, waving a hand in his direction. I have always been told I go too far with the spices. That's why Shenkai came up with this solution for me. If I held this spicy ramen challenge, I'd be free to go overboard and make the dishes as I wished to, rather than holding back as I must with everything else we serve at the restaurant. Well, that sounds like a perfect compromise, said Angela, smiling. It seems you two are well attuned to each other's needs. As are you two, I'm sure, said GR, beaming. I think a successful marriage comes from knowing each other properly, and caring about what the other cares about. Of course, there are many elements to do with it, but that's an important one all the same. I think we've made enough progress on that front, Sokka said, proudly, as Shenkai returned to their table, carrying the drinks he'd promised. If that's what we need, I guess we'll have a pretty good marriage, huh, Jing? Well, as far as marriage is concerned, Shenkai said, distributing the bottles between all four occupants at the table. You two are young, so are you sure you're ready for it? It's a pretty big commitment. Oh, we've been sure for a while now, Sokka said, grinning happily at Azula. It's not some crazed decision or anything. We've known each other for years and, well, seeing as Rashi and Jing reached such a reasonable decision to split up so they could follow their hearts, we won't let it to go to waste. That's wonderful, said Gr. Don't let my husband discourage you from doing exactly that, dears. If anything, we should be asking what your wedding plans are. Oh, well, we haven't really planned much, have we? Sokka said, glancing at Azula. She shook her head but smiled. No, I think we'll settle down somewhere before we start thinking about that, Azula said. I suppose I could try to get a job as a teacher, perhaps. I was always good at history. Right. And I could be some nobleman's bodyguard, maybe. Sokka suggested, with a proud smirk. I was a warrior, back in the water tribe. But before that, I think we'll continue to see everything we can in the Fire Nation, Azula finished. That's what we came here for, after all. Well, that sounds good, said Shenkai, nodding. You're down-to-earth kids. I like that. Ah, and here I was hoping to hear more about your wedding ideas, Gr sighed. She's a hopeless romantic, said Shenkai, smiling and messing Gr's hair. The woman scowled as she struggled to fix it once Shenkai stopped, and Azula wistfully felt as though she were looking at what her own relationship with Sokka would be like, once they reached their age. Ah, yeah, so is Jing, Sokka declared, grinning. Or perhaps they were already there, come to think of it. Says the goofball who even writes haiku poems about me. Azula said, raising her eyebrows. Sokka blushed violently. I'm pretty sure you're more embarrassing than I am, when it comes to being an incorrigible romantic. Oh, now, really? Sokka said, biting his lip and eyeing her playfully. That's good, though. A man must be forthright and honest about his feelings, I say. Shenkai declared. If I hadn't been honest with Gr, she would have just gone on to marry the baker. Not true. I didn't like him. But he liked you. Well, I would have sooner been an old maid than marry someone I didn't like. So, you just bluntly told Gr how you felt, then? Sokka asked Shenkai, amused. You weren't worried she might turn you down? Oh, everyone worries about that, but I decided it wouldn't stop me, Shenkai declared. I just walked up to her family house and asked her if she wished to marry me. Of course, her parents and siblings were quite shocked, but still. At first they thought you were demanding to be my husband. My poor frail father was so scared. Laughed Gr. I hope Wento was far smarter about how he asked you, Jing. Well, he did take me to the edge of a volcano and asked me there, if you must know, Azula said. Both Gr and Shenkai stared at them in shock. Yes, it was absurd, but I suppose it was romantic, in its own way. I made her a betrothal necklace, too, Sokka said, grinning, and pointing at it, fastened around Azula's neck as it's an old northern water tribe tradition. I used the traditional tribe's colors for the choker and the stone, but I carved a symbol of fire instead, because that suited Jing better, so. Ah, such a beautiful necklace, said Gr, eyes glistening before she pouted in Shenkai's direction. Why don't we have beautiful traditions like that in the Fire Nation? It's not fair. Yeah, but we have our own ceremony, and our rites. What's wrong with that? Shenkai said, shrinking in his seat. Gr sighed and shook her head, though the gleam of an idea lit her gaze once more within moments. Oh, maybe I'm being bold and crazy, she said, eyeing the younger couple with amazement, but maybe we could convince the local sage to hold a wedding ceremony for you. Wait, what? Azula said, eyes wide. Sokka leaned in as Azula leaned back, intrigued while she was utterly stunned. You could? For real? Sokka asked. He's right there and everything. We could ask him without a hitch, said Gr, shrugging as she gestured at the center of the room. A group of loud men gathered not too far from their table. Amongst them stood a short, middle-aged man, wearing a lighter version of the ceremonial robes sages always wore, and he had a sizable sake bottle in his hands. "Tea, this one. This one I dedicate to the souls of the lost." He started, stumbling both with his own feet and with his words, "The lost of the souls who fell to that witch of the mountains." "Oh, not again," said Shenkai, rolling his eyes. "Every time he gets drunk he starts rambling about that old tale." "The witch of the mountains?" Angela repeated, confused. "It's something that happened over 10 years ago in this island. In the other village," GR explained, "a lot of people started disappearing in nights of full moon, and the culprit was this old lady, an innkeeper. Sure caused us a lot of trouble. People kept mistaking our inn with hers when they dropped by." Shenkai said, shaking his head. "Wait, she took people away? What did she do with them?" Sokka asked, and just on cue, the sage sang with a horribly broken voice. "Taken by the witch. Dragged into the caves of doom. Taken by the witch. Chained in the dark and gloom. Come on, you can't hit that note." Another drunk man shouted, and everyone laughed together as the sage struggled to drink and sing simultaneously. "She took them into caves? Chained them?" Angela repeated. "No one ever knew why, but yeah," said Shenkai. By the time the domestic forces finally bothered coming to take a look, a few of the villagers had already died. GR sighed, shaking her head. "A tragedy, that was. The old lady was taken into custody, from what we were told, but she died barely a few days later." "Why, you sure? Sounds like a very creepy old lady. She didn't just stage her death?" Sokka asked, grimacing. GR laughed. "I doubt it, but even if she had, she was very old, and that was around 10 years ago. The disappearances stopped after she was taken away, and no one's had to worry about going out on nights of full moon ever since." "Ah. A happy enough ending, so you don't have to be so frightened," Wenta Azula said, smirking at Sokka. He pouted in her direction, cheeks flushed. "It's cause enough for concern." He said, "Creepy old ladies stealing people and dragging them into caves, couldn't she take them anywhere but a cave, really? Completely ridiculous. At any rate, if you want to get married soon, we could ask Sage Ryu if he's willing," said Shenkai, shrugging. "Sounds like you two know what you're doing, so." "Well, I'd be fine with asking him." "Yep," Sokka said, grinning. Azula gave him a pointed stare. "I suspect his willingness to hold our ceremony will vanish the moment he finds out we have, well, no papers to prove you're an honorary citizen, for starters," Azula said, with a dry grin. "We left those with Rashi, remember? And we said we'd send him a bird so he could mail them to us safely, once we settled down somewhere." "Oh. Right," said Sokka, but to their surprise Shenkai snorted. "Bah, papers, that's the least of it. I'm sure Ryu will be agreeable even if you don't have them," he said, standing up. "I'll go ask." "I'll go with you," GR said, and they left the younger pair at the table, with a very shocked Azula and a rather eager but slightly nervous Sokka. Maybe that was forward of me," he said, smiling awkwardly and scratching the back of his neck, "but, well, Azula." "Azula indeed," she said, eyeing him with sharp eyes. "We can't get married like this, Sokka." "We're not." "Jing and Wenta." "Well, we are right now." He pouted, but Azula shook her head. "Even if we went forward with it, it'd only last for what, 6 days?" Azula said, skeptical. "We'll have to go back to our normal lives eventually, remember? And by then, having lit a candle together will have amounted to nothing." "It's not nothing," Sokka said, raising an eyebrow. "I mean, maybe I'm being silly, or idealistic, I don't know, but I'd think our wedding ought to be about us committing fully to each other, right? And we already have done that, haven't we? We'd be doing it in front of a lot of people, and your Fire Nation Phoenix God, too," Sokka said, with a grin. Azula sighed. "Basically, it's about choosing to share our lives completely, and acknowledging that commitment before the entire world, to a fault. That's all fine and good, but it's not the entire world, and no one's really going to know we did it unless you run to tell them as soon as we go home," Azula said. Sokka smiled and shook his head. "I don't think I'll do that, not unless you want me to. But, see. I just want to marry you," he said, reaching to take her hand. Azula gazed at the contact between them, his fingers strong and firm against her softer hands. I don't need all our friends to see it, I don't need the Demfire Lord to find out. It can be a secret wedding, just as ours has been a mostly secret relationship, right? And this way we wouldn't have to wait until we're 70, the way you always say we would, right? Sokka. I know it's pretty goofy, in general, he said, smiling sadly, and yeah, it won't amount to much, not before the law, not before anyone else. We'd be married as Jing and Wenta, so, yeah, once we go back to our usual selves it might be as though it hadn't happened at all. But, even if I can only be your husband for 6 days, as you put it, I think that would be the greatest 6 days of my life. Her breath caught as she heard those words. The notion of calling Sokka her husband, outright, it seemed to shake the foundations of her entire world. She had never quite wanted to call him her boyfriend, finding the term too juvenile, if anything, but husband had the right ring to it. If she was his wife, if they were married. Her heart seemed to do backflips, and it wasn't because of the strain she had put her body through by eating too much ramen anymore. If they did this now, it might even be the one time they could get married at all, if anything went wrong in the future. She had agreed to marry him when he lay dying in a forest, hadn't she? And she had done it because she had known there might be no other opportunities to say yes. Because she had decided to give her heart and soul fully to him, consequences be damned, since long ago, and marriage was as good as the solidification, the full, public acknowledgement, of that decision. It was insane, though, wasn't it? It was ridiculous, for so many reasons, but suddenly she found herself undergoing the same impulse that had brought her to say yes to Sokka every time he had asked her to marry him ever since that dark night. She didn't know if she had the guts to act on it, but a tingle in her chest urged her to do so. Still, I see your point, Sokka admitted. Azula cast an uncertain glance at him, finding he was smiling sadly by now. It can be a bit superfluous, in the grand scheme of things, so. Here we are. These are the lovebirds in question, Sage Ryu. Shenkai's voice cut Sokka off. They turned towards him to find he had brought the drunken sage with him. The man hiccuped, his face as red as his robes, and he stared at both Sokka and Azula intently. If I'm gonna do some ceremony, marriage, funeral, what's it? A wedding, we said. It's a wedding. GR repeated. A wedding, then. Ryu said, before raising a hand pointedly. Well, if you want me to do it, then you have to sing with me, then, yes. Oh, crap, Sokka said, grimacing in defeat. Well, there's no way Jing will ever agree to that. She has the best voice but hates singing and not her. You. What? Azula exclaimed, as Sokka's jaw dropped. Oh, no. Absolutely not. His singing voice is no good, I assure you. Nonsense. No man that handsome can have a bad voice. Wanna bet? Sokka asked, awkwardly. Come on, join me for The Squirrel Rat Meets the Possum Pigeon. It's a great song for newlyweds. It is. Sokka asked, well, I'm a foreigner so I don't know those Fire Nation songs, but if you teach it to me. Oh, sure. We'll sing it all night till you get it right. Cool. What do you mean, cool? It's anything but cool. Azula said, but by now her apparent groom-to-be was smiling mischievously and he joined Ryu in alleged tuning exercises that only convinced the princess that both Sokka and the sage were actually tone-deaf. It was ridiculous enough when they were still tuning, it got worse yet once they started singing the song. Ryu hadn't told Sokka the lyrics or written them for him, leaving the younger man to mostly babble and ramble, attempting to anticipate to the next words and failing at it, more often than not. By the time they had finished the first run through the song, Azula couldn't possibly do anything but laugh, along with every other customer and the 2 innkeepers. Laughter and songs continued through the night at the Dragon's Casserole. Despite her unwillingness to leave the bed earlier, Azula now found herself completely immersed in the wild joy of the townsfolk. They were kind, even if they were rowdy, and they were absolutely welcoming of the newcomers. Knowing that there was such a generous, open side to her nation's people reassured the crown princess, filling her heart with a quiet, gentle happiness, though, as it was, she hardly felt like a princess tonight. She sabotaged one of Sokka and Ryu's songs by singing it herself, for she had known the lyrics of that one and she had wanted some respite from their loud and dreadful voices. She finished her lychee wine bottle after drinking it by sips across an hour or two, and although she still retained her senses, the world around her seemed brighter than ever before. The main reason she felt that way wasn't the drink, though. It was the dashing man with beautiful blue eyes who had finally desisted on his singing spree, now that Sage Ryu looked close to blacking out after too much drinking. It was late, and half the customers had already left, though some were still joking around, talking in unnecessarily loud voices. To Angela, it was the right moment to slip upstairs, and Sokka's flushed face as he downed the rest of his sake bottle only convinced her further of it. "Whoa, singing is exhausting," he said, chuckling. "Is that why you don't want to do it more often, eh? Though you did today, az. Jing, whoops. It's okay, no one else was listening just now anyhow." Angela shrugged, and Sokka snickered. "Either way, you did sing today, and I loved every second of it," he said, slipping an arm around her waist to pull her closer. "Though I have no idea why you did it, really. Are you drunk, by any chance?" "Surprisingly, no," Angela said, smiling as she raised a hand to trail his chest. He smiled, finding her hand with his own. "Are you?" "Not quite, I think the sake wasn't all that strong," Sokka said. "I was thirsty, though." "Do you need more to drink, then? Because if you don't." "If I don't?" Sokka said, acutely aware of how her body was inching closer and closer to his own. She smirked and kissed his lips softly, pulling away playfully just before he could answer her properly. His eyes narrowed, her fingernails grazing his chest gently over his shirt. "What do you say?" she whispered. His greedy eyes gleamed even before he grinned, answering her question with an eager nod. He didn't wait until they were upstairs to kiss her again. His body seemed to be on fire, and not because of the spicy ramen this time. The lychee wine's taste lingered on Angela's lips, and it only compelled him to deepen their exchange, noses brushing together as he angled his face to better kiss her. Angela closed her eyes, ever basking in Sokka's sudden dominant urges. She leaned into him, her hands reaching for his own as she begged him wordlessly to touch her. He answered her silent request instinctively, basking in her reactions as she smiled into their kisses, moaning softly, so very quietly, holding back enough so they wouldn't be overheard, but unwilling to contain the sounds that poured out of her, just as well. Her implied suggestion couldn't go to waste. Of course, after sharing a heated kiss that probably should have been kept private, Sokka forgot all about the singing, the drinks, even the notion of marrying Angela through the unconventional sage. There was but one thing on his mind at this point, and it was the woman in his arms, who seemed to crave his touch and kisses as though she had been starved of them for years. He was ever happy to please her by providing her no shortage of either thing. So they made their way upstairs, pointedly ignoring the hoots and congratulations they received by the remaining customers in the building. Rushes of adrenaline buzzed through their bodies. It dawned on them, as they stumbled their way upstairs amongst further kisses, that they had indeed been openly, carelessly affectionate in front of a sizable crowd. They had been reckless, bold, unapologetic about their love in every sense they could have been, and there would be no real consequences for it. There would be none while they were Jing and Wenta, while they were in this beautiful and humble town that had no intentions of condemning them. They stumbled against the walls on their way upstairs, trading further wild kisses each time they stopped, pinning one another to the walls just briefly to enjoy each other's affections some more. Every step away from the onlookers made them all the more daring, and by the time they reached their room again Angela was moaning shamelessly, with Sokka's hand between her legs. I think we held out for too long," he whispered, pushing the door open hastily. "Can't he spend so long alone together without?" "Yes," she agreed immediately, kicking the door closed once they were inside the room. "Yes, Sokka. Come here," he whispered, pulling her closer and pressing a powerful kiss to her lips. She could have easily allowed the kiss to sweep her off her feet completely, but this time she didn't just stand there melting in his arms. Her hands began working on the fastening of his clothes, undoing the changshan that suited him so well. He followed her example before long, but unlike Angela, who was relishing in groping his strong, exposed abdomen, Sokka found Angela's bindings, wrapped tight around her chest. Sometimes I just wanna cut through these," he growled, with a deep voice. Angela didn't need more reasons to shiver pleasantly, but it seemed Sokka was determined to give her just that when he spoke that way. "I want you, Sokka," she said, her voice faint. Sokka flashed her a knowing smirk before devouring her lips with kisses once again. He nudged her towards the bed gently, and she gasped when she tripped over the side of the mattress, falling on her back, her tunic spreading open carelessly. Laughs left her lips now, as she relished in the lustful gaze Sokka was offering her. He smiled too, biting his lip before dropping on his knees while she lay on the mattress. He removed her boots, yanked off her trousers unceremoniously, and he ran his hands over her strong legs, lips kissing her knees and calves while his fingers trailed over her thighs. She yanked off her arm sleeves on her own, wishing Sokka were closer so she could strip him off his remaining clothes just the same. And yet there was a side of her, the royal side, presumably, that relished in being at the receiving end of his affections. Being naked faster only meant that he had devoted himself to her to such extent that she had been completely overwhelmed by the passion of her talented lover. Lover, that had been, for a long time, the right word to describe him. After tonight, though, a new one seemed to be about to take its place. It had been a subtle whim at first, but as she lay in bed, her body heating up under his touch, she burned with the desire to call him her husband. Perhaps it was madness, perhaps it was reckless, but their relationship had ever been reckless and crazy in its own way. If anything, this seemed to fit just right with their track record so far, and with every kiss he pressed to her inner thighs as he crawled over her body, the more he convinced her, unknowingly, that she ought to listen to her wild, racing heart and do the most unthinkable of things with him on this journey. His lips returned to hers, and Angela fisted his soft hair so she could claim him thoroughly now. Her sudden aggressiveness contrasted with her earlier seductive behavior, and Sokka couldn't help but wish he knew what was on her mind right now. He allowed her freedom to explore his mouth, to grope his torso after shoving off his Changshan, touching his muscles and scars boldly, proving she wanted him just as he was, virtues, strengths, faults and flaws alike. She rolled them on the bed, pinning him down so she could unfasten his wrist sleeves and carry on stripping him bare. As much as she loved it when he was more dominant, she didn't know what else to do with her overwhelming feelings other than to take control of the situation and try to convey them wordlessly. So she leaned in, covering his neck and collarbone with kisses as she unfastened his trousers. Sokka groaned, letting her know she was doing a fine job of arousing him as he deviously did away with her chest bindings, and then he gasped, for her hand had sneakily encircled his shaft while he worked on her last garments. She pumped him gently, delighted to find he was already half aroused, at least. Sokka's breathing grew more agitated, and he gazed into her eyes longingly, finding unquenchable fire in her own. Oh, she was beautiful, unbearably so. He reached to undo her ponytail, and her silk-like hair fell around them elegantly. His breath hitched at the sight, unable to contain his blissful grin as his excitement increased by her hand. Angela didn't slow down until he asked her to, by clasping her wrist silently. His manhood was stiff, reaching its peak size, and with raw excitement clouding her mind, Angela couldn't want anything more than to carry on touching it, stirring him until he finished, but Sokka had other plans. He remained where he was, lying on his back, but he urged Angela to crawl over him, so her entrance would hover right above his face. Angela's unabashed smile was all the more stimulating for Sokka. The princess obeyed diligently, her legs spread out fully so she could sink over him. Sokka's hands raked her smooth ass, each settling on a cheek, and he pulled her close to offer her the best kind of oral pleasure he could muster. The shameless moans that poured out of her were sure to be heard downstairs, but when Angela clasped a hand over her mouth Sokka slowed down with his devious ministrations. "I like hearing you," he whispered. She gasped. Everyone's going to know that we're. Not like they'd think we're doing anything else, would they? But. Angela said, face flushed. Sokka smiled at her encouragingly from between her legs. Shit. They're still being loud and singing nonsense. Sokka said, leaning in to press a slow kiss to her clit. She cried out, fingers lacing with his hair urgently, and we're free to do what we want, Angela, for a week, at least. So. It was, indeed, a week through which they'd face no consequences for loving each other openly. A week of not being princess and gladiator, of being nothing but two travelers who loved and wanted each other in every possible sense. That proved to be the one argument Sokka had ever needed to use. Angela lowered her hips, pressing her folds to his mouth, so he could lick her expertly again, and she cried out in desperate, eager bliss as for it. Her nails dug into the mattress, and she told herself not to worry anymore. Teasing, taunts, even complaints about how loud they might have been, they would be irrelevant. For tonight, she and Sokka were truly free for the first time, and she was determined to enjoy every second of said freedom. Unlike him, Angela didn't pull away upon feeling the built-up climax's impending arrival. If anything, she gave herself to it completely, her moans shrill and irrational with every surge of pleasure. Sokka didn't hold back, 2 of his fingers slid inside her as his lips continued to suck on her tender clit, his tongue flicking the nub mercilessly. Within moments, the princess had come undone loudly, unabashedly, and she was thrusting against his mouth and fingers without a care in the world. Sokka smirked and continued to tease her, even after she had reached her peak. Angela's moans were weaker and yet more constant, as the pleasure rose up again. Finally, she cried out in an aggressive manner again, and she pulled away from his mouth only to leer at him, gold eyes gleaming with desperate lust. "Fuck me," she said, authoritative and determined. As ever, her rebellious lover found her tone amusing. "I love it when you get so demanding," he said, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand as he sat up on the bed, his hardened shaft ready and waiting. Angela threw herself into a wild kiss, frantically toying with Sokka's tongue as her legs wrapped around his waist. Sokka chuckled, his hands busy fumbling with their sexes, ensuring the head of his cock could penetrate her smoothly. "And see, I did eat you out, and I out-ate you earlier too, just like I said I would," he smirked into their kisses, prompting Angela to snort and laugh. "I'm a man of my word, aren't I? And you're ridiculously talented at anything you do, for sure," Angela declared, bucking her hips against his, urging him to fill her with his shaft. Sokka often teased and taunted her in bed, but this time he needed a release of his own quite desperately. He pushed through the heated, wet walls, and Angela moaned erotically against his mouth, her body arching into his. He could barely believe just how badly he wanted her. He was taking her right now, literally, and yet she made it so it wasn't enough. Were he to listen to his heart and impulses, he would have gladly spent every moment of the rest of his life making love to her this way, consequences be damned, the rest of the world forgotten. She was too aroused, apparent by how she hardly thrusted against him once his manhood had entered her fully. Sokka sighed blissfully before turning them in bed, but only so they would lie on their sides, face to face. Angela's arms clung to him, and his hands traveled over her body lasciviously, squeezing her ass, kneading her breasts, teasing her pelvis to make her body jolt against his own. And all the while he thrusted into her, at first slowly, helping her adjust to his sizable cock inside her, but he couldn't be considerate for too long when the blood rushed southwards and clouded his better judgment. It was just what Angela had hoped for, though. She wanted him uncontrolled, reckless, seeking pleasure as a drowning man might seek a breath of fresh air. The long kiss they'd held broke off as Angela panted heavily against Sokka, brow pressed to his. He kept his eyes open, watching as hers were closed, her face heated, pearls of sweat beading her skin. He relished in her reactions, in the wild emotions he could see across her face. Never was she more honest than when she was aroused beyond control. He could see Angela's very essence, bare and pure before him, and he could reach for it with his own. Her eyes opened briefly, at the lack of feeling his lips working against hers, and they laughed after holding each other's gaze briefly. She couldn't continue to smile for long, the pleasure violently claiming her through more moans as he thrusted deep inside her, as far as he could reach in this position, but Sokka held his own blissful grin as his strong body continued to move steadily into hers. He was pacing himself, hoping to drag out their tryst for as long as he could, and yet he knew it wouldn't be enough. They would need another round, or 20, to sate their desire, and even then he knew he'd still want more of her. She was addictive for all his senses, holding him under a spell he had been delighted to be charmed by for years now. The longer it went on, the more he wanted her, the more he loved her. His heart was completely linked with hers, as far as he could tell. Maybe she was right to think a wedding was unnecessary. Their commitment and passion for one another would stand true against any test they were subjected to, no matter if they were secret lovers or public spouses. He boldly gazed at her reactions with every kiss he stole from her lips, thrusting into her more powerfully each time, listening to what seemed an endless stream of pleasure cries that she wouldn't restrain anymore. Every moment they shared, every drifting second of bliss, seemed to renew the love that burned between them, an everlasting flame much like her powerful inner fire, that promised to never falter, not against the passage of time or the many adversities that might still come their way. She gasped his name breathlessly, and he answered with hers, cupping her cheek and kissing her deeply. He broke their eye contact by it, pouring his heart and soul into the exchanges that would drive them past the final boundaries of pleasure. Her legs trembled around his waist, anticipating to the burst of passion they'd built their way towards. He couldn't hold back the loving words that tumbled out of him in a clumsy rush, not when his body seemed to fall out of his control. His culmination was here, and Angela welcomed him eagerly. He gasped loudly, clutching her hair as she cried out in bliss, her body erratically clashing into his. The bodily pleasure had been charged and fired away, and they thrusted less frantically during the aftershocks of their release, trembling violently together after sharing their climaxes as they had. Soft moans still poured out of Angela's lips, and she clung to Sokka hard, nails digging into his skin, as he continued whisper. I love you so much, oh, fuck, I'm so yours you could kick my ass and I'd thank you for it. The last of his sentences seemed so out of place Angela couldn't help but laugh, her body pressed tight against his. Sokka smiled, arms around her waist, finally feeling the blood was rushing back to his brain after unleashing himself inside her. I'll have to drink the tea in the morning, Angela whispered, stroking his chest gently. Remind me of it, in case I... Yeah. I will. Sokka's lips trailed over her cheekbone before pressing gentle kisses all over her red, sweaty face. She wasn't sure she'd stop smiling anytime soon. You did drink it today, didn't you? Back at the palace. I did, Angela answered, seeking his lips with his own. Getting married, it's a possibility. But we're not making babies yet, for sure. A possibility, you say? Sokka repeated, grinning innocently. For real? Do you really want to? Angela asked, no longer reluctant. If anything, she sounded eager to hear his answer. Why do you think I've asked you to marry me 1,000 times? He asked. Come to think of it, I haven't done it often lately. Will you marry me? Yes, she answered, biting her lip as she gazed at him. Of course I will. He chuckled, raising a hand to touch the pendant of the necklace that nestled over her collarbone. Angela's heart was racing, and not only because of the passionate sex they'd just had. Why does it always feel like the first time, when I ask you that and you say yes? He laughed, kissing her lips promptly. It makes me giddier than a kid on his birthday. Well, you're childish sometimes, and your birthday's coming up, so I guess I ought to make you as happy as that, shouldn't I? Angela said, fingers sliding into his smooth hair. I love you, Sokka. And I love you, Angela, he said, kissing her softly. So much I think we have to do it again, right now. Ah? Do what again, exactly? Angela asked, amused. Sokka snickered. What did you think? He said, wiggling his eyebrows and rolling them over the bed. He was kissing her passionately even before he climbed atop her, and he kept doing it with scarce interruptions. His princess remained in a cloud of bliss for it, responding to his smooth and delectable kisses with plenty of her own. Their senses were attuned to nothing but pleasure, and they lost track of the world around them entirely as they gave themselves to each other constantly through the night. Their bodies were in perfect sync, both when it came to their coupling and actual sleeping. Neither one would quite remember when they fell asleep, exactly, but Angela would be the one to wake up first in the morning, finding her legs locked around Sokka's, as they lay upside down across the mattress. It was a surprise that they'd managed to keep the sheet on the bed at all, seeing as they'd kicked the pillows off at some point through their many rounds of love-making. She always seemed to find herself resting against his chest. She felt safe when he held her so closely, and she was ever reassured by his steady, strong heartbeats and slow breathing. Seldom could she wake up beside him in this way, without having to scramble for her clothes and rush home, or without having to jerk Sokka awake to urge him to leave, if he had been the one to sneak into her room instead. For once she could lie beside him, watching him rest, his mouth slightly open, his hair falling gracefully over his face. With every day she spent by his side she was all the more grateful to have him in her life, for all the wonders he had opened her eyes to, and the love he had given her so selflessly. Her appreciation for him only reached greater heights each day, and in moments like these she could only want it to rise even higher. She breathed deeply and relaxed atop him again, closing her eyes as she nestled in his arms. The temptation to simply let herself fall asleep anew was strong, especially when her heart was at such genuine peace. All thoughts of stressful matters had vanished without a trace, and she couldn't help but smile at that realization. Just when she was about to doze off again, Sokka stirred underneath her. His shifting brought her back to full consciousness, but she didn't open her eyes, comfortable atop him as she was. He groaned, raising a hand to caress her messy hair. Angela. "Good morning, Sokka," she whispered, slipping an arm around his body to embrace him, while taking full advantage of the chance to caress his strong torso. "Better than good," he said, and she could tell he was smiling only by his voice tone. "We're waking up together, heh?" "I thought so too," Angela smiled as well. "Neither of us has to run away and hide. It's a miracle, isn't it?" "Sure feels like one," he said, tightening his arms around her. Angela only opened her eyes again by then, reaching up to kiss his lips fully. "After everything we did last night, too." Yes," Angela said, patting his chest gently, but upon taking in his delectable body, she caught sight of a bulge in the sheets, level with his groin. "Though it looks like I didn't tire you out enough for your boomerang's satisfaction, did I? You know by now that always happens to guys." Sokka laughed. "And it's Mr. Boomerang, mind you." Angela laughed too, climbing over his body and kissing him anew. It wasn't long before they were caught up in another tryst, slow but intense as their bodies woke fully from their slumber. Angela did make efforts to avoid being so vocal this time, but by the time her climax approached she could hardly hold back. She collapsed atop Sokka, her flushed face the picture of satisfaction while her similarly satisfied lover relaxed beneath her, breathing heavily. "I so love doing this, early in the morning," Angela said, laughing softly. Sokka snorted. "How early is it, exactly?" "I can't really tell," he said. Angela shrugged. "It's bright outside, is all I know," she admitted. They'd left the curtains of their window open, and the glow of daylight fell upon them. "Heh. I suppose those stains dancing over the window aren't really there, are they?" he said, with an awkward smile. Angela frowned, glancing at him warily. "Sokka," she said. He offered her a guilty grin. I'm okay." "You're seeing shapes, though?" "That's not being okay, silly, you're." His raging stomach finished Angela's sentence on its own with a very loud groan. It was enough to elicit further laughter from the happy pair. "Breakfast it is," Angela declared, smiling and kissing his lips. 11 bowls of ramen and he still eats like a beast. "That's what keeps my muscles so buff, just the way you like them." Sokka chuckled, tickling her and prompting her to laugh louder yet. They helped each other dress up and made their way out of their room, agreeing to return to pick up their luggage once they were done with their meal. Angela was slightly apprehensive about talking to Shenkai and GR again, knowing they had likely overheard her cries of passion, but she decided to face the consequences of their recklessness. They couldn't be all that steep, anyhow, could they? Yet as soon as they reached the bottom of the stairs they were greeted by loud cheers and hoots once more. It seemed many of last night's drunkards hadn't gone home yet. Wait, you guys just spent the night here?" Sokka exclaimed, glancing at the men who were clapping in his direction. Angela's face couldn't have been any redder. "We do that sometimes," one of them said. "And you sure are the town's hero today, boy." It was Sokka's turn to blush profusely, something Angela found endearing despite her own embarrassment. Had he been smug about his achievement she might have scolded him, but that he'd be bashful about their night of passion only stirred her love for him further. Still, she had no intentions of lingering here, listening to all sorts of indiscreet comments from near-total strangers, so she squeezed Sokka's hand and smiled awkwardly. "I'll go talk with GR about my tea," she said. "You can handle this." "I better, huh?" Sokka said, with a weak smile. Angela stroked the back of his hand gently, wishing to kiss him good luck instead, but seeing as everyone's attention was already focused on them, it was better not to give them exactly what they wanted. GR was amused by Angela's visit to her kitchen. She had already been working on breakfast for several of the customers outside, and she was happy to add 2 more orders to her list. Her sons were working with her, but they were too preoccupied with their business to pay their mother or her guest much attention. So, I suppose this tea means you are not ready for children yet? Gr said. Angela nodded, wishing her cheeks could be less red than they were as she sipped the beverage. Wenta would like to have children, yeah, but I'm not sure, myself, she admitted. We've talked about it. He seems to be alright with waiting or with not having any kids altogether, if I never change my mind. Well, that's nice. It's always better to have a partner who respects your opinions and decisions. Trust me, you don't want to have kids just to please your husband, said Gr, smirking. It's best when you do it out of your own convictions. Of course, Angela agreed though. I'd rather we're married before we start taking the possibility of children seriously. It's something to consider, but until then. Naturally. That's a wise decision, Jing said, Gr, nodding. Angela swallowed hard now, as Gr focused on her cooking. Nerves twisted her stomach into knots, begging her not to be foolish enough to bring up the subject anew, in fear of hearing the answer she didn't want to hear, but the thoughts that had coursed through her mind the previous night kept returning at full power whenever she let herself think of Sokka again. So, against her better judgment, she took a deep breath and asked her question. Say, that sage, are you sure he'd be willing to hold our wedding ceremony? Gr stopped her work with the omelette she was cutting into a perfect square shape to stare at Angela pointedly. The princess was bashful, but a certain innocent determination gleamed in her eyes. Why, possibly. Granted, he's always more agreeable when he's drunk, Gr laughed, but he might still be willing to do it now, if you ask him nicely. He's still out there, if you must know. He is? Angela asked, eyes wide. Gr nodded promptly. You can bring it up directly to the man, sober or hungover as he may be, Gr said, beaming. Angela's nerves had only grown wilder by now, but there was a sense of giddy anticipation accompanying them. She downed the rest of her tea and nodded. Thanks, then. If you don't mind. I'll do just that, she said. Braving a room full of villagers who had heard her every moan last night wasn't all that appealing a perspective, but all caution be damned. Good luck. Gr called after her, as Angela pushed the kitchen door open and re-entered the large dining room. Some eyes shifted towards her again, some curious, others cheeky, but she ignored them as she sought the man she was looking for. She recognized Shenkai standing near Sokka. It seemed her lover wasn't so tense anymore, so perhaps the worst of the teasing was over by this point. The sage, as it happened, was sitting at the table Shenkai was currently attending, his head in his hands while what looked like a hangover cure rested before him. I've always told him to take it easier, but he never learns, right, Ryu? Shenkai was saying before patting the sage's back. The man cringed, shooting him a deadly glare. "It's your fault, you keep giving me the strongest sake you've got." "I do not." "Yeah, you do." Sokka had been chuckling at the argument when he caught sight of Angela walking up to them. He grinned reassuringly at her, but the smile froze on his face when he recognized the glow of an idea in her eyes. And instead of making her way towards him, she stopped right in front of the sage at the table. Jing. Sokka's tongue near slipped, but he caught himself on time, and no one seemed to make much of it. Angela didn't regard him, though, for she was set on speaking with the sage instead. "See, can I help you, young lady?" the sage asked, trying to sound formal but managing to sound sick instead. "I suppose you may not remember much about last night," Angela ventured, but the sage shook his head. "I remember plenty." "You are a loud lady," he said. Her cheeks flushed, but she refused to let that inappropriate comment deter her. "Trying to sing louder than me and all, who'd have thought someone had the lungs for that?" "Oh. That's what you meant?" Angela asked, uneasily. The sage shrugged. "You were loud enough later too, but I don't really care about." "Why yeah, well, good to know you don't," Angela said, promptly. She breathed deeply and looked at the man pleadingly. I just want to know if the offer still stands." "Shenkai and Gr said you could marry us, so, can you?" "Wadash." "Oh, no, I don't want to marry you," the sage said, immediately, so quickly that Sokka's surprised confusion froze immediately, though he was still left gaping at Angela with an open mouth. "I'd rather marry this handsome fellow, if it were up to me. Though he's already taken, the bastard, but still. He pointed at Shenkai upon saying that, and the men listening to the conversation laughed while both Sokka and Azula stared at him in surprise, while Shenkai smiled and rolled his eyes. The sage was unapologetic about his tastes, something Azula would likely give him credit for in the future, but she had no intentions of losing sight of the reason she had decided to speak with him. "Well, I sure hope you find someone as handsome as him for yourself one day," Azula said, with a curt smile, "but I didn't mean, ugh, I meant, can you perform a wedding ceremony for me and Wenta?" "Oh. Oh, haha. I messed that up." Ryu laughed, until the pounding headache prompted him to grimace instead. "Oh, never drink too much, lass, I don't advise it. I've done it in the past, I have no intentions of doing it again in the future," Azula assured him, smiling with unease. "But, about my question." "Whoa, whoa, whoa!" Sokka exclaimed suddenly, reaching to clasp her shoulders so he could look her in the eye. Azula tried not to seem too nervous, though Sokka's intervention came as no surprise. What exactly? Hey, hadn't you said you didn't know if it'd make any sense to do it this way? Well, yeah, it's not going to be all that legal without our proper papers and what have you, Azula admitted, biting her lip, but I changed my mind anyhow. Which I figured you'd be happy about. I am. Of course I am, but I'm just too surprised to even think properly anymore. Sokka admitted, grinning in disbelief. Azula smiled awkwardly. Well, all it really boils down to is whether we want to marry each other or not, so, will you marry me? She asked, simply. Sokka snorted, as the men around them gasped, only to begin cheering right away again. Hey, boy, if you don't say yes I'm stealing your girl away. One shouted. Damn, if she ain't the full package. Who's heard of a girl proposing before? That's one for the books. Said another. Come to think of it, why don't girls propose more often? Makes no sense to leave men to do it. Claimed another one, and their conversation would have shifted entirely to debating traditions and laws and whatnot if Sokka hadn't smiled and pulled Azula in for a heartfelt kiss. With that, the cheers and hoots began anew, prompting Azula to laugh against Sokka's lips until he pulled away, his face alight with unshakable joy. Damn right I'll marry you, he said, beaming. I suppose it was about time you asked me, for a change. Got to keep things interesting somehow, Azula teased him, but their willingness to marry each other wasn't the only question to be asked. The one man who could perform the ceremony was still staring at them, eyes clouded with a hangover, arms folded over his chest. Sokka swallowed hard. Do you think you can do it? He asked Ryu. I know the circumstances aren't the best, but... Heh. Said Ryu, pushing himself up to his full height and staring at them both pointedly as far as I recall. I gave you one condition last night, didn't I? You did. Sokka said, glancing at Azula warily. Why you asked me to sing with you, and I did. Not very well, apparently. Not well at all? Shouted a man, prompting Azula to laugh outright. Sokka smiled and shook his head. But I did it anyhow, didn't I? He said, shrugging in the sage's direction. So. Ryu stared between Sokka and Azula for a long pause, finger-tapping his arm as he pondered his options. All the while, Azula's fingers tightened around Sokka's, wondering why, of all the tense moments of her life, this seemed the most heart-stopping of them. They might get married, but only if a hungover sage agreed to perform the ceremony. Are you busy today, maybe? Azula asked. I mean, I know it's crazy to want a wedding so fast, but we're not planning on staying in this town forever, so this is kind of our only chance, Sokka finished. Ryu hummed. My schedule is clear, he said. Both Sokka and Azula blinked blankly. I don't have anything planned for today. Only prayers, and then coming back to this accursed establishment to drink anew. So, if that's the case. Sokka said, staring at the man eagerly. Ryu breathed deeply once more, before placing his hands on his hips. You fulfilled the condition just fine, he declared, before smiling and nodding. So, yes. I can do it. I will do it. Consider it done, though we still must actually go through the whole ceremony, but still. Another loud cheer ran through the inn, dwarfing the sage's voice, but this time Azula and Sokka joined it, gazing at the sage with disbelieving joy. Shenkai laughed, patting Sokka's back in congratulations as the young man's gaze met that of his future wife's, incomparable bliss pouring through their clear, honest eyes. "We're getting married," Sokka said, in disbelief. Angela's laughter poured out of her in nervous amazement, and the laughs gained strength when Sokka wrapped her in his arms, lifting her effortlessly off the floor. "We're getting married." They whirled together, arms locked in the tightest embrace, hardly knowing how a casual visit to a town had resulted in such an unexpected outcome. The ceremony wouldn't quite seem valid in the eyes of anyone other than them and the townsfolk, they knew, but it didn't matter. Against all odds, common sense, and predictions, one of the greatest dreams of the clandestine lovers was about to become a reality. Chapter 192, Return to Shujing 5. Firelight Town was a beautiful town, but as it was small, important happenings were infrequent. Whenever anything important did happen, the entire population of the town would find out within hours, which was why even the villagers who hadn't so much as caught a glimpse of the two newest arrivals had heard about their upcoming nuptials already. The tavern's customers had rushed through the town, telling their families and friends about the big feast that GR and Shenkai were offering to hold for the bride and groom. Sage Ryu had taken off to his shrine, to prepare for the ceremony, struggling to do so under the powerful sunlight that still hurt to look at. And Firelight's most outstanding visitors in years were readying themselves for the ceremony, still uncertain whether this was all a dream of if they truly were about to take this new step forward, together. As soon as they were done with their breakfast in the dragon's casserole, Shenkai had dragged Sokka away to one room of the inn and GR took Angela to another one. She was helped by her female friends and neighbors, who were delighted to have a young bride to fuss over, sudden as it might be. "Now, I know this may not be the best option," GR had said, opening a long box before Angela's waiting eyes, "but if you'd be willing, you could get married in my old dress. I think it ought to be a decent fit, but if not, I can lend you mine," exclaimed one of the women, and Angela smiled as she reached to pick up GR's wedding dress. It was simpler than the few wedding dresses she had seen in her life, all of which had belonged to high-born women. Mai had been wed in an immaculate white dress with delicate gold and red embroidery, with many detailed flowers weaved throughout all its fabrics. She hadn't wanted to wear it for longer than necessary. Angela couldn't remember her friend wearing such bright colors ever again. The brides of the noble wedding ceremonies that her father had made her attend had worn similar dresses to Mai's, ornate and striking. This one, unsurprisingly, wasn't quite as opulent and fancy as the nobility dresses she'd grown used to. It was a crimson hanfa with white sleeves, patterned with small fire lilies across the outer layers, with a bright sash of yellow and white meant to keep the outfit in place. Angela was genuinely surprised to find she preferred the elegant simplicity this one offered instead of the complications of high-born traditions. "I think it's perfect," Angela said, and GR smiled brightly. "Well, then, take a quick bath, if you would, and once you're dressed, we'll help you with your hair." "Oh, if only we had a proper hair comb," sighed another woman, shaking her head. "I'll ask Lady Zunion. She might have one we can borrow," exclaimed the one who had offered her own dress earlier, and she scrambled out the door right away. "I guess we are imposing a lot on you, aren't we?" Angela asked, grimacing a little as she glanced at the group of women. Their cheerful demeanor suggested they enjoyed being imposed on, however. "Oh, dear, you have nothing to worry about," exclaimed GR. "I wished, for so long, that I might have a daughter of my own to prepare for her wedding. I only have sons, though. I never thought I'd have the chance to help a young woman for the biggest day of her life." "Well, that's nice, but I mean, it's all on such short notice, so nothing wrong with that," said another woman, grinning. "This is the most exciting thing to happen in this town for years. Don't you worry, we'll get you ready and you'll marry your hunk of a man in no time." Angela smiled at that, nodding shyly as familiar warmth nestled in her chest. If things kept going as smoothly as they had today, she'd become the living embodiment of gold fire. Sokka had been forced to clean up too, and then given Shenkai's own old wedding outfit to wear. For the first time, the water tribesmen would wear the Fire Nation's most ornate clothing, of the sort that Angela would wear on occasion back home. The spiky shoulder capes he'd often seen on the nobles felt out of place on his own body, he thought, as he stared at himself in the tall mirror awkwardly. Still, the red and black outfit Shenkai had provided him with would please Angela, considering she'd always insisted that red suited him perfectly. He didn't quite know why she'd changed her mind, even now. He had as good as given up on the notion of marrying her, even if he'd sung with the sage to fulfill his condition, though on great measure he'd done it just to poke fun at Angela, knowing she'd never stop telling him off for his clumsy singing. But she had seemed so determined earlier, so happy upon hearing Ryu's positive response. Whenever he relived that moment in his mind he couldn't help but smile wildly to himself. It was surreal, just like everything about this crazy trip had been so far. They had signed up for a week of celebrating his birthday, mainly to help Angela relax and unwind, and now they were about to get married after taking up a spicy ramen challenge in a relatively unknown Fire Nation town. Had someone told him this was what he'd be doing for his birthday's celebration with Angela, he would have prepared himself better. As it was, he couldn't quite hold back the sudden, overpowering rushes of joy that seemed to take his body by storm. "So, ready yet?" Shenkai asked, grinning. "I was a bit chubbier than you, but not as muscular, so it looks like the outfit suits you just fine." "Yeah. It's perfect," said Sokka, with an awkward grin. "All that's left is the top knot and..." "T-top knot," Sokka repeated, his easygoing attitude fading quickly. "Oh, no. No need for that. Jing likes me better with my hair down." "Does she, now?" Shenkai repeated, intrigued. "Well, it is tradition, but it's also tradition to get married in your local town and to do it after months of preparation, so screw tradition, eh?" "Yeah, screw it, heh," Sokka said, with a nervous grin. He doubted anyone in Firelight would recognize him. Chances were no one here had ever seen the princess's Gladiator before, but it was better not to take unnecessary risks anyhow. Shenkai chuckled and walked up to him, clapping him on the shoulder gently. "You're a brave man, you know," said Shenkai, "and a wise one too, I think. You have a great relationship with that girl, you treasure her, and it shows. What you two have is the kind of love you never let go of, no matter what." "I know," Sokka said, smiling warmly as his mind drifted to thoughts of his princess. "I plan on holding on to her for as long as she wants me to, and apparently she really wants me to, huh? And aren't you lucky for it, Wenta?" Shenkai laughed. Sokka chuckled along with him. "To think I'll be with her for the rest of my life," he whispered, his voice full of hope. "How does a common guy like me live with this kind of happiness, damn." "Ah, you learn to channel it in many ways," Shenkai said, grinning, "but I think the best thing you can do is tell her just how happy she makes you, until she pours a bowl of flaming hot ramen in your mouth because you just won't shut up about it." I take it GR did that." "Yep, and seeing how Jing likes spices that much, I suppose she'd be likely to do that to you as well," Shenkai laughed. Sokka snorted, admitting silently to himself that he wouldn't put that kind of flustered reaction past Angela, even nowadays. Sokka was ready before Angela was, but he didn't go to the shrine right away, choosing to wait for her near the inn's threshold instead. A smaller group of the same customers from yesterday still loitered around, fussing over the wedding and giving Sokka all sorts of unnecessary and mostly unwanted advice on how to take care of his future wife in every possible sense of the words. Impatient, Sokka wondered if he ought to go upstairs to find Angela, but the noise that drifted from the upper floor suggested she was still busy, so he held back his impulses. He didn't think he could stop twitching, his nerves wrecking him despite there was no reason why they should. Angela wouldn't change her mind about this halfway through, he knew as much. Though there was a chance Sage Ryu would back down on holding the ceremony, terribly hungover as he was, and then. He didn't have time to reason that the one overwhelmed by all the worst possibilities now was him, rather than Angela, for the women had finally appeared at the stairs, and his eyes drifted in that direction immediately. He nearly forgot how to breathe as he laid eyes upon her, clad in a dress that was both elegant and simple in its details. Her hair had been done up, though not excessively, and she sported a red comb adorned with a fire lily. She wore more makeup now than she had worn over their travels the previous day, and it only enhanced her beauty, just as everything else did. The betrothal necklace, a splash of blue amidst all the Fire Nation red and gold, still hung around her neck. Angela walked carefully, hoping to keep GR's dress from trailing over the floor. The older woman was taller than her, and there was no time to properly trim the hem of the dress. GR had been quick to disregard it as something unimportant, but Angela was determined to keep the dress as clean as possible all the same. She didn't notice Sokka's adoring gaze until she finished climbing down the stairs carefully. The noisy men had fallen silent as she climbed downstairs, nervous that she'd look ridiculous. Despite she had thought she didn't look half bad, Angela sought Sokka out in the crowd quickly. The expression on his face dispelled all her fears. She swallowed hard but smiled as she mirrored his expression, feeling terribly self-aware and yet delighted for his attention. She wasn't sure he had ever smiled so beautifully, even after the blissful joy he'd experienced in Whaletail Island. A dash. He started, but he caught himself again before letting her name tumble from his lips. He laughed, shaking his head as he stepped forward. Jing, you look so beautiful I think I'm going to cry. Don't people usually save the tears for the ceremony? Angela asked, laughing softly as she approached him. Still careful with her dress. You look beautiful yourself, Wenta. Had I known you'd look so good in noble clothes I would have bought them for you from the moment we met. He laughed nervously, and Angela smiled inevitably for it. He was giddy, happier than she had ever seen him before. He had likened himself to a child on his birthday, but Angela now doubted even children would ever display the kind of genuine enthusiasm and wonder that was plain across Sokka's handsome face right now. I think I forgot all words, Sokka confessed, laughing, and covering his face with his hands. I should be more eloquent than this. What's wrong with me? Nothing's wrong with you, silly, Angela laughed too, taking his hands in hers so she could hold his gaze. The blue in his eyes had never been more heartwarming. Calm down, breathe deeply, and then we'll go. Right. We'll get married. You and I married, he said, his grin widening as he spoke. And you're definitely not any calmer after saying that, Angela laughed. Sokka couldn't help but join in, leaning towards her and pressing his brow to hers. Okay, he said, breathing deeply as she instructed. We can do this. And we're going to do this, screw what everyone thinks. Damn right, Angela said, squeezing his hands and nodding. Are you ready? On one hand. I think not, Sokka admitted, chuckling. I'd have liked to savor the knowledge that we're actually going to do this for longer than. How long has it been? An hour. I think so, yeah, Angela nodded again. Sokka snorted. But then again, I feel like I could never not be ready to be your husband. And I your wife, Angela finished, beaming. Well, that will take time getting used to, no doubt, but it feels right, doesn't it? He laughed euphorically again and drew her in for a hug. The women gasped, dreading he'd ruin Angela's hair, but the bride only laughed and held him closely all the same. As far as she was concerned, it wouldn't have mattered whether she wore a royal dress or a homeless woman's rags, let alone whether her hair was the picture of perfection or a total catastrophe. She was marrying a man who would love her regardless of what she wore, of how she might present herself to the world. He had seen her for who she was, without being fooled by every wall she had ever erected to keep others away, and despite her worst fears, what he'd found beneath all those layers hadn't scared him. If anything, he had found it beautiful, as he found everything about her. And as many doubts as Angela often had about countless things, she had none about the genuine devotion Sokka held for her. She no longer second-guessed their relationship, she hadn't in years. She knew his love was real, and that knowledge filled her with a strength she hadn't known until she'd found it with him. They were better together, and there was nowhere she'd rather be right now than in his arms, relishing in the crazy decision they'd made to swear full commitment to each other today. Sokka was overwhelmed, unable to reason with the situation anymore. He only pulled away from their embrace to press his lips to Angela's repeatedly. She answered at first, but soon enough laughed at his silly demeanor, just before one of Sokka's new friends shouted, "Hey, save some for after the wedding, Wenta." That seemed to remind Sokka that he wasn't alone with Angela right now. He joined her with his laughter, his face glowing as he held her close regardless. Angela felt she could gaze into those blissful eyes forever. Okay, we're going to do this," he said, his voice hitching in anticipation. Angela grinned, nodding promptly. "Ready now?" she asked. He chuckled and breathed before nodding, releasing her from his embrace only to take her hands in his. "Let's get married," he said, beaming. They walked to the building's entrance together, fingers still intertwined, and two of the men opened the doors for them. Both Angela and Sokka thanked them quickly before walking out into the streets, with Angela once again attempting to keep the dress from trailing on the dirty behind her. Sokka couldn't seem to get his eyes off her, which prompted Shenkai and GR to step forward and guide them, amused as they were by the love-struck groom and his literally blushing bride. Curious eyes followed them as they walked together to the shrine, where Ryu waited. Many people were watching them from windows, others had gotten distracted from whatever they had been doing in the streets and now followed them with their gazes. The men and women who had helped Sokka and Angela prepare urged others to join them, and many did as much. By the time they reached the shrine, the street was packed with onlookers, eager to witness the ceremony even if they hadn't so much as met the future spouses. Ryu still looked hungover, even in his fully formal fire sage robes. He commanded respect, even if he was a whole head shorter than Angela. He took his job quite seriously, making it difficult to conciliate this new image of him with his drunken singing spree of the previous night. "So, you kids ready?" he asked, promptly, when the hand-holding couple stopped before him. "We are," Sokka said, trying not to let his nervousness show. It felt like his heart was about to burst out of his chest. Even though all his fears had been placated, Ryu would hold the ceremony for them. Angela hadn't changed her mind. There was no sudden storm to dampen the outdoors ceremony, but there was nothing he could do to stop feeling nervous and frantic. It wasn't going to be a legal wedding, he knew, not by any means, but his heart found it as exciting as though it were. "Well, then, let's get started," Ryu declared. Angela's fingers squeezed Sokka's hand, showing him she shared in his eagerness and anxiety just as well. "We have many witnesses, it seems. Shenkai, GR, I take it you're the best man and maid of honor." "That I suppose we could be, if they want us to be," said Shenkai, shrugging. "This was all your idea, so yes, I'd think so." Angela smiled at the older couple, who appeared fully proud of their role in setting up this wedding today. "Then," said Ryu, clearing his throat and spreading his arms out, as though to take in the large crowd, "Welcome, Town of Firelight, to the wedding ceremony we will celebrate today between, what were your names again?" "I'm Wenta, she's Jing," Sokka answered, amused yet unsurprised by the question. Ryu had been considerably drunk last night, after all. "That between Wenta and Jing. Ryu finished today, you will make a fire offering to Feng Huang, the phoenix above us, so that your commitment and love blazes bright and eternal, as does the fire that reigns over us in the skies above. This is no decision to be taken lightly, as you well must know by now. If the strongest respect and the truest devotion guide you, however, you will enjoy a full, blissful life with your chosen partner, for many years to come. Therefore, I ask your maid of honor and best man, GR, and Shenkai, to vouch for you and confirm that you are making this decision with full consciousness and understanding of what your responsibilities as spouses entail. So, GR, Shenkai? Will you confirm it?" "Of course," said Shenkai, grinning and nodding. "I haven't met many couples like Jing and Wenta before," GR said. "It takes but one look to see there's no end of love between them. So yes, I confirm, they are ready and fully aware of the commitment they're about to undertake." "Then, if this is so, we move on to what comes next," said Ryu, turning towards his shrine, and drawing out the Book of Fire. Angela knew this was part of the ceremony, but her eager, restless partner seemed confused. Was this really necessary? "Oi, Ryu," said Shenkai, staring at him in disbelief, but Ryu cleared his throat. "As stated by the Book of Fire," he began, and a groan was heard throughout the crowd. Clearly, not a lot of people cared for his reciting, and Ryu didn't seem affected by it in the least. "Fire burns in the skies above, as well as within our breast. We were born from fire, and to fire we will be given upon death. We live by fire, as do our brothers and sisters with us. When two children of fire choose to share their lives with each other, they choose to share the burning inner fire that nestles inside them just as well. Spouses will be connected not only in name but by the flames inside them, that burn as powerfully as." "Get a move on, Ryu. I know this was a sudden ceremony, but you could let me finish." Ryu pouted, closing the book and scowling at the man who'd shouted this time, not far from where Sokka stood, "Curses, you're like wild beasts, all of you. Is it necessary to read a lot of it, though?" Sokka asked, with a small voice. Ryu scowled at him. "If you have no patience with the Book of Fire, how do you expect to have any with your wife?" Ack, kids these days, I swear. Ryu growled, shaking his head, but, to everyone's surprise, he set down the Book of Fire indeed well, then. To summarize, you two are expected to respect each other, looking after one another when you're ill, or when you're upset, to provide for your family and to cherish each other every day for the rest of your lives. Now, then, do swear that you will uphold all these things and then we can move forward, please. Oh, do you want us to repeat what you said, or? Sokka asked. Ryu shrugged. You can make your own vows, I suppose, but don't take too long. He grumbled, visibly annoyed by his previous interruptions still. Sokka smiled before turning towards Azula. Again, she took his breath away with her incomparable beauty. How he wished he could gaze at her forevermore, forgetting himself and anyone but her. He breathed deeply, guessing he ought to be the one to share his vows first. It would have been good to have longer to think about what he'd say, especially to decide how to synthesize his feelings properly. Well, I think we've already had plenty of experience with everything he listed, sometimes without our awareness, Sokka said, smiling gently, his hand still firmly locked around Azula's. You and I have been through more than enough high and lows, but you've listened to me, stood beside me as though I were no lesser than you, even if everyone thinks otherwise, but what always mattered to me was that you wouldn't think so. We weren't born equal, but you never failed to make me feel as though we were. I can never thank you enough for that, for helping me fight my darkness with your light. I will always respect you the same way you've respected me, for however long as we may live. I will break my back if it's what it takes to provide for our family, to protect it and look after it in every capacity I can. I will always fight for you, as I have for all these years, and I will be by your side for the rest of my life. The best decision I've ever made was letting myself fall in love with you, and if you'll let me, I'll go ahead and do it again and again, every time I lay eyes upon you, every time I hear you laugh, every morning I wake up by your side, knowing we belong by each other's side. I've been yours for years already, but today I swear that I will be yours until the end of time. Azula hadn't known what to expect from Sokka's vows, but she certainly hadn't thought he'd be so openly emotional and bluntly honest. By the time he was finished she could barely hold back the urge to cry. Damn, she said, lowering her gaze as an uncontrollable smile spread over her face, I knew I should have gone first. A soft laugh ran through the crowd as she brushed her eyes with her free hand, her shoulders shaking with either sobs or laughs of her own. Sokka smiled sympathetically, raising a hand to cup her face. Azula breathed deeply before long, though, and she gave him her trademark defiant stare. Each time you've asked me one of those life-changing questions, I've hesitated, I won't deny that, she admitted, with a sad smile. I've never been half as good as you are at dealing with change, because I'm always fearful of what might go wrong. But for as long as we've been together, for all those years, every single change has been for the better. I spent my entire life not knowing what genuine happiness was until I found you. I started to think life was truly worth living, chaotic and dangerous and beautiful as it was, once I was living it with you. Every bad moment we've had amounts to nothing in the face of the good ones. I wasn't always the best person I could be with you, we both know that, but today I swear I will be, for as long as I live. I swear I will respect you, I will protect you, I will take care of you, I will love you forever, longer still if I can get away with it. I won't hesitate anymore when answering your questions, for the only answer I want to give is yes. Whatever changes and challenges may come in our future, I know I can face them without fear, standing side by side with the worthiest, most extraordinary partner I could have ever hoped to find. A gentle laugh left Sokka's lips, and Azula was relieved, to a fault, to find she wasn't the only one close to tears. Their vows hadn't been quite as thorough as they would have liked, as they surely would have been if they'd had time to compose them properly. But they'd said what mattered most, or at least it felt that way. You're amazing, Sokka whispered, leaning close, his forehead meeting hers. Azula smiled, intertwining their fingers as she felt that familiar rush of gold fire bursting inside her. Had she used her bending right now, its gold would have been blindingly bright. Ryu cleared his throat, prompting both Azula and Sokka to grin slightly guiltily. Now your vows have been spoken from the heart, and I'm certain Feng Huang will receive them gladly. Now it's time to symbolize your devotion through the lighting of your nuptial candle, if you would. Both Angela and Sokka grinned at each other before turning fully to face Ryu. The man had walked around the small altar before his shrine, and he urged the marrying pair to join him for the next stage of their ceremony. The nuptial candle was tall, thick, and of a bright red color, with a pale stem. There was nothing unusual about the candle's appearance, but it seemed to hold a unique power to it, even if it was a symbolic one. Sokka gazed at it near reverentially, smiling slowly as Ryu offered the two of them a pair of long, thin, white candles. "Neither of you are firebenders, right?" he asked, and Angela was truly glad the secrets to firebending resonance were mostly lost, otherwise Ryu would have known right away that she had to be a bender. Her inner fire was more explosive than an erupting volcano right now. "No," Angela said, reaching for the candle. It felt wrong to lie about that, especially when she would love to live up to Sokka's old suggestion of mixing her gold and blue fire to create multicolor flames for their nuptial candle, but they couldn't get everything exactly as they'd wanted it, could they? Sokka took the other candle after Angela, and Ryu spread both his hands in the direction of the candles. He spoke quick, soft words that Angela recognized as part of a flame-purifying ritual, and he pressed his fingers to the stems of each candle, lighting them effectively. "This nuptial candle will be yours to take care of," Ryu explained, gesturing at the thick red candle. "You must ensure to preserve it as best as you can, for it symbolizes the beginning of your journey as spouses. Each year, on the same date your wedding took place, you are expected to light your candle again, to rekindle the fire of your love and passion for one another. Most people's nuptial candles run out eventually, of course. Your closest temple ought to provide you with another one, if you need it. But that's usually a concern for many years in the future, so, whenever you're ready, light it together." Sokka and Angela nodded. They raised the candles carefully, hers in her left hand, his in his right. The pale stem soon turned dark when both flames united as one. It was a delicate flame, small and frail once they took away their respective candles, but it reared up slowly as it gained power, fighting to burn brightly as the fire in their hearts did. Applause rang behind them, prompting Angela and Sokka to grin joyfully at each other. The candle lighting had been brief, but the small gesture had felt grand and invigorating all the same. "The light of this candle, the fire that burns before us, needs to be nurtured, taken care of." Ryu spoke over the loud clapping just as the fire you share for each other does. "You have already sworn to uphold the noblest of loyalties for each other, and you have lit the candle that symbolizes your love. Therefore, it's my honor to allow Feng Huang to speak through me." Angela's euphoric smile told Sokka this was it, just before Ryu finished his sentence. The sage offered them a kind grin of his own, his unpleasant mood seemingly gone by now. "As I announce that, from this day forward, Jing and Wenta shall be known as husband and wife." It wasn't the right fire, and those weren't the right names. But none of that mattered to Sokka one bit anymore, for he swept Angela into the tightest hug he could while kissing her lips fully. The princess forgot all her shame now, wrapping her arms around Sokka to respond to his kiss with overflowing enthusiasm. She could hear the cheering, more applause, some voices nearby, but she didn't truly listen. All her senses were focused on Sokka, on savoring this first kiss they'd shared as husband and wife. It was the sweetest taste of all, better than mochi, than spicy ramen, than anything her lips had ever been touched by before. They certainly forgot how to breathe, forced to part from each other only when their bodies demanded for air too urgently to be ignored. Yet Sokka laughed, tears of joy spilling from his eyes now as he hoisted Angela from the ground, as he ever did. The skirt of the long dress floundered in the air after her, and Angela merely rejoiced in the feeling, laughing too as she pressed more kisses over Sokka's face while he twirled them in place. He was her husband now. Oh, all legal matters were meaningless compared to this addictive ecstasy. Never did she expect to experience happiness on par with the one the two of them had found today. It took almost 5 minutes for Sokka and Angela to let each other go, if just briefly. Ryu had prepared their marriage certificate, after all, and all pertinent signatures were needed to make it official. That he truly hadn't cared for confirmation of their identities was a blissful relief, and as soon as Sokka was done signing, after Angela's turn, he wrapped his arms around her again. Her fingers slid through the hair at his nape, her laughter stirring more joy in his heart than Sokka knew what to do with anymore. Everything was a whirlwind after that. The villagers rejoiced in the wedding, and they accompanied them back to the Dragon's Casserole. The establishment was packed within moments, and Shenkai and GR seemed delighted for it. They served food and drinks to anyone who asked, and their sons helped them keep up with so many customers at such short notice. Prying Sokka and Azula off each other seemed outright impossible. At the very least, they were joined by linked hands, but more often than not they could be found embracing, lost in their shared bliss. They accepted all congratulations, as well as the introductions of those who hadn't even known them until the ceremony was announced. They toasted to their love, after Shenkai offered a brief speech, and they ate and drank without going overboard this time, often feeding each other without a care in the world. They knew they were being obnoxious, more than they ever had been, but they didn't regret it. The happiness that filled them was out of control, and they only had one idea on how to exteriorize it. Though Sokka gained a second idea when some of today's customers gathered in one corner of the inn, tuning their respective instruments, they hoped to offer a song or two to honor the newlyweds. "Hey, now," Sokka said, smiling dangerously when he heard the first notes. Azula's surprise didn't mitigate her own grin. No. We're not going to." She started, but his radiant, mischievous grin silenced her quickly enough. Well, he was going to have his way, she couldn't possibly fight against him today, let alone when he smiled that way. The local town's musical group had only begun performing their first song when Sokka yanked Azula to a small but empty space near the musicians. Everyone gasped in surprise, more so when they saw the young man was swaying his body in an outlandish way while his companion tried to keep up, struggling to do so because her laughter was so strong she could barely stand up straight anymore. Their dancing was as awkward and crazy as ever, but their crowd began clapping at the rhythm of the music before long. Within minutes there were other couples following their lead, dancing recklessly and carelessly in a manner most unbefitting the Fire Nation's stiff traditions. A few people chose to dance on their own, not bothering to find a partner and preferring to jump at the music's beat on their own terms. If the previous night had been a riot in the Dragon's Casserole, this one had outdone it by miles. By the time the celebration had wrapped up, GR and Shenkai would still be cleaning up the mess left behind by the party, Sage Ryu would have another terrible hangover after drinking too much, and his feet would hurt after dancing and singing for most the night, and once more, several customers would have chosen to fall asleep at the establishment instead of going home. As for the bride and groom, they escaped the crowd before long, for the second night in a row. The noise downstairs was far louder this time, but they ignored it all the same. They were emboldened by their mutual passion, the purest form of joy rushing through their bodies. They gave themselves to each other completely, round after round, with only short breaks to catch their breaths and perhaps drink some water, all before the caresses turned more intense, and the soft kisses grew addictive and deep. Exhausted, nervous and slightly ashamed for having discarded their respective wedding outfits so carelessly, they lay in each other's arms, free to forget about anything and everything, delightfully lost in one another. "I'm not sure I can believe it yet," Sokka whispered, embracing Azula from behind as tightly as he could. His breath brushed her skin pleasantly, his lips pressing against her neck on occasion. Her eyes were closed, fingers entwined with his as her chest heaved, her body still reeling from another climax that had left her with a ghostly tingle rushing up and down her legs. "Neither can I," Azula answered, smiling. "We're married. Not in the best way, sure, but it still counts, huh?" Sokka asked, kissing her ear. Azula chuckled softly and nodded. "It counts for everything," she said, raising his hand so she could press a soft kiss to it. "I really wish I could have known we were going to do this, though," Sokka laughed. "I would have done better with my vows, I think." "Oh, nonsense," Azula smiled. "Not only were your vows wonderful, but you're the best improviser I know. You handled it marvelously." "Not better than you did, my wife," he said, and the word seemed to tickle him as he spoke it. A small laugh left his lips, and he kissed her neck and jawline eagerly again. "My wife, I swear. I never thought I'd be able to call you that for real, not anytime soon anyhow." "Well, I didn't expect to call you my husband either," Azula smiled, and just like Sokka, so much as uttering the word made her lightheaded in a way the alcohol couldn't. "Oh, goodness, Sokka. One day we'll do it again, Azula. And by then, we'll do everything right," Sokka promised her. Azula raised her head to glance over her shoulder, a teasing grin over her lips. "Again?" she asked. "How many times do you plan on marrying me, Gladiator?" "Oh, every time." I'd marry you every day of the rest of our lives, if it were up to me, Sokka chuckled, kissing the tip of her nose. I'm drunk on you, clearly. She whispered, smiling, because I think I'd let you, every day indeed. Sokka laughed again as Azula turned in his arms, kissing his lips fully. There was no rational explanation, she guessed, for why their attachment only strengthened with the passing of time. Their hearts seemed to beat at unison, and their bodies remained locked together, as though maintaining physical contact was utterly vital right now. The euphoria with which they'd entered the room before their wild love-making spree had diminished, but it was replaced by a smooth, delightful feeling of contentment that they conveyed through their constant smiles, the touch on each other's bodies, the relentless string of kisses that left them breathless. Is it even possible to love someone more and more each day? Sokka asked eventually, fingers in her hair. Azula laughed, kissing his collarbone softly. I'm pretty sure we're proof of that, she whispered. Sokka chuckled happily. Well, today certainly set a brand new bar for us, as far as wonderful days go. True, Sokka conceded, fingers trailing over her back. She leaned into him further, her chest pressing into him. However shall we outdo that for the rest of this week, I wonder? She whispered. Sokka pressed an enthusiastic kiss to her lips, beaming brightly. I have no idea, but knowing us, we'll pull it off somehow, he chuckled. Now that we're married, I feel like we're even more undefeatable than ever before. It strengthened our powers, now, did it? Azula asked, smirking. Sokka nodded eagerly. Why, I certainly like the sound of that. Goodness, can you imagine what everyone will say when we get back? He asked, chuckling still. Their reactions will be amazing. I don't really know that we should tell anyone, actually, Azula said, biting her lip. Sokka blinked blankly, confused. Why not? Can you imagine the shitstorm Ty Lee will give us for it? Azula laughed now. Not only did we get married without inviting her, but we did it before she did. Sokka asked, amused, when she's been working for over a year to arrange things so she can marry Haru, too. I suppose, in our defense, we were engaged long before they were. Azula mumbled. Sokka chuckled and kissed her lips. Still true that she's bound to kick up a ruckus about it, but Song wouldn't, I'm sure. She'll be happy for us, Sokka said, and Azula nodded. You know, she ought to marry Ruishi once she gets the chance, too. Knowing him, he'll probably want to retire from serving as Imperial Guard before he does that. Azula smiled, so I guess they might not want to do it yet. Well, I don't know why they wouldn't, Sokka pouted, before grinning and squeezing Azula in his arms. Being married is amazing, they're missing out. We've been married for less than half a day, silly, Azula laughed, pressing her brow to his. Sokka snickered. It's still been the best, 11, 12 hours of my life? I don't know how many they have been by now, he said, stroking her hair gently. The one thing I'm concerned about, truthfully, Azula said, after pressing another kiss to his lips, is my father. Oh? You think someone's going to tell him about what we did? Yeah, I might. Wait, what? Sokka said, eyes wide as Azula laughed. I can't help but think that, the next time he tries to set me up in marriage with someone, I'll just forget all common sense and blurt out that I can't do it because I'm already married. She said, body curling against Sokka as she shook with laughter. Despite himself, Sokka joined her with his own laughter, rubbing her back soothingly as he pressed a kiss to the top of her head. I'm not sure he'll appreciate having me for a son-in-law, but he could do worse. Sokka teased. Oh, so much worse. He even has some respect for you, imagine that, Azula smiled. That's better than what can be said for most his court. Heh, then he shouldn't complain, Sokka declared, proudly. Azula laughed and kissed him again. Oh, he would complain, so I'll do my best to shut my mouth about our wedding. She said, but I'm not sure that I'll manage, honestly. I can safely say I've never been this happy before. Me neither, Sokka grinned. Azula sighed in bliss, relaxing against him, and it's just the beginning, isn't it? Yeah, just the first 11 to 12 hours of marriage and we're like this, she laughed, arms locked around his neck. We're going to be so obnoxious, going forward, but it's hardly our fault, things somehow always get better between the two of us, don't they? Yeah, "We're special that way," he said, with a heartwarming smile. The next kiss he gave her was sweet and gentle, and even though his hands traveled over her body to arouse her once more, the instinctive desire was blended perfectly with overwhelming love. Their shared passion was set to unfold again, and it would continue to do so as many times through the night as possible, until they were so spent they could do nothing but fall asleep in each other's arms. By morning it was Sokka who woke first, finding Angela was still tightly wrapped in his arms, her beautiful hair splayed messily over the bedding, her pale body nearly gleaming under the rising sun's light. Once again, the only clothing item she still wore was the necklace. The night had helped him channel out his rush of feelings, it seemed, for he felt calmer now, soothed, even if just as joyful as before. Lying in bed, limbs tangled with those of the love of his life, proved to be the perfect way to wake up. He guessed they'd move on today, despite they had been supposed to do that yesterday. Xian Long might even be cross with them, for they had left him to his own devices for 2 days, but Angela was sleeping so placidly that Sokka didn't dare wake her. He always longed for moments like these, and it would be madness to waste them when they finally had the chance to lie in bed together for however long they wished to do so. He merely played with her soft hair, which he had undone for her last night. The ornamental comb she had worn was much simpler than the ones she wore in the opulent celebrations at the palace, but the fire lily had suited her as well as the dragons often did. Sokka suspected he'd have a hard time finding something Angela didn't look absolutely gorgeous in. And that beautiful woman was asleep comfortably in his arms, on the morning after having professed her love for him would be eternal, in front of everyone in Firelight Town. The thought inevitably brought a smile to his face, and the elation from the previous day rose up in his chest once more. He didn't think the day would come when he might feel worthy of her love, but he knew he would be grateful for it until the end of time. She sighed suddenly, waking silently, and reaching to caress his body as she did. Her fingertips were soft against his flank, and she began humming softly in appreciation of his physique, even if her eyes remained closed. "Having fun?" Sokka asked, amused as her hand traveled over his back. Her smile was lazy and inviting. "With you? Always," she whispered, leaning in blindly to press a kiss to his skin, caring little about what she kissed at all. She settled on his neck, and Sokka chuckled as he allowed her to work on him as she pleased. "Good morning, husband." Her voice was teasing, and no less loving for it. Sokka beamed, his hand on the nape of her neck now. "It is a good morning, my beautiful wife," he declared, "for, within a few hours, we will have been married for a full day, and everything has been perfect since then." "It has, admittedly." Angela chuckled. "One day of successful marriage is an important milestone, I suppose." "Definitely is," Sokka said, arms tightening around her body, "and I can think of a way or two to celebrate it, unless we're both too hungry to take it." "Well," Angela said, raising her eyebrows in that way he found endearing and alluring just the same. It always seemed as though she were a step ahead than him, and he relished in that, but this time, the proud smirk froze on Angela's face before being replaced by a confused frown. "I'm not sure that we can, actually." "Oh? Why's that?" Sokka asked, eyeing her warily. "Are you all right, Angela?" "I am, there's no denying it," Angela said, and she smiled again. "It's just, I think my legs are in no fit state for our usual fun. We went overboard last night." "Oh," Sokka said, blinking a few times before Angela snorted and laughed against his chest. "I guess I was too enthusiastic, huh?" "I like you enthusiastic," Angela said, kissing his neck again. "There's no better reason for having sore legs than tons and tons of sex." "That's infallible logic, I admit it," Sokka laughed, pressing his lips to her brow. "Then maybe, we should clean up instead? You might feel better once you're floating in a tub of warm water." That's a tempting offer," Angela conceded. Sokka grinned and released her from his hold. She was about to protest, unwilling to separate their bodies for however brief a moment it might be, but he was on his feet by her bedside within moments, and he had hoisted her across his arms effortlessly. "Huh. I suppose you don't need breakfast that desperately if you're still strong enough to carry me like this," Angela said, patting his chest approvingly. "And I guess I didn't put on that much weight after the ramen, if you're not struggling with me." "You've always been so light," he laughed, walking with her to their private bathroom. "And after all the training I do, you only seem to become lighter yet. I could carry you like this all day, but knowing you, you'll demand I don't. Well, normally it's better if you don't, Angela smiled, as Sokka set her down on the bathroom stool, but I admit I might let you do that today, of all days. Would you, now? Sokka snickered, as he readied himself to help Angela clean up. Fully careful, wife. I might just take you up on that suggestion. It took more willpower than either knew they had to resist from engaging in yet another tryst. Washing one another often led them down that path, after all. Yet it seemed last night's satisfaction had been strong enough to keep them sated, to some degree, for the time being, and they only settled for cleaning each other as best they could. I suppose we'll leave today, right? Sokka asked, once they were soaking in the tub together, their hair and bodies glistening and clean, their skin sporting countless love bites after their wild trysts from the past 2 days. Angela answered his question with a soft kiss to his shoulder, sitting across his lap as she was. I was just thinking Xin's probably not very happy with us. He knows he couldn't have been involved in the wedding anyhow. Angela smiled. That being said, yes, he's an unhappy, grumpy dragon regardless of what common sense dictates, so we'll have to appease him somehow, once we meet up with him. By the time we're in Shujing he'll be a lot freer than he has been so far, Sokka said. Pandayo's mansion was huge and there's no houses nearby, we won't have to keep him away by then. He'll be stoked for it, surely, Angela said, hand trailing over Sokka's muscular arm now. A slow smile spread over her face as she gazed at him near reverently, and the gladiator smirked at the expression on his lover's face. Want me to show off my muscles for you, by any chance? He laughed. She had the gall to smile enthusiastically, at which he only laughed harder. By all means. She said, earning herself nothing but tickles. Hey. That's not what I meant. Be a good husband and let me admire your flawless body. Flawless body, honestly. Sokka laughed, shaking his head and pulling her closer. You know I'm a perfectionist who settles for nothing below her station. Angela teased him, her own hands traveling over his torso now. And you, husband, are far above the expectations for one of your kind. One of my kind? Men, in general. Sokka asked, amused. Angela nodded promptly. I can safely say you're the most handsome marriage prospect I've ever had, she said, smiling, though she raised an eyebrow moments afterwards, though I guess Chan comes second, even if he was adult, but still. Chan. Heh. What's he got that I don't? Sokka pouted, and Angela laughed again, pressing her brow to his. I can't think of anything, honestly. Not anything worth having, at any rate. That's why he's second, and you're first, Angela declared. As silly as the conversation was, he still smiled like a proud child to know he had outdone his alleged competition thoroughly. Well, then, good on you for picking the better-looking husband you could have found, I suppose. He said, his voice playful. Angela laughed, kissing his cheek before hugging him tightly. I'm not sure it's that good. I don't know how anyone's going to pry my hands off you in the near future, she smiled, not that I want them to, but still. No one gets to pry us off each other for this week, princess, and you know it, Sokka said, grinning still. I guess it won't be enough, but still, 5 days of being married still loom ahead, and no one's going to get in our way. Not if we have a say upon the matter, Angela sighed happily. Let everyone else deal with the Fire Nation's catastrophes in the meantime. Honestly, I'm starting to appreciate being a lazy, irresponsible, and selfish fool. Are you? Sounds like you're judging yourself pretty harshly for it. I guess I am judging myself, Angela admitted, still smiling, but for once I just couldn't care less about what's expected of me. Not when I'm with you, as we always should be. Sokka grinned too, hugging her tightly again and burying his face in her hair. He had already combed it perfectly for her, and she had offered to do the same with his hair too, finding it delightful to tread her fingers through those silky, soft locks. They soaked together in the tub for around 10 more minutes, and they took their time to dress up in clean clothes. The very first item Angela clad her body with, though, was the necklace she'd removed only so she could take her bath. She was growing used to the constant, gentle weight of the blue stone around her neck. Upon seeing her tying up the necklace again, still standing fully naked in the morning light, Sokka couldn't seem to remember what he'd been doing at all, gaping at her with the silliest grin on his face. Angela was quick to tease him for it. He didn't rise up to her challenge, happy to acknowledge she was enthralling to watch at all times. They fastened each other's clothes carefully, trading no shortage of kisses as they did. After helping Angela lift her hair out of her shirt, Sokka sought her neck and pressed his lips to it eagerly. Such was his enthusiasm that he pinned her to the wall, and she laughed and moaned simultaneously under his reckless affections. The blissful exchanges halted briefly, though, as they forced themselves to focus on putting away their belongings in their packs once again. Angela's cheeks flushed as she moved to the door, picking up both wedding outfits guiltily. "Oh," Sokka said, eyes widening, "we did get rid of them pretty fast, huh? I wanted to keep it as clean as possible." Angela sighed, holding the dress remorsefully. "I think they'll understand, most likely," Sokka smiled, slinging both their packs over each of his shoulders. Angela's eyes widened. "Hey, I can carry my own," she said, but he shook his head, adamant. "You were struggling with just walking until a short while ago," he smirked, "therefore, it's time your husband gives you a hand with your bags." "Oh, my husband is truly impossible, isn't he?" Angela smiled, rolling her eyes as Sokka grinned proudly. They glanced at the bedroom longingly one last time, as though to memorize its cozy layout and relieve the incredible bliss they had enjoyed over the last 2 days, before making their way downstairs for breakfast. As Sokka was struggling to carry both bags, Angela missed being able to hold his hand wherever they might go. GR and Shenkai were as generous as ever, and they weren't bothered by the state of their wedding clothes at all. The chef offered to brew another cup of Angela's special tea, and the newlyweds ate their breakfast with gusto, ever holding hands over the table. There weren't as many onlookers and leftover customers this time, but the ones around smiled knowingly at the sight of the happy couple. "Oh, you'll be missed, even if you weren't around very long," Shenkai laughed as they stood by the door, once their meal was finished and their expenses had been paid. Angela and Sokka smiled gratefully at the innkeepers. "You two provided this town with the most fun it's had in ages." "Travel safely, dears," GR said, daring hug them, even if it was difficult to embrace Sokka, loaded with both packs as he was. "You two are the most generous innkeepers we've ever met," Angela said, "and, well, as much as I was so hesitant at first, we'll owe you forever for helping us get married." "Thank you, and I hope your business is successful for many years to come." "One day we'll come back for another challenge, GR," Sokka said, with a proud grin. Angela smirked approvingly at his promise. "By then, I'll be much stronger against spices, and Jing will skip a meal or two, so she's hungry enough to eat all 10 courses. Why, be my guests. I would be thrilled for it." GR smiled. Angela laughed, reaching up with a hand to caress Sokka's arm. "Making promises as easily as that," said Angela, though she found it an agreeable vow all the same. She truly hoped they'd have the opportunity to make it a reality. "All right, then. We really should get going. Good luck on the rest of your travels," Shenkai said, waving as Angela and Sokka stepped into the streets again, still smiling at the innkeepers over their shoulders. "Stay safe." "Thanks. You too," Sokka replied, and with one last quick wave of his own, he turned forward, as good as walking towards the future with his wife by his side. People were quicker to notice them this time, though they only smiled in approval as they passed. The children they'd met on their first day were on the streets again, playing with a few others. The little boy waved at them, and when Angela smiled at him he gasped in amazement. Saying goodbye to Firelight Town wasn't too difficult, not when they still had 5 more days of freedom to look forward to, but Angela still glanced back at it once they reached the forest, knowing she'd remember the place fondly for the rest of her life. Her dreams hardly ever had come true. Back in the day, only with Sokka had she dared reach for many objectives she had thought impossible. After what they'd lived in Firelight Town, it seemed like nothing could be an obstacle for their love anymore. "Angela." Sokka called her softly. His tone sent shivers of the pleasant kind down her spine. His voice was gentle and caring, perhaps more than it had ever been before. He was barely a few steps away, gazing at her with curiosity. "Just," she said, smiling weakly, "I guess I was just thinking of something else I ought to have added to my vows, suddenly." "Ah, I keep doing the same thing," Sokka chuckled. "I tell you, they were too short and quick. Granted, it was probably for the best. I was so desperate to be married to you that I probably would have fumbled with something more complicated than that. But still." Surely on our next wedding we'll make them longer, Angela smiled, stepping towards him, her fingertips trailing over his face. Sokka turned it quickly, to press a soft kiss to her fingers. Whenever that happens, that is. Maybe, in a bit less than a year, huh? Sokka said, smiling as they restarted their walk towards the cliffs. Angela looked at Sokka questioningly for his answer. Really? You think we can go without marrying each other again for almost a whole year? She asked. He snorted at her skepticism. No, I think it's impossible. We'll have to do it much sooner, as soon as my father thinks I'm too stressed out again to keep working. Well, I wouldn't mind it if we do it again before then, he chuckled, but there's the whole deal about me meeting my family again, right? In Whaletail Island. Oh. Angela said, surprised by the change of subject. Still, Sokka didn't stop smiling. I'm thinking, if everything goes well with my dad, maybe we could travel south, as you suggested, and even if we can't be married in the Fire Nation, we could be in the Water Tribe, Sokka said, shrugging. I know it may not be what you want, but... Wait, are you sure about that? Angela asked, her heart racing again at the prospect of a Water Tribe-sanctioned wedding. I mean, well, I did say what I said to your sister, but, do you really think they'll approve of our relationship to the point of agreeing to hold our wedding? Maybe, Sokka said, enigmatically. It all depends on how we present our case, I suppose. Come to think of it, we haven't discussed that yet, have we? Discussed what? You know, how we'll explain things thoroughly to them by our next encounter, Sokka chuckled. We left them a bit high and dry, as you might recall. You dropped that bomb on them and escaped before it really sank in. Though it seemed Zuko wasn't all that shaken up by it, surprisingly. I guess I was that obvious about my feelings, Angela smiled. Though if that's the case, it truly says something disturbing about how poorly we've kept our secret. If even Zuko can pick up on it. Katara outright called me out on my feelings. If Zuko didn't do that with you, then you're definitely doing better than me, Sokka laughed, and Angela's laughter joined his as well. Fine, I concede, she said, but I guess that's not the answer to your question, huh? How will we handle it? I don't think we should tell the whole truth, personally, but if you'd rather be graphic about things. Wait, you think I want to tell my sister I've slept with you? Not like you were all that shy about telling my friends all about the things you do to me, back in the day. Hey now. I just wanted to come up with a good anniversary present. Sokka squeaked. Angela laughed, bumping into him lightly. I didn't do it on purpose, Angela. I know. It's not so terrible that they know, I suppose. At least they must think highly of you for being such a proficient lover, Angela admitted, and the proficient lover in question struggled to stifle a grin at her compliments. Still, I suppose it's much more awkward to talk to your sibling about that, huh? So, we would admit we're together, but we would let them fill the blanks about how far we've gone. Yeah, that seems reasonable, Sokka nodded though. I do have to say that telling our story without the sex will probably be a bit odd, huh? Well, why would it be? Angela smirked. So, you see, Dad, we had this huge fight because I thought I shouldn't be her gladiator anymore after I lost against Toph, so she tried to kill me, but then I overpowered her in the backyard and, whoops. Can't tell you that. Hey. Sokka squeaked at her impersonation of him, and Angela nearly doubled over laughing. Goodness, how did you sound so much like me? We've been together too long, it's inevitable that I'd learn how to imitate you, Angela smiled, kissing his cheek promptly. Sokka smiled but rolled his eyes. I definitely won't tell it that way, though, he said. Seems pretty counterproductive to tell my dad that I want to marry a woman who wanted to kill me just before she had sex with me for the first time. He'll think you're crazy, or well, that we both are. In enough ways, we are, Angela smiled, wrapping an arm around his waist. We take up spicy ramen challenges, we get married on whims. I'm not sure that you can argue much for our sanity and soundness of mind if you factor in all the crazy things we've ever done, can you? Yeah, probably not, Sokka conceded, grinning warmly at her. I'd still not tell him the story that way, mind you. I'd much rather make sure he understands why I love you as much as I do. And what exactly would you say to that effect? Angela asked, curious. I'd tell him all about how much we messed up, non-stop, when we were starting out, and how much we learned from all of it. Yup, Sokka said, proudly, the more I think of it, Angela, the more grateful I am that, of all possible outcomes, our choices led us here. I wouldn't have had it any other way. Me neither, she whispered, kissing his bare shoulder. To think we could be missing out on this, had either of us been more stubborn, or had we ever made a different decision. I can't even bear think of it. Heh. That's good, Sokka said, chuckling. Sounds like we're coming up with more things to add to our vows for the next ceremony, huh? Angela laughed in agreement, still pressed against his shoulder as she walked beside him. They reached the edge of the trees after a few minutes, and they continued towards the cliffs, hoping to find Xianlong nearby. Angela toggled their connection again, to locate him faster, to find her dragon was toying with nature in an unexpected way. What on earth? She said, smiling in disbelief as she stared at the waves that were washing into the shore. Huh? He's in the water again. Sokka interpreted, setting down the bags momentarily as he tried to follow the path of Angela's gaze with his own. Before long, Xianlong came into view. The dragon was gliding over the waves at most times, but when he found the right chance for it he would slip right under the foamy crests and fly at full speed, barreling through water tunnels until he came out safely on the other side. Both Angela and Sokka watched him with disbelief and admiration, though it wasn't long before the soaked dragon rushed to meet them by the cliff, once he noticed their presence. He nearly tackled Angela to the ground, bumping into her as he encircled his rider with his body in a joyful greeting. She smiled and ran her hands through his hair, feeling as though it had been ages since she'd last seen Xianlong. Only one day of being married, and it felt like her entire world had changed completely. Yeah, we're sorry we kept you waiting, Xian, Angela admitted, caressing his scales gently. Things got out of hand, but in a good way. Xianlong still grumbled, scolding Angela for not letting him know she'd get married so soon. Had she warned him, he would have tried to give her a proper gift as congratulations. Angela snorted in disbelief at the sudden spin of the conversation, though she was relieved the dragon wasn't as upset as she had feared he would be. He's not that mad, then? Sokka asked, with a small voice. Angela shook her head and offered Sokka a reassuring smile, that he reciprocated quickly. Xian pulled out of his rider's embrace, though, and his eyes gleamed with an idea he had only just come up with. Oh? You, huh? You want us to join you with what you were doing just now? Angela asked, blinking blankly as the dragon conveyed his thoughts to her. He nodded eagerly, his mood improving vastly after his suggestion. Sokka, though, remained puzzled. He wants to what, now? Sokka asked. Angela smiled and shook her head. He wants us to play in the waves with him, seems like, she said, shrugging. I guess we can, if just to make up for leaving him alone for one full day. So, we're just going to ride him while he rushes through the water like he just did? Sokka asked, amused. Heh, it sounds strange, but why not? Why not indeed? Angela said, smiling, and patting Xianlong's head. We'll need your saddle for that, though. They gathered all their luggage together in the grotto, where they confirmed all their belongings remained intact. As the sea water seemed to thrill Xianlong, they left him without his armor for now and only buckled in his saddle. As soon as the two riders were sitting on their respective places on the saddle, Xianlong had dashed into the sea at full speed once more. I guess my hair's going to be a mess again, huh? Sokka said, with a dry grin, as he leaned over Angela while the dragon raked the lesser waves. That's okay, you look adorable with puffy hair too, Angela declared. Sokka huffed in outrage. Adorable, says the cutest girl in the world. He said. Angela laughed and leaned back, kissing his cheek. One day you'll accept your reality for what it is, she said. You can be manly and adorable, Sokka, there's nothing wrong with it. Only if you accept that you're cute as, whoa. Xian, be careful. Sokka exclaimed, as the dragon splashed some water after he slowed down abruptly against a wave. The dragon's response to Sokka's complaint was, unsurprisingly, dunking both his riders underwater with a short dive, surfacing bare seconds later. Both Angela and Sokka were coughing and gasping, water rushing down their bodies as they scowled at the mischievous dragon. Xian. Angela snapped, and he only laughed proudly for it. Was that all you wanted to do, you wretched troublemaker? The dragon chuckled but shook his head. It was only a quick dousing of their silly arguments, one they deserved more often than they ever wanted to admit. Angela rolled her eyes at that claim, but Xin Long was far in the sea by now, enough that the bigger waves were growing more interesting to race against for the Dark Dragon. "This is weirder than sailing," Sokka said, as Xin Long began chasing the waves eagerly. "There's no real point to it, is there?" "Well," Angela said, squeezing water out of her ponytail just as Xin Long sighted a larger wave in the horizon. The dragon darted towards it, knowing it would build up with greater power than the rest had. Angela gritted her teeth, clutching at the reins. Sokka would have held on to Angela as he had a couple of days before, but he chose to grab the saddle railings this time, uncertain of what Xin Long's flight would result in. He swallowed hard, sensing they were gaining altitude to accompany the growing wave. "Shit, it's huge," he said. Angela nodded, though to her surprise, she was starting to look forward to this, whatever it was. The wave broke out, foam rushing at the tips of the wave's arch, and Xin Long sped further, also he could slide down the wave's wall. "Whoa!" Sokka shouted, glancing at his side in shock at first, then in awe. He had never been so close to such a large wave before. Daringly, he stretched out a hand and caressed the water superficially, a disbelieving grin spreading over his face. Xin Long kept them at a safe distance from the water as he sped faster through the wave's tunnel, enjoying the thrill as it threatened to finish rushing in on them. "Go, Xin, go!" Angela roared, though she found herself smiling wildly, her dragon's excitement powerfully contagious. The dragon sped up, faster and faster, and the water had nearly enveloped them completely, towering over them, but at last, Xin Long broke past the barrier, the wave weakened the further they went, and they escaped the water tunnel safely, laughing in amazed disbelief as Xin Long rose higher above the sea, proud of having shared one of his newest sources of entertainment with his two riders. "We have to do it again," Sokka exclaimed, grinning madly. His hair was growing frizzy, but he didn't seem to care, stoked by the experience just the same. Angela laughed at the sight of him, leaning close to kiss his lips. "I mean it." "One day we might, I suppose," Angela said, nestling against his chest as Xin Long made his way back to the grotto. "But if we spend all day riding waves, we're not getting to Shujing anytime soon, are we?" Oh, yeah, we can ride them there too, though," Sokka said, grinning. "I can't remember if the waves were that big, but we can check." "I'm sure Xin will love that," Angela said, stroking the dragon's hair again. He seemed to chuckle, his long tail wagging with excitement at the prospect of more fun at sea. "Thanks, Xin. I guess you were right to say we were missing out on something awesome, huh?" The dragon was pleased by Angela's gratitude, and he showed himself far more enthusiastic now about restarting their journey to Shujing. Angela and Sokka dressed Xin Long in his armor quickly as soon as he flew them back to the grotto, and when the saddle was in place, all packs neatly tied to the metal bars, the three took to the skies once more, gracefully floating above a calm sea, amidst white and soft clouds. The flight between the mainland and Firelight Town's island had been full of excitement and wonder. This one had a wholly different atmosphere to it, albeit both Sokka and Angela were even happier than when they'd first taken off. His arms were wrapped around her waist comfortably, lips frequently peppering her neck with kisses that heated her skin and warmed her heart. The necklace's weight was ever comforting, and having worn it with nearly no interruptions for almost 2 whole days filled Angela with a sense of accomplishment of the best kind. They didn't pause this time as they traveled towards the horizon, not wanting further interruptions until they reached Shujing. Angela checked their map on occasion, but it wasn't all that easy to navigate their way towards their destination when there was nothing but blue seas underneath them and blue skies beyond them. They didn't despair or worry, though, as they were still enjoying their private intimacy as best as they could. "I don't think we're off course, but I guess we'll know for sure once the first island comes into view," Angela commented, as she eyed the map carefully. Sokka smiled, fingers trailing over her flanks pleasantly. Her body reacted to his touch and he relished in it. "We've been flying in a straight line the whole time, haven't we?" Sokka asked. "We'll get there eventually. Air currents can sometimes interfere in navigating correctly," Angela said, expertly. Sokka chuckled at her serious tone. "So I think it's only natural to worry. Else we'll end up in the Earth Kingdom somewhere, after 10 hours of constant flight, or more. I don't know how long it'd take, honestly. Wouldn't be that terrible, winding up somewhere in the Earth Kingdom with you, Sokka said, holding her closely. Azula smiled, finally surrendering against his charming ways. Seeing as we've wound up in many weird Earth Kingdom places so far, I'm not that sure it wouldn't be, but it's not the worst idea anyhow, she said, breathing deeply and folding the map again. Either way, we'll have no choice but to wait until the first strip of land appears in the horizon, whenever it does. And while we wait, I must confess. Sokka whispered, his voice sultry. Had they been on solid ground, Azula would have been deeply tempted to pin him down and kiss him until they were both breathless. You're way too attractive for your own good, wife. I am, now. She asked, with a teasing smirk. What brought that about, if anything did? You're so good at reading maps, Sokka chuckled. It's stupid to find that so appealing, isn't it? But I love maps, and I love you, so I love when you're reading maps, and... She couldn't help but laugh too, relaxing in his embrace. Xianlong shook his head in disapproval, warning Azula not to do anything stupid while they were still on his back or he'd dump them into the sea. Naturally, that only brought the princess to laugh harder. You're so right. For me it's frightening sometimes, Sokka smiled as he held her, his face pressed to her shoulder. I'm not one for believing in destiny blindly as some do, but, when it comes to me and you, I kind of do. Ah, were we meant to be, then? Azula smiled, kissing his cheek. I'm not so sure that we were. Personally, if anything, we decided to make each other our destiny, if you want my honest opinion. Our past really may not be the greatest, but our future is quite promising, isn't it? If we're together through it all, no doubt it will be. Sokka smiled, kissing her brow again. But come on, our past has been pretty good in recent times, hasn't it? Considering how chaotic things seem to chase us everywhere we go, I can't say that I'd agree. Azula laughed. This is by far the easiest, smoothest trip we've ever been on. Might be a herald for the trips we'll take in the coming years, Sokka decided, grinning. I did say my life would be calm, and happy, and joyful. Now that I married you, I'm sure it can be all those things. Happy, joyful? Azula said, smiling with mischief. Yes. But calm? I question that claim completely, husband. Do you, now? Sokka smirked. What kind of chaos do you expect to wage upon our lives, then? Only the fun kind, I promise. Azula said, reaching for his hands so she could lace their fingers comfortably. I'll hold you to that, then, mischievous wife of mine, he whispered, seeking her lips for yet another long and thorough kiss. It still was hard to believe, and yet something deep inside their hearts shifted, burned, and changed every time they spoke such words to each other. Being married was exhilarating, even if the difference wasn't all that apparent on the surface. All the same, their souls felt closer to each other than they ever had been. After around 3 hours of flight, after which Azula's already sore legs were sorer still, they finally glimpsed land in the horizon. Xianlong gained altitude again, flying above the island at such distance that anyone who might spot him amidst the clouds might mistake him for a vulture or a hawk instead of a dragon. All right, how are we going to make sure it's Shujing if we're up here? Sokka asked, as they coursed through a wide, white cloud. Small droplets of water clung to their bodies as they traversed it, a light shower falling upon their skin. I suppose if Xianlong drops altitude very slowly we might. Whoa. Azula's answer was interrupted in the least expected of ways. Xianlong turned upside down, mid-flight, thrusting his body and those of his riders through the cloud they had been concealing behind. Instinct and impulse kept both Azula and Sokka on the saddle, as the princess grabbed onto the metal railings while Sokka's arms held firmly around her waist, their legs clinging to Xianlong as tightly as possible. What the hell, Xian? Sokka asked. The light, breezy spray of water they'd been basking in earlier had left them outright drenched after the dragon's latest stunt through the cloud. Unsurprisingly, Xianlong merely laughed proudly over his deed as they hung upside down in the sky, gravity claiming them as they struggled to glimpse whatever details they could of the island. As much as the dragon's mischief had been meant as a prank, most the clouds still camouflaged their bodies in the sky, enough that no one would be able to spot them unless they knew just where to look. I think we're too far south, actually, Azula said, already assessing the situation while Sokka continued to scold Xianlong. This isn't Shujing. Just a bit further and we'll make it. What is this place, then? Sokka asked her, moments before Xin Long straightened their flight and shot off to the northeast. "Come to think of it," Angela said, biting back a smile unsuccessfully, "we could drop by to visit it over the next few days. I think you'll like it." "Oh." Sokka smirked. His fingers grazed her abdomen suggestively, and Angela shivered pleasantly at his touch. "So it's a surprise." "A good surprise." "I have a pretty sound plan in mind," the princess declared, smirking proudly. "I'm sure you'll enjoy it." Well, I'm pretty sure no one knows me better than you," Sokka said, kissing Angela's neck softly. Her wet skin hardly seemed to bother her, for it had been a long ride under the scorching sun and the cloud's water had been quite refreshing. Thrills rushed down her spine when his lips nipped at her. "If the first days of my birthday celebration are anything to go by, you're going to excel at making me happy for the rest of the week too." "That's the essence of the plan." "Yes," Angela laughed. "How we'll get there is a whole other subject, but it's something we'll deal with once we know for sure whether Shujing is available for us or not." And they were going to find out soon enough. The rocky island they'd spotted had fallen behind by now, and a new strip of land loomed ahead. They'd never approached Shujing from this angle before, seeing as all their previous trips had taken them around the island into the docks at its easternmost end, but Sokka knew, after having lived in Shujing for the few months that he had, that there were no other settlements by the southern areas of the island. Instead, "Yep, we're here," he said, grinning proudly and pointing downwards. "That's the waterfall." Even at a distance it was apparent that it was beautiful, and Angela smiled appreciatively at it, as she guessed they'd visit it as well, so long as Piandeo's mansion remained empty for their use. They set their plan in motion, just as they had discussed. First, an aerial overview with Xin Long revealed there was no one in the mansion's gardens. It stood stalwart and lonely at a cliff in the middle of the island, right over the long, flowing river. Afterwards, the dragon backtracked, hiding in the wilderness near the waterfall, and the newlyweds walked together to the mansion, helping each other traverse the island's ridges covered in wild vegetation. "I suppose I shouldn't be remembering the first times we hiked through wilderness together right now." Sokka smiled, as he held out a hand for Angela and helped her down a small cluster of rocks. "But I don't think I can help myself." "Why's that?" Angela asked. "Do you think some porcupine will sneak up on us again?" "I promise I won't try to kill it this time, if it does." "Nice to know," Sokka laughed. "But no, I was actually remembering how we climbed down that waterfall back then, too." "Well, I managed to climb down, but then you fell. And you caught me, oh so heroically," Angela said, teasing him. Sokka laughed again, and she smiled fondly at him. "Did I even thank you for it?" "I think so, though you were a bit flustered," Sokka snickered. Angela rolled her eyes but yanked at the collar of his shirt, pulling him close so she could kiss his cheek. "Well, I'm over that particular fluster of mine by now, so I guess I'll thank you again for catching me," she whispered. "Seems to me I'm the hawk who will never drop you, and you're the turtle who will always catch me." Sokka smiled again, and once more his eyes glinted with that fondness that melted every defense Angela had already dropped for him. When he leaned close to kiss her lips, she couldn't hold back from wrapping her arms around his neck, returning his affections with such passion she nearly made them topple. He laughed against her mouth, but she continued to kiss him all the same, infused by the fire only he could start in her heart. They could have abused their current freedom, but Xin Long wouldn't allow it. As soon as the first moan escaped Angela's throat, the dragon began pestering her mind quite loudly, and while she would have gladly blocked him out to continue enjoying her kiss with Sokka, she knew he had a point. She pulled away unwillingly, though the blissful, goofy grin on her secret husband's face brought a smile to her own. "We're only halfway there, aren't we?" Angela said. Sokka chuckled and nodded. "And we can do a lot more of this once we're in Piandeo's mansion." "Yeah," he conceded, "we need to focus." "Easier said than done," Angela laughed, kissing his lips chastely once more, but urging him to restart walking alongside her. They carried onwards, fingers intertwined, until they'd climbed the cliff entirely and rounded the mansion to reach the wall's front doors. That, as well, evoked a memory that once had been infuriating and embarrassing for the princess. Now she thought of it fondly, even chuckling to herself as Sokka pushed the door open with his free hand. "No point in knocking if we think there's no one here," he said, smirking knowingly at her. "So no, I won't humor you by knocking as I did the first time, princess. I admit, I should have lightened up. Angela smiled, but you were far too incorrigible for your own good. Still are, actually. Now, I'm a proper husband, aren't I? He said, leading her inside the mansion. I haven't done anything bad enough to embarrass you since we got married, now, have I? Oh, sure. One full day of not embarrassing me must be a record for you, but we've mostly been alone through it, so I suppose that's why. Heh. You give me so little credit. Sokka huffed, shaking his head, but to his delight, Angela laughed and wrapped her arms around his hips, her body leaning into his. I've learned many things over the past years with you, one of them is to enjoy your ridiculousness as best as I can, she said, propping her head on his shoulder. So I demand that you continue being embarrassing, for that means I'll have more fun memories to laugh about in the future. Heh. If that's truly what you want. Sokka snickered, wiggling his eyebrows. Again he compelled his wife to laugh, and they shared a quick kiss before focusing again, when Angela was nudged mentally by Xin Long once more. Okay, so, the grass is terribly uneven, Angela commented, as they made their way through the mansion's courtyards. No open windows this time, Sokka pointed out. That's how I suspected that family was here, the last time we came. And it looks like no one's cleaned up in a fairly long time, Angela said, staring at the training area where she had seen Sokka and Piandao sparring long ago. It was covered in dirt by now, even a few animal droppings here and there. The latter made her grimace in distaste. All right, we ought to check every room thoroughly, Sokka said, smiling proudly, but I think it's empty. I really do. And for once, you're stoked about that, Angela smiled. Sokka chuckled and kissed her brow. I can barely believe we've come back here like this, but, it's only fitting, isn't it? He whispered, this is, after all, the place where our relationship began for good. Oh, it is, true enough, Angela conceded, surprised by not having made the connection sooner. Sokka grinned happily and pulled her into a gentle embrace. It's been a long time, and we've both changed a ton since then. He said, stroking her hair gently, but if anything about what I felt that day has changed, it's only because every day that goes by I love you more than the day before. When Piandao left I thought I'd be lost forever without a mentor to guide me. Turns out what I really needed was a partner to walk beside, and she'd been there all along, without my awareness. She wasn't aware of it either, mind you, Angela said, fingers caressing his body at leisure until she held his face delicately in her hands. Begs the question if he did know that's what we needed, and if that's why he left, but we've theorized plenty about that as it is, haven't we? Heh. If he really did want us to get together, we're only honoring his wishes by desecrating his mansion as we shall. Sokka snickered proudly, and Angela laughed too as she pressed her face to his chest. They only separated so they could cover more ground. There were many rooms in the mansion, and they'd be quicker about verifying there was no one home if they split up. What little furniture remained was covered in dust, but otherwise the building was as pristine as it ever had been. The family that had stayed here had left a small message behind, one Angela found in the empty kitchen, asking any newcomers to look after their former home, but other than that, the mansion was virtually the same as it had been when they last visited it. Sokka checked most rooms in the western area of the mansion, leaving his own for last. It was the first place in the Fire Nation where he'd felt at ease. He'd had a bed for himself, soft and comfy, with enough closet space to store more clothes than he'd had at the time, wide windows through which the occasional blow of the wind helped cool down the generally hot environment of the Fire Nation. That same bed was here now, as well as the same empty closet and the same large windows. Only, the man who would lie on it would certainly not be the same who had been here almost 4 years ago. He smiled, inevitably, remembering the early days of his tenure as Angela's gladiator. He had been stubborn, distrustful, but ever willing to make the most of the benefits that came from her sponsorship. All along, he had clung to the hopes of finding his way back home to his family one day, even if he wasn't sure they'd want him at all. Before he knew it, the journey towards that objective had become more gratifying than any experience in his life thus far, to the point where the objective itself had paled and weakened in comparison. The woman who had first brought him here, cold and harsh as she had been, had come back with him now as a warm beacon of light, bright enough to lead not just him, but their entire world out of darkness. She had taken a broken man and helped him grow strong enough on every possible level until he felt whole again. Nothing he ever did or said would be enough to thank her for everything she'd done for him. It seemed fitting to share this bed with her now, after all those years. Letting Angela into his life, into every shadow and crevice, had changed him completely. Back when he had lived in the Water Tribe he had felt restless, uneasy by having no power to affect the world. After being captured, and enduring the horrors of Huiyi, he had outright longed for a death he lacked the courage to chase after himself. He had never been satisfied with his circumstances, on different degrees, until he had found a purpose by Angela's side. As much as he loved his family, it was inevitable for him to feel that he truly belonged with her, no matter where they might be. And that should be the ideal reason to marry someone, he guessed, with a growing grin as he left the room, hoping to entice her into it as soon as possible. The more he pondered the way their world had changed since their prior visits to the mansion, the more he longed to take her into his arms and give himself to her completely. Angela. He called her, as he wandered the main halls. There's no one down here. So, any chance I can interest you in a tour of my old bedroom? He teased her mischievously with that last suggestion, hoping that would do the trick, but Angela's response took him by surprise regardless of his intent. I'm quite interested, came her voice, from above. Sokka frowned, stepping out into the open training courtyard, expecting to find Angela in one of the windows of the taller towers, but I think I have a proposition you'll enjoy for now, too. Finally, he spotted her, on the roof. Even from several floors down, Sokka glimpsed the tender grin on her face. Well, well. Found your way to the roof, did you? He asked. And the sunset's quite a sight to behold, if you must know. Angela teased him, smirking. Care to join me? She didn't have to ask twice. Sokka's wild grin was only visible for a few moments before he raced indoors again, and Angela laughed to herself, knowing he would be with her on the roof sooner than later, the same roof where he had told her, without holding back, that he was in love with her. Angela smiled as she gazed at the sun as it sank in the horizon, hands on the red gables of the mansion's elegant roof. It was strange that Shujing would hold so many fond memories, despite the bulk of their journey together had happened in many other places. Yet this building had become another safe haven for them, one more location where their love could be safe and protected. She heard Sokka climbing the stairs, and she merely smiled at the sounds while watching Xin Long sneaking into the mansion very cautiously, remaining level with the ground so no one from the village to the east might spot him. There was no doubt he'd be much happier here than in Firelight's Island, and he even seemed to prance once he was within the safety of the building's walls. He wasted no time chasing insects through the unkempt gardens, one of his very favorite things to do. Whoa, that's a sight. Sokka's voice reached her once he was in the roof with her again. Angela smiled and nodded, the purple, pink and orange streaked skies spreading before them. Firelight was beautiful, but Shujing certainly has little reason to envy it. Angela smiled. You can even see some of the waterfall from here, but I bet it looks better up close. Surely, but I wasn't talking about the landscape. Angela smirked knowingly, rolling her eyes and shaking her head at the sound of his chuckles. His arms slipped around her waist and she melted into his embrace without any resistance. Sokka's lips pressed against her temples, and he closed his eyes while taking in the scent of her hair. We've made it, huh? She whispered. Sokka nodded, a thumb stroking her hip enticingly. The first time we came here we were begrudging allies. Now we're married, he smiled, and I, for one, wouldn't have it any other way. Nor would I, Angela admitted, turning in his arms. Perhaps the sunset wasn't all that beautiful compared to the handsome man holding her right now. The lights danced over his features, and his hair fell gracefully over his face. Those gentle smiles he ever offered her, the depth in those blue eyes that had charmed her so easily even in their early partnership, all of it had grown more beckoning than it had been initially. Knowing she was his, completely, filled her heart with a joyful peace she had never known before. Her hand traveled over his chest before she wrapped her arm around his neck, pulling him closer. Sokka cut the distance between them sharply, his soft lips trapping hers in a delectable kiss that stole her breath away. She wanted nothing less. His heartbeat raced alongside her own. She felt it as her breasts pressed into his chest. Warmth spread inside her, from the very depths of her heart to the tips of her fingers and toes, and again it felt like she was an entity comprised by the purest golden fire. He had cast the most delightful spell upon her senses, one that compelled her to continue kissing him deeply, giving herself completely to him as she felt so close to him their very shapes could blend together into a single one. The skies darkened slowly, a mischievous dragon kept chasing bugs down in the gardens, and the nighttime activities in Shujing's town began, but the two lovers remained enthralled, wrapped up in each other's arms, basking in the breathtaking kisses they shared, reaffirming their love through them, as they ever did. One kiss on this roof, years ago, had cemented their certainty that they wanted no one but each other. One more kiss on this roof now was but a promise of further happiness to come, after the sunset on one whole day they had shared as husband and wife. Chapter 193, Return to Shujing 6. She had been so exhausted she hadn't woken up well until mid-morning. Her body was sore all over, both because of the long dragon ride and the relentless nighttime action she'd basked in with her lover. The last thought brought a smile to her face as she stretched under the thin sheet that had covered her naked body. She had no idea how many love bites she'd sport across her skin by now, each of them a small souvenir Sokka had left her over his generous love-making. But as she reached out to her right, seeking him on the mattress, her hand found nothing. She groaned in displeasure, for his absence was one unbearable blemish in what otherwise might be the perfect morning. Where on earth had he taken off to? Had she really been so tired he had gotten up before she did? That was unusual. Sokka was generally so much lazier than her. Azula sighed and sat up on the bed, allowing the covers to flow downwards over her body. She failed to locate Sokka within the bedroom once she opened her eyes, and she couldn't help but pout disapprovingly. 7 days of freedom, and he had decided not to wake up with her for one of them? Unacceptable. Where the hell are you? She groaned, pushing herself off the bed. Her legs felt hazy and heavy, an obvious consequence of the excessive activity she'd given them recently. She exercised more than most people, yet such had been the overwhelming passion they'd given themselves to over the last 3 days that her muscles resented her for it. As far as she was concerned, they were free to continue doing as much. She didn't bother putting on clothes, surprising herself with her own boldness. Yet there was no need to cover up as long as they were behind the walls of Piandeo's mansion. Showing off her naked body might just be enough to make a point to Sokka about what he was missing out on by getting up without waking her. So she walked barefooted, hearing the soft chirping of birds accompanying the rumor of the waterfall in the distance. The air in the mansion was surprisingly not stale, despite how long it had remained closed up after the last occupants had left. The sun was strong outside, but the fresh currents of air within the building cooled down the temperature, keeping it at a comfortable level for the princess as she made her way to the kitchen. She had heard some sounds in that direction, and if there was something she had learned about Sokka since the earliest days of their partnership, it was how important meals were for the Water Tribe man. He was dressed when she came across him, though his shirt hung open as he leaned over the kitchen table. He had several bags with him, and Azula could see the outline of different ingredients in them. She felt a lot more lenient upon realizing he had left to find food for them, and she smiled as she watched him pick through the groceries diligently. "What a dutiful husband," she said, startling him. He jumped and glanced up at her, cheeks flushing before he offered her a grin of his own. "I would give you grief for not being in bed with me, but I guess I can cut you some slack if it was for our breakfast's sake." You're really walking around this place naked?" he said, with a disbelieving grin. "Not quite. I'm still wearing the betrothal necklace, aren't I?" Azula asked, teasingly. Sokka laughed. "Damn, Azula. You're making it very easy for me to choose sticking to plan A for the rest of the week." "Flattering to know," Azula laughed. "You ought to be naked too, as far as I'm concerned." "I guess I could be, but I had to go into town to buy this and I didn't think it'd be a good idea not to wear clothes for that," he chuckled. "Sorry I wasn't there when you woke up, though. I wanted to be, I had everything planned and all." "Did you, now?" Azula asked, walking up to him and pressing a kiss to his cheek. Sokka turned his face quickly, seeking her lips with the same agility he often showcased in the arena. She smiled, relinquishing the victory for him immediately as she basked in the greedy kisses he placed upon her mouth. "I really wanted to bring you breakfast in bed," he laughed when he finally gave her some respite, "and if it turned into something else, well, no one would have complained, you can be sure of that," Azula said, cupping his cheek gently. Small hairs were growing over his jawline and upper lip, for he hadn't shaved yet. "I guess we can just do it in the kitchen instead." Not like anyone's going to complain about that either, Sokka snickered, pressing one more kiss to her brow. Slept well. If I sleep with you, I always sleep well, Azula sighed happily, dropping her head on his shoulder. Too well, some might say. I generally wake up earlier than this, but you tired me out as you pleased last night, mischievous husband. Now, my old room was begging to be defiled that way, Sokka smirked. Remember how flustered you were when you first saw me shirtless? Ugh, you'll never let that one go, will you? Azula sighed, rolling her eyes. Sokka chuckled and shook his head. Damn right I won't, he said. You and I both know the only solution for that particular predicament of yours was exactly what we did last night. Oh, I beg to differ, Azula smirked. Last night we were far too loving. At the time I would have likely preferred a wilder kind of tryst instead. Is that so? Sokka asked, with an amused grin. Well, princess. So young and innocent you were, but dreaming of being pinned to walls by southern savages all the same. I'm not so young anymore, let alone innocent, and I dream of it just the same. Azula slipped her hands down his body, seeking the hem of his shirt stealthily. Sokka snickered and wrapped an arm around her waist before kissing her deeply again. His tongue danced around hers, teasingly, temptingly, making quite a strong case for forgetting about the food and doing exactly what Azula had hoped for when she had woken up moments earlier, but she pulled away regardless of her heart's desires. She did want this, but the idea she'd had the previous day would allow for it as well. Where do you think you're going, huh? Sokka asked, still seeking her lips with his own, eyes closed. Azula laughed as she lowered her head, and his kisses fell upon her cheeks, nose, and brow instead. No need to worry about where I'm going, because unlike you, I'm bringing you with me, Azula said, stepping away from Sokka. We should eat, the day will get away from us again at this rate. But I thought you wanted. Sokka started, pouting. Azula smirked. Yes, I want it, but I gave you a spectacle just now, and I think I deserve one of my own, she said. Sokka blinked a few times, eyeing her naked body before shrugging. I mean, sure, I could just take off my clothes and... Oh, no. On my terms, Sokka, Azula declared, proudly. Sokka snorted. What's that supposed to mean? He said, amused and curious. It means we're heading out into town together after breakfast, and then... Azula said, with a growing smirk. You'll see. Will I, now? He asked, shaking his head. Here I thought my birthday was about pleasing me, huh? Why, you're the one who keeps forgetting that, seeing how generous you've been in bed. Well, pleasing you pleases me, so... If that's the case, you should have nothing to worry about when it comes to humoring this whim of mine, Azula declared, grinning. Sokka snorted and rolled his eyes, but he drew up his hands and shook his head in defeat. Fine. You win, like you always do, he said, leaning down to kiss her one more time. He didn't let her off the hook all that easily, though. He snuck a hand up to caress one of her breasts suddenly, taking her by surprise just before he did the same with her buttock. She gasped breathlessly, looking at him with a mix of arousal and indignation, and he only answered with a knowing smirk, kneading her curves shamelessly, and just as suddenly as he'd started it, he withdrew his hands and stepped away to prepare their meal. Azula bit her lip and stifled a smile, one fist tightening at the desire he could awaken inside her so easily. On one hand, her dignity demanded that he shouldn't touch her so boldly, but what woman could claim to have any dignity left when she had deliberately sought to taunt her husband by being naked? As it was, she was better off admitting, if just to herself, that she liked it when he touched her so boldly and carelessly whenever she had her guard down. The lack of protest, of defense banter against his wicked teasing, spoke lengths to Sokka. He smirked as he set the table with whatever plates he had been able to find in the cabinets. He washed them thoroughly before using them, and he gathered the easiest eaten food, bread and fruit, before calling Azula to him. She was flustered still, but she joined him regardless, biting her lip as he sat before the low table and ushered her to do the same thing. It seemed as though they were holding an unspoken contest to tempt each other, for Azula chose no better place to sit than on Sokka's lap. He snorted, wrapping his arms around her body as she pressed a kiss to the tip of his nose. So, can I get a hint of what's coming today? Sokka asked, picking up an apple and offering it to Azula. She bit it slowly, eyes set on him all along, and his heart skipped a beat under her golden gaze. A hint, you say? She smiled. Here I thought we'd teased each other enough so far through this morning that you wouldn't need that much more of a hint. Come on, Sokka smirked. You just said we'll head into town, didn't you? Therefore, you have something else in mind. Why, who says Plan B doesn't feature a few elements from Plan A anyhow? Azula smiled, kissing his lips softly before bringing a small bread bun to his mouth. Now nevertheless, I guess another hint is in order, for enough reasons. And that hint is, you'll need your swimsuit. Oh? Really, now? Sokka asked, an eager grin across his face as he took the bread in his hand. Azula laughed, nodding weakly. We're headed to the waterfall, then. No, not today at least. Maybe tomorrow, if you're up for it, Azula said, reaching for another bread bun for herself. Heh, I'll be up for it. For anything, really, Sokka snickered, though. I must say, I kind of feel like we should clean up around here, at least a bit. Maybe not all the rooms, but it's probably good to keep the place decent. I suppose, though I'm not much good at cleaning up, Azula grimaced. As you well know, princesses like myself aren't particularly renowned for how skilled they are at doing chores. Neither are savages like myself, Sokka smirked, though I must be twice as bad at it as you are, seeing as I'm both a savage and a prince. Oh, sure, you'll keep on trying to pull that on me, Azula said, smirking. I asked Zuko, you know? Back in Whaletail Island. He said neither you nor your sister are treated as royalty because the chiefs down south are chosen by merits, not by belonging to any superior bloodlines, so. Hey, now, you're really going to trust Zuko's word over my own? Your brother, whom you've ridiculed throughout your whole life? Sokka asked, laughing. Azula sighed and rolled her eyes, though she couldn't mask her amusement. I suppose you have a point, but he had no reason to lie, did he? Azula asked. Not to mention he's no good at it. I would have known he was being dishonest right away. Maybe he wasn't lying, maybe he just doesn't grasp the way things work down south, Sokka suggested, with a playful grin. Azula chuckled and shook her head, pecking his lips once again. You know what, you stubborn man. She said, you are a prince, all right. Wait, now, you acknowledged it, at last. Sokka smirked, proudly. Because you married a princess, that is. Therefore, you've become a prince through marriage, Azula said, beaming. You've only been a real prince for 2 days now, but it suits you fine, doesn't it? Hey now. That's not. I'm a prince back home anyhow. Sokka pouted, as Azula laughed and pressed kisses happily against his neck. They finished their meal amidst jokes and teasing, but the good-mannered and playful banter would turn physical often. By the time the table was empty and their stomachs full, the two lovers were kissing relentlessly on the floor, with Sokka's hands traveling over Azula's bare body lustfully. She responded to his touch constantly, no further thoughts given to protecting her pride or so-called dignity, and he thrived in satisfying the desires she was so in tune with right now. And yet, say, weren't we going to do something else today? Sokka asked as he nibbled Azula's neck, hands again working on her full breasts. Azula groaned but nodded, pushing him away almost reluctantly. Not too different from this, but yes, she said, breathing out with difficulty. Sokka snickered proudly at the blush across her cheeks. Witnessing the effect he had on her was always thrilling. Okay. I have to, get dressed. Put on your swimsuit too, and then we're taking off. On Xin Long? Sokka asked, hands still reaching to caress her thighs and hips. Despite her common sense warned her otherwise, Azula closed her eyes and enjoyed the feel of his hands over her heated body. No, not on Xin Long, at least not right away. Azula whispered, he'll catch up with us at our destination. And how are we going to get there? Sokka asked, amused. Azula smirked. That's just another part of the adventure, she declared, finally reclaiming enough control to kiss Sokka's lips quickly before pushing herself up to her feet. All right. I'm getting dressed. And you ought to get moving, too. Okay, said Sokka, grinning and following her to the bedroom. You do realize, though, that you're to blame for how easily sidetracked we've been? You can't be so gorgeous in front of your horny husband and expect him not to react to it, princess. Oh, I wanted a reaction, Make no mistake, Angela smiled, pushing the door open. I'm quite delighted to find I have such a powerful effect on you, and if it means you won't know how to keep your hands to yourself, all the better. So, you do want me to grope you inappropriately, huh? Sokka smirked, reaching to cup her butt cheek. Angela moaned softly and leaned into his hand, prompting him to chuckle. My. Is this the real difference between marriage and everything else? You're finally shameless about your pleasures, just like I am. Must be. Angela smirked. As fun as it is to fight with you over anything and everything, I think I enjoy your groping far too much to be dishonest about loving it by now. Sokka snickered, but he didn't press on, deciding to give Angela the space she'd need to get dressed. Otherwise they'd certainly fall into bed again to reprise last night's events, and as tempting as that was, Sokka was rather curious about what Angela had in store for him today. She went all out on him, though, wearing an unusual skirt rather than her preferred trousers, with a top that left her arms, neck, and midriff bare. It was, quite possibly, the lightest outfit he'd ever seen her wear, and the most revealing one too. The eagerness to strip her naked all over again was so strong he was nearly overcome by his carnal instincts, and yet he held back, knowing she had something good in store. He would just have to keep any potential erections at bay for as long as possible, even if she made it ridiculously difficult when she was dressed like this. Okay. I can be civilized. Sometimes. Most times, Sokka whispered to himself, biting his lip and averting his gaze from Angela as she tried to assemble her hair into her typical half knot. Just don't look at her much, that's all. What are you mumbling about? Angela smiled. Get over here and help me with my hair, will you? Ugh, goodness, you temptress. He sighed, walking towards her and obeying her wishes as he ever did. Why do you have to go and dress like this for, huh? You'd better have planned ahead for a lot of sex through the day, because I don't think I'll be able to survive otherwise. I did. You needn't worry, Angela smiled. You can walk through Shujing with a boner just fine, can't you? I will have to. Not sure how fine it'll be, but sure. Sokka said, with a sarcastic smile. And why exactly are you going to make me walk through the town like this, princess? Because we're headed to the port, Angela declared. Sokka had finished composing her half knot to find her hair wasn't quite as perfectly neat as ever before. He whistled in surprise at the gentle curls it had acquired. Yeah, it can get wavy when it's very humid, and in really hot days. Well, I take it's a premonition for the really humid and hot day we're about to have. If so, Sokka smirked. Angela laughed and turned to face him, hands moving to his chest. Your mind is the filthiest of all, and I love it, she said, kissing him softly. Shall we? Your wish is my command, he said, grinning proudly and offering his hand to Angela, as he ever did. They walked to Shujing's town hand in hand. Sokka hoped, truly, that they wouldn't bump into a lot of people, for he wasn't sure his erection was properly concealed under his clothes. But the pleased smile on Angela's face was enough to do away with his doubts and concerns. She was so beautiful his heart ached at times, and so seductive his groin raged terribly often, too. In truth, he never expected love and lust to blend so well within him, but it was something Angela alone could be credited for. No one in Shujing had recognized him earlier when he had bought groceries, and no one did now, either. He had seldom visited the town while training with Piandao, and he guessed he hadn't made much of an impression on the locals back in the day anyhow. As for Angela, without her hairpiece, her incognito identity was always a guaranteed success. It took them around 15 minutes of walking to reach the island's port. It was nearly empty, something that worried Angela briefly, but an old fisherman was nearby, hauling in the net with the result of his outing from that morning. The princess smiled and urged Sokka to accompany her as she strode towards the older man, who was puzzled by the pair of strangers who approached him. May I help you? He asked. Good day to you. Do you think you could rent us your boat? Sokka's eyes widened upon Angela's request. How clear it was that her naked body, and then her suggestive outfit, had done a number on his brain. He should have guessed all along this was what she was up to. Oh? My boat? You wish to go fishing, lady? Asked the old man. Angela laughed and shook her head. No, I only wish to visit a nearby island, she said. My husband here, he knows how to sail, but we've never really had a chance for him to show me his skills. I thought we had a grand opportunity for that today, if you'll comply, that is. We wouldn't wish to impose, and it would only be for one day. Said the old man, tapping his chin before shrugging. Well, as long as you pay me, I guess there's no harm in it. Though make sure not to damage it, eh? And, you're married, you said? That's right, Angela said. The man grimaced. For how long have you been wed? If I can ask. About 2 days, actually, Sokka admitted, grinning awkwardly. The old man's eyes widened. Gee. Well, just try to keep the boat clean, if you can. He said. Angela laughed softly and nodded before handing the man several coins. Is that all right? She asked. It'd be the first half of the money, we'd give you the second half once we return. Why you, yes. This is, whoa. Said the man, his eyes gleaming with greed now at Angela's generous spending. Sokka snickered as he made his way through the pier to the only available fishing boat. It was small and humble, but it would suffice for their purposes. It wasn't anywhere near as versatile as a water tribe longboat, which were fast and sturdy, but it didn't have to be. The sails and ropes were no more complex than the ones he was used to, and as soon as he jumped aboard he felt at ease, connected with the ocean in a way he didn't whenever he rode on Angela's massive barge instead. Angela smiled as she watched him inspecting the ship. The old man continued to thank her for the money, reassuring her now that it'd be fine if they were out late with the boat, and even asking if they'd like to rent it some more in future days. She merely smiled politely, letting him know she'd consider his offer before thanking him and approaching the pier while Sokka continued to work on the small boat. Think you can do it, then? She asked. Sokka grinned and nodded. Hop on, sailor, he smirked. Angela laughed and did as he told her. She leapt into his arms, for he spread them for her. She kissed him quickly, the warmth in his smile and eyes stirred her heart like nothing else could. All right. Do you need me to do anything to help you, or? She said. Sokka shook his head and smirked, moving to untie the boat. Just sit tight, Angela, he said. We're about to sail into. Where to, actually? The island we flew over yesterday, Angela smiled, meaning, we'll have to go around Shujing completely. That's a lot of shirtless sailing, huh? Sokka asked, wiggling his eyebrows. Angela's smile was nearly as lecherous as his own. Oh, say what you will, princess, but your mind's in the gutter just as well as mine is. We're newlyweds, Sokka, we're allowed to fuck each other senseless without restraint for a few months. At least, I'd think so. She laughed, as she made her way to the prow of the boat and took her seat there. Oh, I sure hope you're right, Sokka chuckled, though I don't think that would be enough for us, really. Years, maybe, or even a couple of decades, might be we'll need to do it in our next lives, even. Ah, that sounds like a dream come true, Angela said, smiling peacefully as Sokka snickered and pushed them away from the pier. The boat swayed in the water, proving far more unstable than the ships Angela had ridden on so far. But Sokka knew exactly what he was doing as he steered them out of Shujing's Bay. Only when they were at a fair distance from the port did he remove his shirt, basking in Angela's mischievous laughter as she licked her lips at the sight. That's just what a woman needs, she said, cocking her head sideways as she took in the firm and toned muscles across his body. Sokka couldn't help but snicker at her words, never truly having expected to be every bit as tempting for her as she was for him. He steered the boat skillfully, working with the wind in the sails, always knowing how to angle them to make the most of the breeze's power. They coursed over waves, and on occasion they would be sprayed by sea water indeed. While Angela couldn't quite enjoy the sight of the spray falling on Sokka's skin, for she was busy shielding her eyes from the droplets, seeing the aftermath was still every bit as stimulating as watching it happen, it seemed. Water glistened over his body under the powerful midday sun, and his skin was bright and inviting. How she longed to run her mouth across him. At times it surprised her that her desire for Sokka would still be so overpowering after all this time, but that toned, strong body, and that deviously handsome face always elicited all her desire, regardless of how many times she had made him hers over the years. Xian Long caught up with them halfway through their journey, flying over the sea again and racing the waves alongside the boat. The dragon was thrilled to be part of their trip, though he wasn't quite so happy for the charged sexual intent his rider and her lover were currently stemming in. Sokka had enjoyed putting on his sailing show for Azula, but on occasion he'd lose himself staring at her, the line of cleavage drawn up by her current outfit, the cut of the skirt right above her knees, the way her wavy hair fell upon her shoulders, and then it'd take a moment for him to snap out of his daze, usually only possible because Azula outright spoke to him, teasing him, or complimenting him on his sailing skills. By the time Shujing was behind them, Azula had decided she'd had enough of sitting on the boat and urged Sokka to teach her the ropes, quite literally too. He hadn't been all that willing to comply at first, for even glancing at her on occasion was wreaking havoc all over his focus while sailing, but he surrendered anyway. He explained the basics of sailing as thoroughly as he'd explained it with the hot air balloon, and while some part of Azula was mostly eager to be close to him, to feel his hands guiding hers over the ropes as they steered the small vessel, there was an inevitable surge of curiosity from her more bookish side, ever delighted to learn new things, most of all if it was Sokka who taught them to her. "So, is this it?" Sokka asked, once they were close enough to the island to take in its large rocky walls and cliffs. "Doesn't look all that fun from here, Azula. Did you want this to be a sailing exercise or something? Do you think we can dock somewhere?" Azula said, biting her lip. "Xian Long will fly us in. You'll change your mind about how fun this place is once he does." "Heh. I'll hold you to that." Sokka smiled as he worked to steer the boat again. Azula's hands were raspy after handling the ropes. While Sokka had been working longer than she had, he seemed much more accustomed to that kind of discomfort, enough that he could ignore it altogether. His muscles continued to tense as he led the boat towards a small rocky opening within the island, where he hoped to find something sturdy enough to tie the fishing boat to. By now, sweat and salt water were mixed over his dark skin and Azula's mouth watered at the sight. This had been a brilliant and terrible idea on equal measure, for she was utterly entranced by her handsome husband and struggling to string together more than two thoughts, one of which was consistently related to how impossibly attractive he was. "And here we go," Sokka said, smiling as he jumped off the boat, wading through the water on his way to a sizable rock on the shore. "Are you as good with knots as you are with boats?" Azula asked, nonchalantly. Sokka snorted and gazed at her over his shoulder, already working to tie the boat to the rock he'd chosen. "Why? Are you expecting the boat to glide off while we're not paying attention? If I'm not?" "Well, no, and even if it did I'm sure Xian Long would track it down quickly enough," Azula said, shrugging. "It's, academic interest, you could say." "Academic?" Sokka sneered, staring at her in disbelief. "You only ever say that kind of stuff when you're, oh. Huh. We have actually talked about tying each other up, but I don't think we've really." "Oh, now, I had the most innocent intentions in mind, excuse you," Azula claimed, though the pleased smirk on her face betrayed her lie easily. Sokka laughed, shaking his head and returning to his work. Water trailed down his hair elegantly, and Azula longed to run her fingers through those luscious tresses. Xian Long landed next to Sokka, deciding quite wisely that the boat was a dangerous landing site. Therefore, Azula had no choice but to jump into the water so she could climb on her dragon's saddle. The water felt refreshing against her heated skin. The sun truly was merciless around these parts. What's a savage supposed to do with his princess wife when she's all wet like that?" Sokka smirked. Azula smiled back, patting his chest and leaning close to him. "Here I thought you of all men, savage husband, knew exactly what to do with a wet woman. You've proven it to me countless times so far, after all." He snickered at her words, just as she knew he would. But before they could move forward any further, Xian Long grunted and urged them to jump on his saddle. Azula settled for a quick kiss to the corner of Sokka's mouth before following suit with the dragon's demand. Once they were both seated, Xian Long flew over the wall of the island, nearly trotting against the rocks as he made his way to the top. "So, what exactly is it we hope to find here?" Sokka asked, amused. "Patience, Sokka," Azula whispered, leaning against him. The thin clothes she wore almost made her feel naked against him, and Sokka, daring and bold, dared slip his fingers over her exposed midriff, feeling for her toned abs. "Hard to be, with a princess wife as beautiful as you sitting right in front of me," he hummed. Unsurprisingly, Xian Long jolted and startled him, and Azula laughed as the dragon warned Sokka not to try any of his mating with Azula while they were flying still. "Gee, you're a true killjoy, aren't you, Xian?" "Well, think of it from his point of view, Angela said, raising her eyebrows. If you were carrying a pair of horny assholes somewhere, you'd think they'd at least have the decency not to get on with their business while they're on your back, right? Fair enough, Sokka admitted, chuckling. By then, Xianlong had risen high enough to pass the top of the island's walls. Tall mountains rose before them, and beyond them stood unusual pillars of stone. Sokka frowned, his curiosity stoked by them. Were they here to study these rocks? Were he any other man he might have found the idea utterly disappointing, but he was genuinely intrigued by the formations. That's weird. Looks like the work of earthbenders, Sokka said. Angela shrugged. It might have been, who knows? Maybe from ages past. She said. So, we're not here to look at these fancy rocks. Sokka smiled. Well, you're free to do that, if you choose, Angela said. I, for one, was far more intrigued by the hot spring cove up ahead. Whoa! Hot springs! Sokka exclaimed, beaming. Angela's laughter at his reaction rang delightfully in his ears. Damn, you were right, this is a great idea. Absolutely. This time we can enjoy them properly. Both of us, Angela smiled, kissing his lips softly. Sokka responded to her kiss before nodding enthusiastically, as Xianlong finally reached the massive pool of water. The dragon dove carefully, landing by the edges of the water. Knowing his rider as well as he did, he urged Angela to relieve him of his saddle first before getting on with her business, and the princess complied. With Sokka's help, before long, the dark dragon was dipping and diving through the cove, a joyful grin on his face as he bathed in waters warm enough for his liking. Well, if Xianlong approves, it's got to be good, huh? Sokka smiled, glancing at Angela. His jaw dropped, though, for she was already in the process of stripping down to her swimsuit, a two-piece that exhibited her firm body perfectly for his longing gaze. She glanced over at him innocently, halfway through removing her top. You were saying something? She asked. He looked at her in disbelief before laughing, biting his lower lip in anticipation. You're really on fire today, aren't you? Oh, if I were, I could easily put it out. Don't you dare put it out, Sokka laughed. Angela joined his laughter too, finishing taking off the top and undoing her skirt next. The desire in his eyes would have been staggering, if only Angela hadn't borne the same quality of it in her own. He took off his trousers as well, and he was left in just his swimsuit. His shirt had stayed behind in the boat, after all. Angela had already jumped into the water, swimming in much more relaxation than when they'd visited other secluded hot springs over a year ago. The pool of water was much wider and not quite as hot as the ones from the mainland, enabling them to swim far more freely and openly, and of course, to race each other, as things inevitably developed when Angela's leisurely swim was interrupted by a much hastier swimmer rushing past her. Oh, now, this is what we're doing? Really? She asked, amused. As much as she enjoyed their seductive games, there were few things she found as tempting as challenges issued by the man she loved. And so, she took him up on his challenge indeed, speeding up and struggling to catch up to him. She was impressed by how fast he proved to be, though it wasn't all that surprising. It seemed fitting for a water tribesman to be a good swimmer. By the time they reached the patch of land and rocks at the center of the pool, they were panting heavily, the efforts weighing on their already tired limbs, but their smiles were bright and wide. Well, well. Fire Nation princesses sure can swim, Sokka admitted, laughing as he dropped on the rocky grounds. Angela climbed up to the shore beside him, water dripping down her body. Again, his greedy gaze made her stomach flutter in the most pleasant of ways. So can water tribe savages, she teased. I'd think it's natural you'd know how, but truthfully, I'm curious, how does a water tribesman learn to swim in an icy pool? It's already in our systems. We don't even need to practice, we're just perfect swimmers right off the bat, Sokka claimed. Angela snorted derisively and he chuckled. Okay, my dad did take me and Katara to a nearby island for practice, back when we were really young. It's how all our kids are taught. Truthfully, I hadn't swum properly in so damn long. I owe you for that, Angela. You owe me nothing, Angela whispered, kneeling beside him. This is a gift, remember? Your birthday's in 2 days, after all. The more gifts I can give you before then, the better. Is that so? Sokka asked, amused. What else do you have in mind? Oh, off the top of my head. Azula said, nonchalantly. Her lips were on his before he could say another word. He laughed against her mouth at first, grateful for this particular gift as he ever was, for few things could make his days better than being kissed by Azula, but it stopped being quite so funny when her hands reached for his thighs, stirring the arousal he'd kept on hold for now. Azula! He gasped, and she moaned suggestively into his mouth. You don't think it was all for show, do you? She asked. Let me make you mine. The hell are you talking about? He gasped between their heated kisses. I've always been yours. She smiled knowingly, as did he, before diving in for another long kiss, where her tongue jousted against his, their lips locked until they were breathless, only to return to each other's lips mere instants after catching their breaths again. But Azula's hands weren't idle after this. She trailed over his strong legs, moaning in approval at how muscular they were, before reaching into his swimsuit and taking his hardening shaft into her hands. Sokka broke the kiss then, eyes inquisitive, yet clouded with desire at the same time. Her amused excitement was the only answer he received for his wordless question, for the princess's full lips began trailing kisses down his jaw and neck, hands pumping his cock carefully. Breaths escaped him as he braced himself against the building arousal, and he wanted to keep his eyes open, so he could make sure he wouldn't miss a second of gazing at her when she was as temptingly beautiful as she was right now, but the pleasure was overwhelming, even when this tryst was barely beginning. Oh, you're getting payback as soon as possible, you hear me? He whispered. Azula smiled approvingly, her lips lavishing over his collarbone by now. I'll look forward to that, she whispered, licking at the pearls of water and sweat over his body. He allowed himself to fall back on the ground fully, and his fingers trailed over her body just as well, caressing her shoulder blades and the sides of her breasts. But Azula was moving over him skillfully, agile and nimble as she seemed to collect every droplet of water that clung to his skin. She took his nipples into her mouth and sucked on them slow and long, prompting Sokka to gasp and groan heartily. The sounds from his throat compelled her to kiss his neck again, to bask in the vibrations of his voice as she aroused him as best as she could. One of his arms wrapped around her waist now, the other massaged her breast over her swimsuit, and Azula cried out in delighted bliss at the bold touch of his rough hands. The way he thumbed her nipple, larger and far more sensitive than his, was nearly enough to break her resolve, but she kissed him anew before restarting her way south across him. Sokka grunted in near disapproval as she drifted out of his reach, but allowing Azula to ravish all the muscles of his abs was a pleasure he wasn't going to shy away from. It was then that she yanked down his swimsuit, even if she left it on the level of his knees. His large erection sprung out of the cloth, and she hummed approvingly at the sight. One hand worked on the large shaft, the other reaching underneath it, and Sokka was left with no further self-control at that, moans pouring out of his lips as his hand slipped into Azula's hair. To think I once was near scared of it, Azula mused, her voice high and soft, and now I can't seem to get enough of it. Azula! Sokka gasped, but she had leaned in, and her lips were already wrapped around the head of his manhood. He threw his head back hard enough to hit himself against the rock underneath him. If it had been a bad blow or not, though, he couldn't have cared less. His head was light, his body was fuzzy, and his cock was swelling and reddening under Azula's ministrations. She had sucked on the tip teasingly, knowing he wasn't near his climax yet, but expecting to push him much closer to it by doing as much. His vocal response spoke for itself, every sound they uttered echoed across the cove's walls, and she licked around the sides now, teasing him further. She suspected he wanted her to take him into her mouth fully, but Azula didn't want to comply just yet. She wanted to have her fun with him thoroughly, one hand still massaging him at the base, the other toying with his balls. It wouldn't be long before he lost himself to pleasure, for, as much as he enjoyed it, Azula seldom offered him blowjobs so generously. The mix of the natural pleasure as well as the stimulation brought on by the sight of his wife working him, rolling his cock over her tongue mischievously, was bound to push him to his edge far faster than he wanted to. Oh, but why resist? It was, after all, his birthday celebration. As much as he generally wanted to please Azula, right now it seemed she was the one who was determined to please him, and why should he deny her that? Why should he hold back instead of enjoying the excitement thoroughly, when she was giving it so freely? He spread his legs further, allowing Azula more ease of access to his groin. She smiled approvingly at that, sucking at the sides of his cock as he sighed and moaned carelessly. The abandon with which he was giving himself to pleasure was just what she had been seeking. She wanted to put Sokka in touch with his basest instincts, to be his guide towards fulfilling his desires, for her body to offer him nothing short of paradise through their coupling. She wanted him genuinely savage, raw, carelessly hedonistic, for nothing was bound to make her blood race quite so quickly as Sokka's wilder side could. She knew she was succeeding, but she certified it once he fisted her hair with a hand, thrusting his cock towards her mouth with quick jerks of his hips. The princess smirked but complied, spreading her lips open just enough to envelop his manhood and suck on it long and powerfully. Sokka moaned loudly, his head thrown back once more, and Azula couldn't hold back a moan of her own. The taste of his skin flooded her mouth, far more addictive than ramen or mochi or any meals she had ever had the pleasure to devour. Her tongue was restless, gliding over his shaft with every bob of her head once she fell into a rhythm, and she would have smiled if only her mouth weren't busy. Sokka's hips were bucking into her, allowing his cock to brush the roof of her mouth. Reckless as she was, she wanted to take him in deeper, even if she wasn't sure she could fit him whole in her mouth. By the time she was near his base it seemed it was too much, and her throat protested. Her nose inhaled his manly scent, the trail of hair that led up to his navel terribly stimulating in its own right. He was delectable in every way, and the more Azula tried to stir up his wilder side, the more she triggered her own. She gagged, but she took him in again and again. Sokka worried briefly the first time, but eventually he realized she was relishing in feeling overwhelmed by his girth. Instead of thrusting, his hands went to her silky hair and he took to establishing their rhythm by pulling her back and forth. Azula moaned happily at that, to his surprise, and she closed her eyes as she allowed him to take control of the blowjob, thrusting into her mouth as his erection built up and strengthened enough to reach his first release of the day. "I'm getting there, Azula," he gasped. She moaned approvingly and sucked eagerly, prompting a louder cry from Sokka. "Azula." His calling of her name echoed across the cove. Azula was near breathless too, her mouth begging for respite. She was unwilling to grant it yet. How on earth had she grown to enjoy delivering oral pleasure? She had no idea, but the truth was that she did. The wetness between her legs spoke for itself, and she knew that she was only bound to grow wetter as soon as Sokka wrestled full control of their tryst from her, as he was guaranteed to. How she hoped he would remain so wild, careless, and instinctive once the blowjob was over. As much as she thrived in the warm love-making they'd enjoyed through their trip, right now she needed him nigh primitively, her entire body burning with lust and want. Seeing as they were married now, was she supposed to feel any shame in having such impure, desperate needs? She rather doubted it. Sokka cried out again, warning her that he was moments away from his climax. Azula welcomed it eagerly, sucking harder, taking him in deeper, caring little if she were to choke on him. Her hands had now taken to running over his legs, fondling them eagerly, aiding his rush of arousal on its way to its peak. And with one last shout of her name, his entire body seemed to convulse into hers. Azula cried out softly as she continued to suck on him, as good as demanding for him to release himself completely in her mouth. And Sokka complied, hands still tightly locked in her hair, his cock twitching while his mind went momentarily numb with pleasure. His lips were wide open, and it took him a moment to realize he had been moaning carelessly as he finished inside Azula's mouth. By this point in time, it was no surprise that she would swallow it. She didn't have to, and she still didn't quite love the taste of his cum, but nowadays she knew what to expect. She craved pushing him to wild releases as she just had, so much that a little discomfort hardly amounted to anything. Sokka's chest was heaving as he gazed at her through half-lidded eyes, and she blinked quite innocently at him. "Liked your second gift of the day?" she asked. Sokka had enough strength in him to smile, to his relief. "Second? That's hardly fair," he whispered. "You've been giving me gifts constantly the whole day." "I suppose I have," Azula conceded, surprising Sokka when she offered one last kiss to his flaccid cock and moved up to kiss his abs. "That was the best blowjob ever, Azula," Sokka whispered. She hummed in flattered approval. "Shit, I feel like I've died and the spirit world is a blissful land of relentless and breathtaking sex. If such thing as a spirit world exists, I suspect it's nowhere near as fun as that." Azula laughed nonetheless. "You have the right idea of what it should be. You ought to start a religion for it." "Should I, now?" Sokka smiled. Well, my dear wife. I think I want you to be my first convert. Join me here in the spirit world of sex, if you'd be so kind. Ah? And what's my initiation rite, I wonder? Angela asked, teasingly. Oh, I don't know. Maybe sit on my face and I'll arrange it for you, he smirked, shamelessly. She couldn't hold back the blush that crept over her cheeks, despite she smiled in approval just the same. My. I do so like it when you're crass and bold, she whispered, kissing under his navel and sucking the skin gently. Sokka grunted, the now dormant arousal rearing its head once more. Then let me be crass and bold between your legs, princess, he said. To prove he wouldn't take no for an answer, he yanked her up to his level and turned them around on the solid ground. Angela gasped, amused, but Sokka's lips were on hers before she could say anything. It seemed his possessive, aggressive side was all out now. His tongue traveled across her mouth, giving hers no quarter, and it rubbed against its roof, just where his cock had often pressed. She didn't have any control left once he did that, moaning desperately into him as Sokka held her down against the rock, his strong body overpowering hers. The temptation of being tied up for him to do as he pleased with her increased vastly over his latest display. How she wished they were in better circumstances for that. Perhaps tonight it would be possible, if they still had it in them to go for more rounds. But being powerless against him was delectable, addictive in its own way, and she knew he wouldn't stop until she was fully satisfied, even beyond her expectations. His lips trailed over her face, pressing open-mouthed kisses wherever he could go. Angela's eyes rolled back, overwhelmed by her lustful lover. His hands were under her swimsuit now, squeezing her breasts, pinching her nipples on occasion, prompting her to cry out erotically as his lips trapped her earlobe. I want you, Angela. He whispered, his voice deep. Her legs shook at those words. She was ever willing to hear just how much he desired her. All of you. You have me, she moaned, her voice near failing her under the pleasure of his touch. Take me, Sokka. Oh, pay back first, princess, he said, smirking knowingly. You know how it goes. She could only let out one soft laugh before he flipped them again over the rock. She straddled him as Sokka sat up and relished in groping her body, his greedy hands traveling over her curves as though he wanted to take her all in at once. Her skin was wet still, but by now it was crowned by more sweat than the pool's water, and Sokka's mouth relished in picking it up, as Angela's own had earlier. He yanked at her bikini top. He didn't undo it, but he exposed her perked breasts all the same. His mouth latched onto her nipple right away, and Angela sighed blissfully. He had ever been greedy about her breasts, devouring them ravenously and toying with them as he saw fit. She had never quite admitted how much she enjoyed it when he did that, but he surely could tell that she relished in it whenever it happened. This opportunity was no exception. Her head was swimming in bliss while he fiddled with her nipple, and she pondered if it was possible to have an orgasm just by feeling her husband's talented mouth weaving wonders upon her breast's sensitive skin. Just when he gave her a moment's respite, he switched to the other mound, a hand reaching up to grope the free one. If his moans had been unrestrained, hers would outdo them yet. She lost her breath easily, legs already trembling as she straddled his hips. Sokka had the gall to chuckle, and he glanced at her with eyes dark with need. For a short moment Angela held his gaze, the heat between her legs ticklish as she ached for his most intimate touch. But Sokka was determined to torment her, it seemed, for his hands and mouth moved everywhere but her core, and Angela moaned heartily, near begging him to tend to it by thrusting against his leg. He smirked at that, proud of pushing her far enough that she could hardly speak her wishes outright anymore. What do you want, Angela? He asked, his brow pressed against hers, her heated breath released in puffs against his lips. Tell me now. I want you to touch me, she whispered, to eat me out, to fuck me, ah. His fingers had slipped down her body, traversing the valley between her breasts until they found their destination inside her bikini bottom. Just one prod to her clit caused her whole body to jolt in excitement. Sokka snickered with proud malice before rubbing it properly, setting her skin on fire with his teasing caresses. Angela cried out. Again the sound rebounded all across the cove, and it was her turn to clutch at his hair, pulling at it with more strength than she'd intended. Sokka relished in it, just as he ever loved to have her nails scratching his back. You're so beautiful, he said, his lustful grin furthering her excitement. Again they joined in a kiss, fire pouring between them in a wild frenzy. The water beyond them ought to help cool down their bodies, for they felt hotter now than they had while underneath the scorching sun in the open sea. Yet the thought didn't occur to them, lips reddening as they surrendered to the basest of human urges. Angela moaned frantically into his mouth at first, but she broke off the contact between them and embraced Sokka fully, nails clawing into his back when she was overtaken by a violent climax that surged within her body far faster than she had hoped it might, courtesy of his talented fingers. She gasped, soft moans pouring out of her still, and it took her no time to realize the excitement wasn't receding because Sokka wouldn't let it. His lips were on her breasts again, and he suckled and toyed with her nipples until they felt pleasantly raw. Catching her breath was impossible, most of all when he seemed to be about to fulfill her second request bare seconds after finishing the first. Sokka! She gasped, and he smirked while kissing his way down her torso. His hands trailed over her body, grazing her sensually and prompting her to pelvis to jolt once he caressed it. His chuckle was the most enticing sound Angela thought she'd ever heard. He didn't stop touching her as he slipped inside the water once more, waist deep, standing before her as she remained sitting on the rock. His lower body cooled, though his aroused shaft was hardly affected by the water. Angela's legs locked around his neck bare seconds before he dove into his grand prize. He pulled the cloth of the bikini bottom aside, enough to expose her moist core, and he devoured her with unquenchable hunger, licking across the wetness of her skin as someone who had walked a desert for days would lap at the water of an oasis. Thoughts coursed her mind in an unintelligible tangle, for she could hardly reason with the world around her when all her body could process was the irresistible pleasure Sokka dealt her. He was every bit as much of an expert at this as at sailing, finding the right angle to prod at her clit as he would to exploit the wind with the sails. Her chest heaved with every new stroke of his tongue, sweat rolling down her skin to no avail. Nothing could cool her down, not when Sokka had given her no respite after her previous climax, determined to offer her another one. She bucked against his face, spreading her legs as far as she could manage to allow him full access to her intimacy, and Sokka was determined to make the most of it. Low grunts poured from his throat, and Angela answered them with moans of her own. The soft splashing of Sokka's movements in the water easily blended with the noises born from his mouth upon her wet skin, and the shameless princess found that exhilarating. Somehow, she truly had done away with all limits imposed by common decorum and dignity. Every visual of Sokka's body was exciting, as well as his scent, sounds and taste. Her senses were heightened to perceive him, and him alone. She found no harm in that, not when her skin burned again with adrenaline worthy of the wildest of races. Her latest cry of passion broke halfway through, once her excitement burst through her in the best of ways. Sokka lapped at her folds regardless, eyeing her cautiously as the princess gasped for breath, eyes closed as her mouth remained open, taking in deep breaths with difficulty. "You all right?" he asked cautiously, and Angela only answered with a whimper. "Angela. That's 2 out of 3. She asked, spreading her legs further. Sokka snorted, What are you waiting for, husband?" "I don't know, that sexy moan of yours sounded like you were overwhelmed, but if you insist." Sokka smirked, hoisting himself back onto the rock. Water cascaded down his body, much as it had when Angela had seen him in Piandeo's training grounds. The memory brought a grin to her face, as well as the idea she'd had earlier that day. "A wall, pin me. Do it that way," she whispered. Sokka hummed in appreciation before scooping her up in his arms and lifting her with nearly no effort. He kissed her deeply as he returned to the pool. He waded through the shallow edge of the water with her, pacing around the rock until he found the right location to fulfill her request. Angela grinned as Sokka pressed her to the wall, his lips scarcely leaving hers. If they ever did, it was only so he could kiss the rest of her face. Within moments he had angled his manhood into her opening, after pushing the cloth of her swimsuit out of the way, and Angela surprised him by being the one to thrust. He fit perfectly inside her, as a sheath to a blade, but to Sokka it felt as having jumped headfirst into a forge instead. The heat was enough to give him a head rush, and he groaned pleasantly as he thrusted against her body, slowly and carefully for starters, knowing he wouldn't be able to hold that sweet rhythm for long. "You really do like getting pinned, huh?" Sokka whispered in her ear, relishing in her moans as she clawed at his back again. "Seems to me you like being powerless, so much more than you'll ever admit, Angela." "Powerless? Against you?" she exclaimed, her voice carrying a hint of indignation he was instantly amused by always. Her last word gave him pause, but it fueled him with sharp desire just the same. He smirked before thrusting harder into her, and Angela cried out in delighted bliss, legs trembling as she felt herself crumble in his arms. How delightful it was to feel her in his arms, ever welcoming him when he was most desperate for her, and the princess's needs aligned closer with his own than he thought they did. Harder! She gasped, between moans. Faster too, Dante. Don't hold back on me, blast it, Sokka. Her request wasn't all that unusual, for she often demanded for him to stop teasing her as much and to give her some respite, but this time he thought he understood what she wanted. Above any respite, she wanted pleasure, and after 2 climaxes she was looking forward to a third, explosive finish. Seeing as he wasn't all that far from his own culmination, Sokka groaned and complied. His lips sought hers, and amidst wild kisses his thrusting became more erratic. Eventually he stopped thrusting, switching instead to jerking Angela's hips towards himself with each hand, his legs firm and steady as he pulled her body closer 1, 2, 3 times. Angela's head swam again in bliss, arms still tight around his neck. He was hitting all the right spots with the expertise she had grown to expect from him, stoking her arousal as one might tend to the lingering embers of a dying fire. The flames would rage again, powerful and mighty, threatening to consume everything around them, just as Angela was consumed altogether by the power of her surging excitement. Sokka only picked up further speed as he held her firmly by the hips, thrusting harder now while still exerting most his strength on moving her body instead. His kisses slowed, her fingers tangled in his hair, eyes gleaming in grateful amazement. He was charging through her with the might of an avalanche, overcoming every barrier she might have tried to hold against him. But there was no defense against this kind of attack, not that she would have wanted to defend herself if there had been. Again he switched to kissing her hungrily, overcome by his instinctive impulses, and he pressed his chest to hers, her erect nipples against his skin. A new peak lay not far from their reach, and Angela thrusted as hard as she could against Sokka, inviting him to go deeper, faster, stronger than every moment before. He complied, and his latest spree of frantic thrusting threw Angela over the edge. She as good as shrieked by now, nails scratching across his back as he groaned pleasantly into her ear. He hadn't stopped thrusting, but he certainly had thrived in the way her walls had squeezed him. It dawned on her that he wanted to give her yet another release, immediately, and she nearly jumped out of his arms out of impulsive instinct. She was glad to have restrained herself moments afterwards, for the next orgasm was powerful but smooth, enveloping her in the most tender warmth. It was under that final burst that Sokka finally caved in, unleashing his seed into Angela's body with explosive exhilaration. He didn't slow down, riding the climax fully just as they had ridden the waves on the previous day. He pushed harder, heading deeper into the tunnel his manhood was wrapped in, and he leaned in to bite Angela's neck, and his mouth was flooded by the taste of her sweaty skin as he finished depleting his seed inside her. The silence in the cove was deafening once they slowed down, with only their heavy breathing to fill it, along with the trickle of water that dripped someplace beyond their sight. Xian Long had, unsurprisingly, taken off elsewhere, perhaps chasing critters around the rock pillars, anything, as long as he could be away from his unabashed and inconsiderate riders and their relentless coupling. Angela. Sokka called her, lips barely a breath away from hers. They remained pressed against the rock, the water level with his thighs. Angela smiled, relinquishing her hold on him, dropping into the pool with a soft splash. Safe to say, you have your first convert, Sage Sokka, she whispered. He snorted, spirit world of wild sex, here we come. In more ways than one, Sokka smirked, and Angela laughed at his playful pun. You feeling okay? That rock was, well, not very comfortable. Being bruised by a rock can't be as painful as all the scratching I just did to you. Angela sighed, caressing him gently. Here, I'd hoped not to do that to you again anytime soon. I did a mighty fine job of that, didn't I? Don't be so hard on yourself, Sokka chuckled. I like it when you scratch my back. It's the only kind of wound I ought to have across my body, if you ask me. I still should help you heal it. Angela sighed. Maybe we'll find a salve of some sort in Shujing's town, if we look. You can look if you want, but I already said I like these scratches, silly wife of mine, he said playfully, nipping at her cheek and neck. Angela smiled, fingers trailing into his drying hair. You're incorrigible, husband, she answered, dropping her head on his shoulder. They floated together in the water for a while, still closely wound together even as they drifted with the pool's current. As much as they dove into the water on occasion, dipping their heads fully and soaking their heated faces in messy hair, they remained locked around each other for as long as they remained in the water. Busy as they were relishing in their intimate closeness, they hardly noticed when Sokka's swimsuit slid off his knees, where it had pooled, and he was startled by the realization short moments before it came off altogether. "Damn, my swimsuit just, give me a second," Sokka laughed, kissing Angela one more time before diving down altogether. The princess wasn't pleased by being away from Sokka, however briefly it might be. She dove after him, holding her breath as he struggled to snatch the floating swimsuit. It wasn't easy to see each other through the water, but Angela found Sokka's shape when the sun's rays lit the pool with a gentle golden color. She swam towards him, his body as good as a beacon, and Sokka was startled when her arms wrapped around his waist. Never before had he kissed someone underwater, but the urge to do so now overtook Sokka mightily. He turned around and sought her lips in his own, embracing her tightly as the warm water enveloped them. They shared their breaths in that tight embrace as they inevitably rose to the surface again. Even once they broke out of the water they were kissing relentlessly still, and it seemed, despite common sense advised otherwise, that they would find themselves surrendering to their needs and desires yet again, ever captivated by each other. "You don't really think he's that miserable without her, do you?" "Well, it's been about a week since we last saw him, right?" "Sure, we were busy with the slaves, but don't you think he should have dropped by, at least to check on them? He looked so concerned with them when we were in Huayi. It's not like he checked on them before the princess left either, though. Maybe he just doesn't care that much. Or he just cares that much more about her. I mean, come on, you've seen the way he looks at her. Everyone has. Goodness, what I'd do if I caught the eye of a man that handsome. But he's, well, a water tribe guy, right?" "Yeah, so? That he's water tribe doesn't mean he's not as hot as he wants to be." Too many conversations in the enforcers' barracks had often versed along how handsome and attractive the Blue Wolf was. The topic hardly interested Mei-sun, who was old enough to be the gladiator's mother. She walked away from the dining hall once the chatter shifted into subjects she didn't care for, but she still frowned as she pondered the man's absence, after delivering her food tray to the kitchens. It was odd that the swordsman hadn't dropped by at all. There was no denying that. He had a duty to the enforcers, even if the soldiers were already skilled enough to train by themselves. Nonetheless, new recruits had arrived after news had spread about the successful raid in Huayi, and it would have been ideal to have the proper sword master instructing them rather than Mei-sun herself, for she had other duties to handle as well, or other young apprentices, who were hardly qualified to teach anyone else yet. The first part of the conversation she'd overheard just now had stuck with Mei-sun, though. She'd had the distinct feeling, ever since she first met the princess and the sword master she had proposed for the enforcers, that there was something more than camaraderie between them. It wasn't only the way the gladiator looked at the princess, though, it was the way the princess looked at him, too. Often, when she thought no one was watching her, Princess Angela would smile with warmth unlike any she'd show other people whenever she gazed upon Instructor Sokka, as he shifted between the routines he had taught the enforcers. She had never seemed to notice that Mei-sun had seen that expression on her face. Inevitably, she suspected the princess's heart yearned for something she should never have. If the gladiator wanted her just as badly, though. Mei-sun bit her lip, wondering if she ought to drop by at his house for a visit, to check on him. Maybe he really was as helpless without the princess as it appeared he was. Mei-sun could certainly understand the struggle of forbidden love. Perhaps she could offer the man some guidance or advice, so he could continue to uphold the duties Princess Angela expected from him, regardless of how heartbroken he might be by her absence. Either way, it was only logical to visit him, even if just from a professional standpoint. Everyone had upheld their duties aside from the swordsman, and as the officer in charge in the princess's absence, Mei-sun needed to figure out why her group had seen no sign of the gladiator in nearly a week. She let Captain Young-woo know she would be stepping out for a while, and he assured her that he would keep tabs on the enforcers during the afternoon. Once all was settled, she took off to the city. Mei-sun traveled to the palace first, hoping to find imperial guards who might know where to find the gladiator's house. Captain Fei Li volunteered directions, though one of his underlings had to chime in and correct him. offering Maysun a proper map of the area where the gladiator lived to ensure she wouldn't get lost. After thanking them politely, Maysun made her way to the distant house, pondering all possible outcomes of the conversation she expected to have with the gladiator. Perhaps he was just lazy, and if that was the case she'd make sure to give him a piece of her mind as quickly as possible. If the hypothesis that he was besotted with the princess was true, though, they'd likely have a much longer conversation instead. His house seemed rather conventional compared to the man it belonged to, Maysun thought, upon arriving at his doorstep. She knocked hard on the door thrice before falling into an instinctive resting position, her hands crossed behind her back. When a young woman opened the door, though, Maysun frowned in confusion. "Oh, good day," she said. "I may have gotten the wrong house, but, is this Instructor Sokka's house?" "Instructor? Oh. You must be one of the enforcers," the young woman exclaimed, and although there was admiration in her features, Maysun also identified a glint of nervousness in her eyes. I'm his cook and healer, Song." "Ah, so it isn't the wrong house after all," Maysun said, smiling. "Good to know. Is he available?" I don't really think so." Song said, her cheeks flushing. Maysun's amenable grin faded. "Why? Is he in the privy?" she asked, and Song shook her head promptly. "And not exactly, it's just, he's very sad," she said, with an awkward grin that gave away she was lying. Maysun frowned. "Is he, now? You don't sound so sure." "No, he is. He's been sulking and moping all day long because well, you must know, the princess left and..." Song's quick excuses were interrupted in the worst possible way. A long, drawn-out, female moan reached their ears, its source the house's upper floor. Song closed her eyes tightly, fists clenched. Oh, she'd told Ty Lee to keep quiet if she really wanted to sneak up on Haru while he napped. Why on earth couldn't she have done as she was told? Maysun's face had shifted into a displeased frown by now, though, more so when a male voice joined the female. Song's heart sank at the sight, swallowing hard as she wondered how to save face, but she wasn't sure there'd be any way to do that, not when Maysun was, most likely, assuming Sokka had taken Azula's absence as an opportunity to waste his day away sleeping with whatever woman was sharing his bedroom right now. And he decided that upholding his duties was unimportant in the face of her leaving. "I see," Maysun growled. Song grimaced, eyeing Maysun warily. "Well, do excuse me. I would intervene and ruin his fun, but truthfully, I'm too appalled to do so. Please let him know I intend to have a word with the princess about his unacceptable behavior as soon as she returns to the capital." I'm sure he meant no harm," Song said, grimacing, but Maysun shook her head. "It was nice meeting you." "I'm sorry you have to put up with that," said Maysun, before walking out to the street. Song raised a hand helplessly, wanting to defend Sokka somehow, but knowing it would prove impossible. Granted, this was quite a solid alibi, and now no one would think Sokka and Azula had left together as they had, but she feared Sokka's reputation would suffer profoundly for this, and there was no one to blame for it but Ty Lee and Haru. Of all the times someone could pick to visit Sokka, they just had to choose doing it now. She sighed and groaned, shaking her head before leaving the house as well. If she didn't put up with Sokka and Azula's intimate encounters, she certainly had no intentions of doing so with Ty Lee and Haru's. Maybe Ruishi would be free soon, and they could share a drink or two. That might help her forget about the enforcer's visit, if just until she returned home and told off Ty Lee and Haru directly about the disastrous situation they had brought upon Sokka and Azula now. She didn't notice she'd dozed off until she dropped the empty teacup on her lap. It seemed to Azula as though, with the blink of an eye, the skies had gone from a deep blue to a dark purple, even if it was apparent it had been hours since she had taken her seat at the veranda that led to the mansion's backyard. They had returned from the hot springs cove when they had grown too hungry to carry on with their wild trysts. Both were bruised by now after their romps in the rocky island, and Sokka had elected to wander the house still shirtless, since clothes were uncomfortable against his scratched back. They had found some lunch in town, and they had eaten while still utterly enraptured with each other. Azula suspected they had made the townsfolk more than a bit uncomfortable by their constant kisses and the closeness of their bodies, but she could hardly care. Once she would have refused to be so open about her affections with Sokka, but being as good as anonymous had done away with all her former reservations. The more time she spent with him, the more she longed for further closeness with him, as she couldn't get enough of having his lips on hers. It wasn't until they came back home that Angela realized, with a start, that she hadn't taken her contraceptive tea that morning. Sokka had reassured her, telling her that having forgotten it briefly surely wouldn't amount to much, but Angela had been quick to brew it regardless. She had hoped to entice Sokka to sit with her, but he had decided to deal with the chores he had told her about earlier, sweeping the mansion's floors with a broom he'd found in a cupboard, one that Fat used often. Angela had watched him with a groggy smile as she sipped her tea, ever charmed by watching Sokka hard at work at anything, and laughing whenever he struck outlandish poses to impress her upon feeling her gaze on him. By now, though, he was nowhere in sight, and Angela sighed as she realized dusk was upon them. It wasn't as though they'd wasted the day, far from it. Her entire body was numb in the most pleasant of ways, but they had already been on the road for 4 days. Her heart clenched at the thought, dreading their return home even if she knew she shouldn't. But where she ought to have been worrying about the enforcers, about the social rehabilitation center, or about Sokka's gladiatorial record, she couldn't bring herself to truly think about any of those things anymore. Not when she had never been quite as happy as she'd been over the course of the past 4 days. Xian Long had been relaxing on the courtyard before her, legs dangling in midair as he watched the clouds gliding past him. Noticing his rider was conscious had prompted him to groan in acknowledgement, his tail wagging gently. "Hi, Xian," Angela said, stifling a yawn. "Goodness, I needed that nap." Xian Long snorted in agreement, flashing her with the shameless memories of what she'd been up to with Sokka only hours earlier. Where Angela should have been embarrassed and defensive, she was smiling with an inevitable blush over her features now. "What can I say?" she sighed. "He's driving me crazy. You told me he would, but in the best of ways, Xian. If what we're doing is madness, I don't care for being sane." Xian Long was impressed by her shamelessness, admiring her unusual bluntness about her feelings. Back in the day, Xian Long hadn't understood why she'd denied her feelings and refused to act on them, even though her heart had been set on the gladiator who seemed to take up most her thoughts. Nowadays, her soul was free, so much that her inner fire felt truer and stronger than it had ever been. Sounds inside the building alerted Angela that Sokka was still hard at work somewhere within the mansion. She sighed, pushing herself up to a standing position. Her lower belly resented the change of position, and her legs seemed unstable underneath her. She smiled, for Sokka had certainly done yet another number on her today. How she wished she could always give herself to him so unabashedly, as many times as she pleased, with no restraints or concerns about whatever consequences they might face for it. Yet there was little chance that would happen, considering Sokka had barely rested today, even when Angela had taken her nap. Whatever he was up to now, the princess was certain he could use a break, even if she didn't know whether she'd be able to finish his current tasks for him or not. She followed the noises and smiled upon treading into the kitchen again, for the second time that day. As exhausted as Sokka might be, he hadn't stopped at just cleaning up and now was actively trying to prepare dinner for them, even if it seemed he was struggling slightly, going by the stains of flour over his chest and arms. "And what are you up to now, husband?" Angela called him. He wasn't startled this time, turning to offer her a helpless grin. "Trying to make dinner," he admitted. "I guess this is the moment of truth. If I can finish a proper meal for us, it'll mean we can successfully elope and live happily ever after." Here I thought we were already doing that," Angela smiled, wrapping her arms around his waist and kissing his back softly. Before she knew it, she was dragging her lips over the scratches on his back, and Sokka sighed happily upon feeling her mouth on his body again. "See? Why would I need a bomb if my lovely wife can kiss me better just like that?" he said. Angela laughed softly, hands traveling over his abs. "We still ought to get one, no matter what you say," she whispered. "Want some help?" "What? Are you serious?" Sokka asked, with a teasing grin. Angela huffed. "Why wouldn't I be?" "Well, I'm almost done anyhow," he smiled, "but I thought princesses were no good at chores." "You are no good at them either, and yet you're trying." "Can't lag behind, now, can I?" Angela said, kissing his shoulder before moving to stand next to him. Not to mention you've been working non-stop the whole day. The whole day? Pretty sure what we did at the cove doesn't count as work. Sokka smirked. Azula smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. True enough, but everything else was, even if you enjoyed it, she said. Come on. Let me do something, for a change. Like I said, I'm almost done. Sokka smiled. If you want, you can try to cook tomorrow, maybe? Unless we get caught up doing other stuff instead. Huh. Stuff, Azula said wistfully, and Sokka laughed. Goodness, we've been unstoppable this week, huh? He asked. Azula smiled proudly. At this point I fear what will happen when we return to our normal lives. I might not be able to hold back from dragging you to dark corners everywhere to have my way with you in them. And I might even let you, Azula said, with a dramatic sigh. Sokka's chuckles continued even as he kissed her temples softly. Say, it doesn't smell like you burned anything. Oh, I didn't, actually, Sokka said, proudly. That's an achievement, Azula smiled, looking over the food that rested on the kitchen's counters with curiosity. Actually, some of it even looks edible. Sokka guessed. Azula snorted. I was about to say good, but I suppose you're just that humble. In all fairness, I've never been any use at cooking and we both know it, princess. Sokka laughed. But I did bring a secret weapon with me on this trip. I knew I'd need it, but I wasn't sure I'd be much good at cooking with it anyhow. Oh? What's this secret weapon, then? Azula asked. Sokka gestured at a small book, open over the counter. Azula raised her eyebrows as she read the gentle handwriting. It didn't take her long to realize she was looking at a recipe. You got yourself a recipe book? Azula smiled. Not quite, it's more like I asked Song if she could write down a few of her recipes for me. Sokka admitted. Anything that was within my abilities, as I put it. She insisted that I must report back on whether I succeeded or failed, so. We mustn't let her down, then, Azula said, solemnly. If I may. I shall sample some of your food. Oh, maybe I ought to be the one who. Sokka said, as Azula reached for the rice pot and pinched some of it. Hey now, did you wash your hands? Nope, Azula said, smirking. Sokka gasped in indignation as she brought the grains to her mouth. How uncivilized of you. And you call my people barbarians? Sokka huffed, rambling to cover up for how nervous he was about Azula tasting his meal. She blinked several times before glancing at him in astonishment. He felt his stomach jump, hoping she'd offer him good news. I'm stunned, she said, and he bit his lower lip. Song's instructions must have been really detailed for you to achieve this level of success. They were. Sokka exclaimed, beaming. So it's good? You think we can eat this and not wind up with a horrible stomachache? Pretty sure we can, Azula smiled, kissing his cheek. Good job, my dutiful husband. His grin was innocent and genuine, and Azula's chest ached at the sight of it. No man had any right to be quite as attractive and seductive as Sokka could prove to be, just to be adorable and sweet instants later. She gazed at him so lovingly he felt the blood rush to his cheeks. Thank you, he said, almost shyly. She hugged him now, breathing out slowly while resting her head against his chest. Hearing his heartbeat was blissful, a source of relief and comfort in the darkest of times as well as the lightest. Having her approval had certainly lifted his already high spirits, and he embraced her gratefully, pressing soft kisses to the top of her head. They ate together only half an hour later, sitting by the courtyard so Xian Long could enjoy being with them too. He had caught some prey in the ocean earlier, and he devoured his dinner along with the happy couple. Of all the dishes Sokka had managed to make, grilled fish seemed to be his strongest dish. All in all, everything was edible indeed. Azula smiled. Sokka snickered proudly, his plate empty long before Azula's own was. You deserve a standing ovation. Comparing this to the crazy meal you tried to make for us back when you first gave me the necklace. Yeah, well, I can learn new skills, some faster than others. Sokka smiled. Then it seems I can cook for us, princess. Enough for our survival, if nothing else. Then it's about time we start taking our elopement more seriously, huh? Azula said, leaning against his body as they sat together at the top of the steps that led to the courtyard. Oh? Are we really going to start indulging in the temptation of running off and never coming back? Sokka asked, with amusement. Angela sighed, embracing his arm and closing her eyes. Her hair fell upon her face gracefully, and Sokka frowned. She seemed to have taken his question as more than just teasing Angela. This was supposed to be a break from our routine, right? Angela said, a vacation, as my father put it, because the pressures were getting to me. I took advantage of it, turned it into your birthday present, as we know, but now I don't know if I'll be strong enough to go back after experiencing this kind of life with you. You've been experiencing a life with me for the better part of 4 years now, Angela. Sokka whispered, but she shook her head. Not like this. Not with this sort of freedom, Angela answered. We've always held back, we've always tried to be cautious. Anyone who finds out about us needs to be trustworthy or silenced, and as much as we wanted to move forward with our relationship, because we're ready for it, we couldn't. Not until now. Well, true. But our circumstances aren't exactly the best. We've always known that, Sokka said, stroking her hair. I was ready to love you at a distance forever, without caring if you and I might never really be together, and instead we've had so much more than that. Maybe most people have more yet, and damn, I wish we could experience everything that comes with a normal relationship, but that also would mean sacrificing a lot of things we shouldn't. Right? Even if it all looks so far away right now, we care about other things, remember? We even agreed that we shouldn't just hold each other as our absolute priorities. A damn fine job we've done of that, huh? Angela sighed, shaking her head. It's easier said than done, isn't it? I guess, Sokka conceded, biting his lip. I did choose you over going back home with Katara. And now I'm terribly tempted to stay with you in Shujing until the end of time. Angela smiled, arms now slipping around his waist. There are so many reasons why we shouldn't do it, but, the better things get, the less I want to leave. Oh, it should be your birthday more often. Heh, that'd be a solution, Sokka said, with a crooked grin, rubbing her arm gently. I know going back sounds awful right now, but, we still have 3 days left, don't we? We do, Angela conceded. Then we can suffer about going back on the last day. Sokka smiled. I mean, you were overwhelmed by pressures and it looks like you've forgotten about them by now, but I'd rather you're not worried about anything at all, and not just your responsibilities. So don't fret, relax, focus on the here and now. Fine, fine. Angela sighed, closing her eyes and resting against him. I'll focus on my dream husband, thank you very much. Heh, who's that, I wonder? Sokka smiled. I'll get jealous, Angela. You just can't help but be a goofball. Angela grinned too, kissing his cheek. Truthfully, Sokka, you're unbearably handsome, your body is to die for, your eyes are the most beautiful I've ever seen. Oh, is that so? Sokka smirked. Back in the day, I think I could have settled for a mediocrely handsome guy. Angela smiled. If my husband hadn't been outright repulsive, I would have been relieved beyond belief. But instead I now find myself with someone who appealed to me in ways I never even thought I could be appealed in. How could I have known blue eyes drove me crazy until I saw yours? I suppose you couldn't have, Sokka snickered. But then you took it further, Angela sighed, kissing his neck. You were challenging, constantly forcing me to question my world. Everything between us was a battlefield, and neither of us was ready to yield at any point in time. Truthfully, I think that's still the case. Oh? It is? Sokka asked, amused. Indeed. Only, nowadays our challenges are over how much deeper in love we can fall with each other, feels like. Angela smiled. Sokka laughed and kissed her brow. So far, I can't seem to stop falling for you, princess, he said. Nor I for you. Angela hugged him tightly, nuzzling his neck. You've become my partner in every way I needed you to be, even in ways I never knew I wanted. So yes, you are my dream husband, believe it or not, because you're by far the best thing in my life, Sokka. And you're the best in mine, he whispered, his fingers trailing over her face to tilt her chin up towards him. He kissed her lips fully, and Angela closed her eyes in a flutter, responding to his lips and tongue, but often allowing him to take control as he swept her off her feet for the umpteenth time. He let himself drop on the floor, bringing her with him as they continued to kiss under the dark skies, and Xin Long was already grunting warnings about how they ought to head to their room if they planned on carrying on with those shenanigans. Yet they wouldn't quite share in the deepest form of intimacy, Not when Sokka was so exhausted he could barely keep his eyes open anymore, even after their long kissing spree ended. Azula smiled, caressing his cheek before urging him to get to his feet. Sokka groaned but complied, draping an arm around her shoulders as Azula walked them to the bathroom. After thoroughly cleaning Sokka up, and sneaking more than a few caresses when doing so, Azula cleaned herself too and joined him in the wooden tub, just as she ever did when they were home. It was fortunate that she had no delusions about how intimate they'd be that night, for Sokka, despite his best efforts, could barely hold a conversation anymore, let alone do more than that. His energies had definitely been depleted, and Azula knew they were both better off resting properly. All right, get into bed now," Azula said once she had helped him all the way to his old room. Sokka hummed, dropping on the mattress and smiling groggily. "As long as you get into it with me," he said, with a sing-song voice. Azula grinned too, hoisting his legs and placing them across the mattress the proper way. "Where else would you expect me to sleep, if not beside you?" she asked, "or on top of you, as the case may be. You do make the most comfortable pillow, my charming husband." "So I'm a charming pillow? That's a good nickname to remember, eh?" Sokka asked. Azula chuckled, cupping his face. "You know, somehow, I've kind of wanted to try those cringe-worthy terms of endearment, ever since we've been on the road," she whispered. He hummed. "You sure?" "Yeah. I mean, I'm sure you'll forget this conversation by morning, going by how tired you are, so regardless of the result, I think I'll be able to live with it," Azula said, smirking. Sokka laughed softly. "So you've got nothing to lose, huh?" he said. "It feels like I never do with you, my love," she said, her voice trembling when she spoke the words. Oh, it was stupid and corny and ridiculous beyond measure, but her already fluttering heart seemed to speed up, her entire body fueled with happy, rushing sensations. The smile on her face was foolish enough she felt like hiding it, but when she was about to do so, she realized Sokka's eyes were open. And he was grinning, too. "Sokka," she said, feeling self-conscious around him for the first time in ages. "That wasn't so bad," he whispered, "my love, huh? If anything, I think that's the least harmful one you could have picked." "Then no doubt you must be disappointed," Azula smiled. Sokka chuckled. "Never. It might even grow on me," he said, his hand reaching out to tug at hers, urging her to join him in bed. "Indeed, now, then, my love. Come on." Azula laughed softly, as he pulled her closer. "Get over here and I'll show you the best of times," he said, though his promise was interrupted by a loud yawn. Azula laughed, shaking her head and pressing her face to his chest. "No doubt. After all the wild sex we had today, I certainly approve of having a long, pleasant rest," she declared. Sokka huffed in disapproval. "What, we're going to sleep?" he asked. "That's such a waste. Just as it was a waste for us not to wake up together this morning, remember? And we more than made up for it later." Azula smiled, stretching across the bed and wrapping an arm around Sokka's chest. He turned towards her, pouting slightly. "Then we're getting at it in the morning. Promised thing," he determined. Azula nodded and kissed his lips softly. "That I can agree with. If my body isn't too sore for more, of course," she smiled. "You do realize we've never had so much sex before, don't you? And that's just wonderful, isn't it?" Sokka grinned. Azula laughed and kissed his lips softly again. "It'll still be wonderful in the morning. Sleep now, Sokka," she whispered, her brow pressed to his. Sokka hummed. "I love you, Azula." He trailed off. He was so exhausted it almost seemed as though he had fallen asleep already. Azula smiled, fingertips caressing the handsome face she loved to gaze upon. "Good night." "Good night, my love," she whispered, her voice faint. Again, she felt foolish for it, because she felt elated for having spoken the words again. She had denied herself many simple pleasures all her life, to the point where even the silly matter of using terms of endearment was nigh unthinkable for her until now. But with each wall she could break thanks to Sokka's help, Azula found herself relieved of every shackle that had been weaved around her ever since she was a child. Every expectation, every demand, every ideology that she had assimilated without thinking, all of it had fallen to the wayside thanks to him. She didn't think there was anything she could ever do to thank him for that. Her fingers trailed over his smooth hair, and she sighed blissfully before falling into a comfortable slumber of her own. Her thoughts revolved around him, as did her heart and soul. Nothing seemed to register in her mind other than Sokka, and, despite it meant the end of their romantic adventure was looming ever closer, Azula could only smile upon realizing Sokka's birthday was only 2 days away. Chapter 194, Return to Shujing 7. While cooking had ever been challenging, to the point of impossible, a large book of recipes certainly had made matters far easier for both Azula and Sokka. Song had as good as saved their lives by agreeing to write it. Even the princess was achieving the unthinkable as she counted down the seconds until the fruit tart she'd baked was cooked enough to be eaten. Next to her, Sokka was adding finishing touches to a miso soup, and he smiled approvingly at what would have been a complete catastrophe without the book's help. "It's hard to believe we're being so successful, isn't it?" Azula teased him. He laughed and nodded, pouring the soup into small bowls. "It's almost like cooking's a skill that can be learned rather than an art beyond the two of us," he snickered. "For a long time I thought it was. I suppose you never did have to cook much back in the South Pole." "Oh, at one point Katara was so tired of how ungrateful I was, back when we were still teenagers, that she stopped cooking and left it to me," Sokka remembered, smirking. "Took her just one meal to realize that, for all our safety, she and Gran were better off handling the cooking instead, regardless of the lesson she wanted to teach me. I didn't quite bring down the igloo, but I don't think the gruesome stains on the wall's furs will have faded away, not even now." Azula laughed at the story, wishing she had any to match. As a child she had snuck into the kitchens on occasion, but never to work, only to nick food that was all ready to be consumed. As for being forced to cook in difficult circumstances, even when she had been stuck in the forest with Sokka, or when they and Ruishi had traveled on foot to Udeo, she had never been the one handling those duties. "I suppose they'll be impressed once they see how well you can handle yourself now," said Azula. "Not only are you a splendid warrior, you can even fix your meals without winding up with a stomachache. Goes to show they should be grateful to you for changing me this way, huh?" Sokka smiled. "Many others had tried, but only you've succeeded. I think I just give you the right kind of motivation, huh?" Azula smirked, reaching down to cup his butt cheek, squeezing it gently and earning herself a glare of amused reprieve. "And I think our fruit tart is finished now. Or, well, it ought to be, depends on if it didn't explode while in the oven." "No way it did, not unless you were stoking the furnace with your fire bending or something," teased Sokka, as Azula leaned in to check on the meal. It was curious to feel so domestic with Sokka, to share matters as simple as cooking their meals with him. While there was no doubt in Azula's mind that cooking was altogether too time-consuming for her to do on a daily basis, it was fun to do it with Sokka all the same. He had read the instructions for the fruit tart to her, and she had done the same with his miso soup. Whether their meals were balanced or not was a matter of debate, she supposed, but considering they were utterly inexperienced at the craft, that they could cook something edible at all was already miraculous enough. Learning how to do it together, as they were right now, was a miracle as well, one she couldn't seem to stop appreciating as she glanced at Sokka with a gentle smile, after she added the fruit topping to her dish. "Okay. Whenever you're ready we can get started," Sokka announced, having carried the soup bowls to the low table they took their meals at. "And here's our tart," Azula said, grimacing as she placed it there too. The heat hardly bothered her, firebender that she was, but upon setting it down she noticed the appearance of the fruit tart wasn't quite as perfect as she would have liked. She frowned as she studied it, displeased. "Now I think of it, next time I'll organize the fruit on top in a better manner. Color-wise, perhaps, or with a constant sequence between each fruit, everything aiming in the same direction." "Are you designing an artwork or cooking a meal?" Sokka smirked. "It's bound to be better if it's not that pretty, you know? That way you won't be so afflicted when you cut it and destroy your, perfect artwork of a fruit tart." "I suppose there's some truth to that," conceded Azula, smiling a little at him. Well. Time to dig in. Let's see if we survive another round of our cooking," Sokka said, grinning goofily before getting started with the miso soup. Their day had started just as they had promised to each other it would. After sharing another round of love-making, they had clambered off the bed and gotten to work with their breakfast, dressed lightly once again. The heat in the island's air was heavy with humidity today, prompting them to not to even fasten the bindings of their clothes in a plight to find some refreshment from the merciless weather. It was fine and good for the sunlight to shine brightly all year long, but sometimes even Angela grew to appreciate the season's changes, longing for more respite from warm temperatures than the occasional blow of soft breeze. "So, my dear wife, got any fancy plans for us today?" Sokka asked at her halfway through drinking his soup, wiggling his eyebrows. "After yesterday I'm more than willing to let you do whatever you want with me, in any sense of the words." "That's nice to know," Angela said, proud but sorry to disappoint. "I was quite whimsical yesterday, but I think it's for the best if you choose what we should do once in a while, right? It is, as you've said, your birthday celebration. It's tomorrow already, huh?" Sokka mused. "I can hardly believe it's already here. How are we already on day 5, Angela? This whole week's gone by too fast for my liking." "I know," Angela smiled sadly, "time seems to move twice as fast when you're having fun, twice as slowly when you're bored to death." "True, though I don't think I've experienced the second thing much ever since I became your gladiator." Sokka smirked, leaning towards her to kiss her cheek. "I suppose the only exception for that is when you're not around, of course. That's always boring. And you're not going to experience that for at least a couple more days, so don't bring it up," sighed Angela, wrapping her arms around his chest and nuzzling his neck. "Whatever comes after this weekend's is best left in the future, where it belongs." "Yep, very true," said Sokka. "2 more days of living as Jing and Wenta is still more than what we generally get, after all." Angela nodded, pressing a soft kiss on his exposed collarbone. Sokka had taken to walking around the house with his shirt fully open, and Angela approved of the decision wholeheartedly. "So, what to do today?" Sokka mused after finishing his soup, already tempted to blurt out he'd take her to the waterfall. They could use dipping in the cool waters of the river to fend off the ruthless weather. He had washed in them a couple of times in the past, whenever the heat caught to him during the long jogging trips Piandao used to send him on to build up his stamina. He had the feeling Angela would enjoy that thoroughly. "Didn't we come up with a few ideas before?" Angela asked, raising her eyebrows. "Back when we started out on our trip. Such as visiting that waterfall, right?" "Yeah, I was actually thinking about that," Sokka nodded, beaming. "With how hot it is today it'd be fun, and, wait, that's not all we mentioned when we started out." "I suppose not, but unless you'd like to rent the boat again." "No. Not that." "Training!" Sokka exclaimed, grinning brightly. Angela scowled. "Again with that?" "Finishing my swordsmanship instruction, was it?" she said. "Do you really think that will be fun at all?" "I'm sure of it," Sokka said, beaming. "Much more fun than when I did it, definitely. You'll surely come up with crazier ideas than I did for fulfilling each task." "Can't promise I will, you're the man who answers all questions in the most unforeseen ways." Angela smiled, returning to her soup just as he did. "In many regards, I'm more straightforward than you are." "Not true, and anyways, the point is this will help you in the long run anyhow." Sokka smirked. "You see, maybe this is why you've never beaten me in a fair one-on-one sword duel." "Oh, really?" Angela asked, skeptical. "Because I didn't finish my instruction, you mean?" "Yup." "So, you want me to beat you that badly?" Angela smirked. "Here, I thought you enjoyed being superior to me at one thing, if just the one." "Hey, now, I'm only trying to even the gap between our talents." Sokka smirked arrogantly. "You know how much I enjoy a good challenge." "Ah, and I wasn't one for all these years?" Angela asked, mildly indignant. Sokka's playful smirk brought her to shove him gently, and he laughed carelessly. "For it you're the worst. And you're the best, except for with swords, then it's me who's the best." Angela rolled her eyes before cutting a slice of fruit tart and shoving it into Sokka's laughing mouth. He was startled, and amused, but he ate it all the same, grinning goofily at her once he finished. "It tastes great, Angela," he said, and she sighed in relief at his approval. "Anyways, all mean jokes aside, I promise you'll have fun with the last trials of your swordsmanship instruction. Well, the last that should have been the first, anyhow. I hope you're right. If I get too bored, I'll come through with the promise of tying you up at last." "Oh no, now I'll actually hope it bores you, damn it." Angela laughed at that, and Sokka winked at her shamelessly before finishing the rest of his fruit tart slice. Admittedly, the backup plan sounded appealing enough, but despite her apparent lack of enthusiasm, some part of Angela was genuinely curious about whatever tasks Piandao had given Sokka long ago. Would they truly help her further polish her skills with blades? As much as she usually honed her fire bending the most, she knew she should take her sword as seriously as she did her flames. Their work began once they were finished putting away their breakfast. Sokka found a small table, one to replace Piandao's long-gone calligraphy table, and he had brought ink and parchment for Angela. The princess stared at it with confusion, uncertain of what to make of this first task. "All right, you must stamp your identity on this paper," Sokka announced. "Be as bold and creative as you'd like. Just trace it there, as a swordsman leaves his imprint on his enemies, on the battlefield he fights in." Said Angela, blinking blankly at the empty sheet of paper before her. Without further ado, she picked up the brush elegantly, dipped it in the ink, and wrote her name. Sokka's eager smile crumbled immediately. "What?" he said. "Hey. What? Did I do it wrong?" Angela asked, confused. Sokka pouted. "Well, technically not, but I thought you would take a less direct route with it," Sokka mumbled. "See, that's what I meant when I said I was more straightforward than you in some regards," Angela smiled. "What exactly did you hope I'd do anyhow?" "Well, back when Piandao told me to do it, I kind of reasoned that there was no one who had left their mark on me as much as you had." Angela froze at those words, knowing they couldn't have had as tender an intent as it sounded right now. Back then they had still been at odds, nowhere near friendly, still so hostile to each other they had never dropped their guard when they were together. Only when Sokka caught Angela training on her barge's deck did he start to consider there was more to the princess than what lay on the surface, but that had only happened once they were on their way to Ember Island for his first fight, not before that. "Therefore, you mean it literally, don't you?" Angela sighed. "I scarred you. Both your neck and your stomach." "Don't make a fuss for it now," Sokka smiled warmly. "You even fixed the big punch mark on my stomach, and the lines on my neck are so faded it's like they're not even there anymore. Don't beat yourself up about it." "Oh, fine, I'll pretend I won't if that makes you happy," Angela said, rolling her eyes. Sokka chuckled and shook his head. "Anyways, back to the point. I actually covered my palm with ink and plastered it on the paper," he said. Angela raised an eyebrow. "Piandao was confused until I explained that I was trying to leave my mark in the opposite way as you'd branded me. Since you'd used a fist. You used your open palm," Angela finished, smiling a little interesting. "So on some level I just hoped you might use your fist again." Sokka pouted, before sighing. "Then again, I guess you couldn't have known that's what I was going for, right?" "No, not without an example, and even then, what you did came to you as a spontaneous idea." "It wouldn't be so spontaneous for me if I did it now," Angela admitted, with a sad grin. "But I'll say, as far as fighting each other goes, and defying one another, I did name my sword Wolf's Bane to mess with you, didn't I?" "Yeah," Sokka smiled. "Kind of answering to you, the same way your open hand answered my fist," Angela said, shrugging. "As things stand, I have no further room on the paper, so my name will have to do. It's not like my calligraphy is bad anyhow." "It's not," Sokka conceded, eyeing it with appreciative eyes. "You have a good stroke." "Why, thank you," Angela said, with a proud grin. Sokka chuckled and reached to squeeze her shoulder. "Maybe we ought to move on to other things now," he suggested. "Stuff outdoors, likely, because the other thing he did with me indoors was playing Paisho, and I don't think either of us are particularly eager to do that these days." "Oh, I never have been eager to play Paisho, not just these days, but you're quite right," Angela said, before sighing. "Truthfully, this mansion is wonderful in all regards save for one. I do my best to ignore all those White Lotus emblems, but sometimes it feels like they're taunting us in every corner of the house." "Yeah, I get that feeling sometimes too," Sokka sighed. "Though the big one in the courtyard looks weird now, doesn't it? Almost like someone had started a fire on it." "Oh, yes. Xin Long did." "Wait, what?" "Yeah, when we were, otherwise engaged this morning, he decided to humor himself by setting the biggest White Lotus on fire." Angela laughed. "I only realized what he was up to later, but he was quite pleased with himself for it. I'd scold him for wrecking Piandeo's house, but if it's against that symbol I won't complain much. Sokka smiled. Granted, after the last mess I don't feel as hostile towards them as before, but they surely feel just as disgusted with us as they ever have. Can't say I care much. Personally, Azula admitted I wouldn't want to get along with them, even if we might have no choice but to try eventually. Ugh, no talking about these things, not now. You said we'd move on to other lessons, and that's what we'll do, so get on with it. Fine, said Sokka, smiling. Okay, then, now. Azula found herself following Sokka to the small creek that ran through the mansion's terrains. A few fish swam in the pool, and it seemed this task would be none other than fishing. She crooked her eyebrow at the notion but accepted the rod Sokka handed her, wondering if she'd be able to scoop up any fish or if she'd fail catastrophically. If she could use means other than the rod she might succeed, but Sokka appeared adamant about making her use nothing else. You see, Princess, what do you suspect this task is about? He smirked. Azula shrugged. I wouldn't know. Must be you miss fishing your own meals rather than buying fresh fish at the market. Oh, haha, that's funny, Sokka pouted, and Azula smiled brightly at his irritation. What quality do you need to exercise to catch fish successfully? Quality. Azula repeated, raising her eyebrows. Seeing as I've never done this before, it's hard to say. But, off the top of my head, seeing how boring and pointless this feels, I take it it's some sort of lesson about patience. Got it on the first try. Sokka smirked. Well, yeah, that's the point. Wait patiently for the fish to take the bait, just as you'd wait for an enemy to make a mistake you need to exploit. The best swordsman isn't the one who slashes and hacks at the enemy 1,000 times, but the one who bides their time until they finds the one weak point to take advantage of to achieve victory. Huh. Interesting, Azula said, raising her eyebrows with curiosity as she finished fastening the bait on the hook. Then I suppose I'll wait a while for something to bite. Sokka smiled and nodded, sitting beside her as Piandeo had sat beside him many years ago. As much as he had taught Azula most to do with sword fighting a long time ago, he suddenly grew more aware of being her master than he ever had been. She was focused, holding the rod carefully, frowning with determination to prove herself above this task too. It wasn't long, though, before she was sighing in annoyance, holding the rod half-heartedly and scowling at the fish in the pond, who seemed utterly unconcerned with the bait she had offered them. Is there a trick to this? She asked. Can't I just snatch a fish right out of the water? If you did, the exercise would be futile, Sokka smirked. It's already futile enough, Azula sighed. Aren't there better ways to learn patience than this? I mean, I've been as patient as I can with your nonsense for many years now, surely that's a better way to learn that lesson than this. Oh, please, you love my nonsense, however you may deny it, Sokka said, and Azula inevitably smiled. Fine, but say, when you're hunting a wild animal, isn't it better to pretend you're unconcerned with the creature and instead busy with other affairs? It may drop its guard, thinking you're harmless. Some animals might, I guess, but not all of them, Sokka convened. Anyways, you're pondering other ways to be successful? Azula. I guess I'm straightforward only in some regards, she smiled. I don't like giving the enemy the chance to act and attack on their terms. I'd rather set up a trap without their awareness, and strike them down when they least expect it. You're impossibly hung up on controlling everything, Princess, Sokka said, shaking his head. Why, I don't see the issue with that, said Azula, proudly. It's more efficient and less time-consuming than sitting here for hours waiting for fish to bite. We've been like 20 minutes, at best. So, if you ask me, it's far better to pretend to be distracted than sit here until a fish is foolish enough to bite. Pretend to be distracted with what, anyhow? Sokka asked, curious despite himself. He shouldn't be encouraging her, but he couldn't help it. Her teasing smirk spoke for itself even before she raised a hand to the neck of his shirt and pulled him down to steal a kiss from his lips. Well, as far as ways to pass the time were concerned, this was quite possibly the best one she could have chosen. Which was, in retrospect, the likely reason why she'd chosen it. She knew Sokka wouldn't resist the chance to make out with her, regardless of his insistence to teach her proper patience. Oh, he was a terrible teacher, now he had no doubts about it, for she had climbed on his lap and tightened her grip around him with her legs. One hand still held the rod, but the other was busy caressing him in a teasing way. He should have figured out a way to make her take this seriously, but her reasoning hadn't been all that off base, or maybe he was just that easily swept off his feet by her kisses. Either way, his hands had moved to her waist instinctively, holding her in place as he relished in the soft pressure of her lips. They fell sideways by the riverbank, with Angela sitting atop Sokka as she thoroughly claimed him for herself. She as good as forgot about the rod by then, devoted to the simple pleasures that were born from kissing her husband, a man who loved her as deeply and desperately as she loved him. It was heated, fun, and wild, up until they heard the unequivocal sound of rustling grass beside them. As though something were being yanked over the blades, not quite violently, but yanked all the same. It took an absurd amount of willpower from Angela's part to break off the kiss and glance at her side, to find the rod she'd dropped was now halfway down the stream. "Oh, blast it!" she exclaimed before jumping off Sokka brusquely and racing after the rod. Her plan had paid off, but the distraction she had chosen was far too effective, it seemed, and the fish trying to swim away with her bait had certainly taken advantage of that. Sokka would have been aghast to find their kiss broken off so abruptly, but as soon as he realized why it had happened he couldn't hold back a snort along with a loud burst of laughter. Angela scrambled after the rod, catching up to it before long, for the fish wasn't all that large. By the time she had the rod in her hands again, the princess was doubled over with laughter as well. Sokka approached her once his laughter had receded, just as she was reeling the fish out of the water. He took the rod from her then, and Angela breathed heavily after her bout of laughter. "Well, my plan paid off, I just had to be a little more careful." She smiled. "True, but I admit, that was a very effective distraction," Sokka smirked. With that, he detached the fish from the hook, and set it free into the river again. Angela's eyes widened. What? Hey. That's the first fish I've ever caught. And now the first fish you ever lose, Sokka chuckled. I know, it's outrageous but Piandao did it to me too. And what's the purpose of setting the fish free, if I may ask? Angela said, raising an eyebrow. Is it a sad lesson on how sometimes, despite your best efforts, you'll fail to achieve your goals? Maybe? But I thought it was still about patience anyhow. Sokka smiled. Plus, we don't need to eat these fish so we might as well let them off the hook, quite literally too. That's still disappointing. Angela pouted for a moment, though her face broke into a smile soon enough as she remembered the rod shifting away on its own. But I suppose it was a fun lesson, in its own way. Only because you made it fun, Sokka smiled. I never could make it fun at all. It was the one that frustrated me the most. Back in my tribe I'd fish with spears, not rods. Oh, that sounds, both more uncivilized and more exciting, Angela said, smirking. If you say so, but I did not spearfish shirtless, if that's what you're about to ask next, Sokka said, amused. Angela sighed in disappointment. Such a waste. She whispered. I would have frozen to death. You underestimate how hot your body is, Angela smiled. You probably would have been able to hold your own against the chilly breeze if you'd tried. Yeah, that sounds fun until you live through a real chilly breeze in the South Pole, Sokka said, shaking his head. You, my dear wife, need to live in the cold for real to understand just how bad it can get. Ah, nonsense, said Angela, shaking her head. However cold it might get, if I were snowed in down south with you, I'm quite certain we would make the most of it. Alone, stuck in a small igloo together? Oh, the possibilities. Sokka bit his lower lip but smiled, and Angela winked at him before taking back the rod, her fingers brushing his intentionally. Alas, should I continue suffering with the fish or would you like to come up with a more entertaining idea now? Angela asked, and Sokka tapped his chin in thought, pondering his answer to her question. The princess took advantage of his silence to gaze at his handsome features, ever more attractive under the sunlight's glow. I suppose we ought to move on, there's at least 2 more things we need to do before I'm satisfied, Sokka said, smirking, and the next one is, garden rearranging. What? You heard me. Sokka exclaimed, grinning, and leading Angela to the courtyard where Xian Long had burned the white lotus sigil. There were many rocks beyond the courtyard, some smaller than others. The princess frowned in confusion as Sokka explained that she should work on rearranging the rocks until she decided on a new layout for them. At first, she seemed unimpressed, but the more she studied the rocks, the more her determination increased, and her disinterest faded alongside it. "So, you'll do it?" he asked, wiggling his eyebrows. "I suppose it won't hurt," Angela said, stepping forward, out of the courtyard and into the natural grounds. Sokka smiled before deciding to leave her to her own devices for now while he returned to the building. While Angela was busy, he would take to cleaning up everything he hadn't had the chance to fix on the previous day. He was sure Angela would have something great to show him once he came back to the courtyard. Sokka swept the floors of most the upper stories in the building, and he tried to dust the main rooms too. The last leg of his cleaning spree was in the bathroom, where he took to cleaning the tub thoroughly so they could use it more comfortably later today, as they were bound to. It was exhausting work, and his body was far from well rested, even if they were on vacation, but he felt pleased with what he'd done all the same. Strange as it was for him to feel satisfied by doing chores, it seemed right to clean up, cook and work for himself and his wife as he had. He returned to the courtyard after preparing a quick lunch, to find Angela was talking to someone. He raised an eyebrow before glancing into the small area he had left her in, and his eyes widened upon glimpsing what she'd been working on. The small, natural garden had been reformed completely, rocks arranged perfectly neatly in an artistic and symmetric manner. He didn't understand at first how she'd managed to get so many small rocks instead of the large ones he'd been forced to work with, let alone for them to be of a dark color that might rival space swords, but, speaking of his sword, she was holding it right now, as she ordered her dragon to scorch another small rock to a crisp. So, she had carved small rocks from the larger ones, and relied on fire bending to make them a suitable color for whatever scheme she was up to. Sokka snorted in disbelief as he watched her working diligently, finding she had also picked up cushions and a blanket from the inside of the mansion, spreading them in a fancy manner at the center of her garden arrangement. His laugh alerted her that she was being watched, though, and she turned around with her trademark matter-of-factly expression, nearly defying him to criticize her work. "Yes," she said, "is it you didn't want me to rearrange the rocks this way?" "You did a lot more than I thought you might," Sokka smiled. "Back when Piandao told me to work on rock gardening I built up a cozy bed for myself with the rocks, but you just had to go and take it further, did you?" "I suppose. Funny that we had similar ideas," though she grinned too. "I figured I had to make it a functional garden. What else would be the point of rearranging it, after all? I had to make it useful somehow. So, yes, it may be a little too much, but I thought it'd be fun if we could go stargazing tonight right here. If you'd like that, of course." "Stargazing?" Sokka repeated, with an approving grin. Well. Here I thought you had no plans for us today." "Until now," Angela smiled. "In fact, I think I'll need to go into town for a few things, if I can find them. It's not the best season for what I want just yet, I know it's not, but it's worth a shot." "For what?" Sokka asked, curious. "It's a surprise," Angela smirked. "Another one, anyhow. Considering how many times you've done as you pleased to surprise me, I'd say you deserve to experience it yourself, for once." "Oh, how the tables turn." Sokka chuckled. All right, I guess we'll go into town as you want us to." "But, we're not done yet." "No?" Angela asked, blinking blankly. "Is there another lesson left? Because as far as Xin Long and I are concerned, the garden needs only a couple of finishing touches to be all finished." "Good to know, but yeah, I saved the best lesson for last." Sokka smiled before raising an eyebrow at the sword Angela was still holding. "As for Space Sword, though, did I say you could borrow it?" "Oh? Not only have you borrowed my sword countless times," Angela said, with a teasing grin, "but, you know, we're married now. What's mine is yours, what's yours is." "Oh ho ho, very funny." Sokka smirked, stepping towards her and kissing her lips. "You're becoming about as incorrigible as I am, princess." "That won't do, will it? I can't see the problem with it, myself." Angela smiled, placing her hands on his chest. Xin Long groaned, prompting Angela to glance over her shoulder as the dragon placed a scorched rock on a small, perfectly ornamental pile of rocks before the blanket and cushions. Angela smiled approvingly, and Xin Long grinned back at his rider, delighted by having worked with her masterpiece garden. "Now all we really do need is a couple of lanterns, and my secret weapon." Angela mused, and it'll be the perfect little garden, for certain. Well, you took this way further than I expected, but I really like it. Sokka smiled, kissing her brow. Good job, apprentice. Apprentice, yeah, sure. Angela smirked, though she allowed Sokka to steer her away from the garden. What now, then? Now, we get our swimsuits again. Sokka snickered. That way we can play around right after you're done with your last lesson. All right. Oh, sure. Said Angela, smirking proudly. I should have guessed we'd go down this road again sometime soon, off to the waterfall, then. That's right. But not just to play around, like I said. Oh, I can imagine what you want me to do, rest assured, Angela said, breathing in as she felt her chest surging with determination. She would prove her artistic skills to him, and Sokka would have no choice but to acknowledge how ridiculously talented she was. They ate lunch first before preparing for their small trip to the waterfall, dressing up together in their revealing swimsuits, which offered them plenty to gaze at shamelessly, and more than enough opportunities to flirt playfully while they ate together, too. Afterwards, they walked all the way to the better viewing point in the cliffs surrounding the large river, and Sokka carried most the artistic implements Angela would work with. The princess kept a hand tightly locked around his own, basking in the breeze even as the sun fell tirelessly upon their skin. Finally, the remarkable landscape came into full view and Angela gazed at it with unrestrained admiration. Once she had held the Fire Nation as superior for many wrong reasons, taught by her father and family to uphold their nation over nationalistic pride. Upon seeing beautiful landscapes like these, though, she couldn't help but cherish the land she had been born to. Water rushed at the bottom of the waterfall, the graceful blend of greens and browns of rocks and vegetation, contrasted with the blues and whites of the water that ran powerfully through the river, were fascinating to behold. And that was when Sokka jerked her towards him, turning her around abruptly so she'd face him instead. As much as she'd gladly admire him for hours, she was startled by the change nonetheless. What? Now you have to paint it, he smirked, without peeking. Oh, so that's how he made you do it? Angela asked, eyes wide. That seems a tall order to fulfill, huh? Yeah, it was, but he liked what I did anyhow, Sokka smirked, so, let's get to it. Without further ado, Sokka offered Angela a set of colorful paints, as well as a large canvas for her to work with. She nodded gratefully before getting started, tying up her hair with a long ribbon she'd brought with her, for she had carried her long tresses loosely all day for comfort. Now, though, she didn't need her hair getting in the way of another artwork she hoped to make into a masterpiece, much as the garden had become one. Sokka smiled as he eyed the princess lovingly. He often said she couldn't half-ass anything, and it was true. Mediocrity was not in Angela's nature, not in the least. Whatever she was up to, she devoted herself to the task completely, ever striving for greatness or perfection. It was something he couldn't help but admire about the woman he loved, inspired by her, ever unwilling to let his own shortcomings get the better of him. He had grown to have a similar mentality to hers. Perhaps not to the same extent, there was no denying Angela took perfectionism further than anyone else, but he had picked up enough about it to follow on her footsteps. In those regards, she was certainly the master and he her apprentice. But he was more than just an apprentice or an admirer, he was also her husband, and he was ever enthralled by his beautiful wife. So, despite not needing to, he spread his own sheet of paper, a canvas for himself, and began painting. Angela noticed him after a while, frowning with confusion as he crouched over his artwork, but he pouted in her direction. No peeking at anything, princess. Focus on your work, never mind me, he said. She smiled and rolled her eyes. Always so competitive. She said, you know, it's not fair anyhow. You've probably painted this waterfall many times, you must remember what it looks like better than I could with just a couple of glances. That's true, but no one said I was painting the waterfall, right? Sokka smirked. Angela bit her lip and smiled, letting her eyes travel towards where he was sitting. His body was angled towards her. Then what's not fair is that the no peeking rule only applies to me, apparently, she said. Sokka smirked. Only applicable for apprentices, my lovely wife, he declared. She snorted and shook her head. That doesn't make any sense, but suit yourself, she said, trying not to feel flustered while being keenly aware of his stare upon her. Truthfully, It was thrilling to think Sokka was painting her. He had joked about doing it for a long time now, but only upon letting it happen did Azula realize how nerve-wracking it was to be someone's muse in such a manner. Being the subject of Sokka's art was hardly a new experience for her. She had been the recipient of enough of his haiku so far, but her heart raced for it this time, regardless. She highly doubted he was that good an artist, but what if he was? Seeing herself through his eyes should be thrilling. Busy being nervous over the prospect of Sokka's artwork, Azula had to make extra efforts to focus on her own painting. She had sketched the outline of the mountains and waterfall nicely enough, but she had been thrown off right afterwards and refocusing was proving more difficult than she had expected it to be. She breathed deeply and evoked the image of the landscape again, knowing some of the details were slipping from her mind now but hoping to be as accurate as she could about those she could remember. It was definitely difficult to paint this way, she reasoned, but she pressed forward regardless, unwilling to falter against the latest challenge Sokka had set for her. It took her about an hour of work until she finally pulled away from the artwork and breathed out in apparent satisfaction. Oddly, Sokka still was poring over his own painting, so focused he hadn't noticed Azula was done with hers. "Well, that's the best I can do, I believe," she said, before showing it to Sokka. "What do you think, oh wise sword master?" She teased him, but she felt unusually eager to have his approval. Old habits definitely died hard, and in her case, the habit of receiving nothing but standing ovations and rounds of applause for her art was difficult to break. Still, she seemed to get her wish, to some extent. Sokka's jaw dropped as he stared at the landscape she had painted, astounded by her technique. He blinked blankly a few times, staring at her in disbelief. "Why, you peeked again, didn't you?" "If I had, you would have noticed," Azula smirked. "You were watching me the whole time, weren't you?" "Well, yeah, but still. It's unreal. How did you do it so accurately?" "Why, I did my best," Azula smiled. "Good to know you think it's accurate." "It's amazing," Sokka said, with a sad grin. "Oh, curse it, you're really good at art too. Now you'll never be impressed with any of my paintings." "We'll never know unless I actually see one, right?" She smirked. "And you're halfway through one now, I take it, so, mind if I take a look?" "Oh, please, no," said Sokka, grimacing, self-conscious despite he usually was far more confident about his work. "You're going to make fun of it, you'll take offense, you'll, ugh, really, Azula, best not bother. It's no good, not compared with what you did anyhow." "Come on, silly," Azula said, setting aside her own artwork and crawling towards Sokka. He flinched, pulling the sheet of paper towards his chest protectively. "If it's no good, I'll help you fix it." "I promise." "You would?" Sokka pouted, before sighing. "Oh, well. I suppose we can do this the good way or the bad way, right?" "You suppose correctly," smirked Azula, reaching out to grab the unfinished artwork. Sokka let her do so, trying to overcome the temptation to cover his face with his hands when she looked at his canvas. Unsurprisingly, the princess frowned as she studied the drawing, her intelligent eyes scrutinizing Sokka's work with the expected disapproval Sokka had known she'd feel as soon as he saw the quality of her depiction of the waterfall. Of course she'd never be impressed with whatever he dared paint. Well, I will say you have potential, but I will also say you don't really have enough practice to pull off a human body the right way." Azula smiled sadly. "It's not the worst painting ever, but it's bad, you can say it," Sokka sighed, dropping his head in defeat. "Now you sure won't let me make your Fire Lord painting?" "Well, maybe you'll be fit to paint something of that caliber eventually," Azula smiled, "but for now, I need you to stop feeling sorry for yourself and become the student for a moment, all right?" Okay. There's much to correct, but there's a key element that, if improved, might really make your artwork feel, well, more real, to say the least," Azula said, shrugging. "Because the first thing that stands out when I look at this is, you don't seem to have much of a grasp of anatomy, do you?" I guess not. I mean, I feel like I know exactly what I want to do, what I want to draw, but my brain doesn't translate what I see with my eyes well enough for my hand to properly paint it. Does that make sense?" "More than you think," Azula said, smiling. "That's the struggle for most artists, and the point of practicing to perfection. How do I turn my vision into a worthy artwork, is bound to be the most common question young artists ask. With enough practice, you'll figure out how to make it happen, but I suspect we can move things along a bit faster for you, at least in the regards that I'm most concerned about. Oh? How? Sokka asked, blinking with curiosity. If your eyes and hands aren't properly synced, and your brain isn't helping matters much, she said, with a teasing grin, maybe don't focus only on what you see. What? Said Sokka, confused, what do you mean? I mean, there are other ways to grasp the complexities of a body, perhaps unconventional ways, but they might work nonetheless. Azula smiled, inching closer to him and taking his hands in hers. Feel my hands. Oh, yeah, said Sokka, nodding. Sense the way the fingers grow more slender as they reach the tip, she said. The ridges on my palm. Seen from the front and back, a hand can be large and wide, seen from the side, a hand is thinner instead. Sokka raised his eyebrows, surprised by her explanations, but not unpleasantly so. He allowed her to move his hands over her body, and while there was no overt erotic intent to it, his heart raced with every new part of her body he touched. Feel my arms now, she said, urging him to touch her forearms and biceps. They're not straight, parallel lines, are they? Muscles work in unique ways, as do junctions. I see, Sokka whispered, his fingers trailing over her arms and now to her shoulders. Bone structure is also very important, Azula smiled, as he trailed his fingers over her collarbone. Everything in a body is connected, Sokka. Every muscle, every bone, all of it is linked in a harmonious way. You need to figure out those connections, and once you understand how they work, it might just be easier for you to translate that into your art. Right. He gasped, allowing her to drag his hands over her breasts now, making him cup them. By then it was difficult to keep the inevitable lust at bay. So, you can't quite touch everyone you want to paint to figure out how body connections work, Azula conceded, smiling as heat rose to her cheeks. Inevitably, but as you're my husband, you can learn this way from me, if you want. I do, Sokka said, smiling in amazement. Azula smiled back. Good. Then, carry on, artist, she smirked, further encouraging him to caress her, with a blend of studiousness and excitement guiding each of his moves. Sokka breathed deeply and continued with his venture, hands trembling even if they shouldn't be. Curses, he had touched Azula for years now, he had spent most of this week fawning over her body in bed with her, and yet it looked like he had ever been so impassioned he had never tried to study her body with a level, clear head. He certainly wasn't doing that now. He was far too aroused upon just touching her to be fully professional about this, but he wanted to do things the right way this time around. As ever, they had a tendency for failing to achieve what they set out to do on the first attempt. Maybe a second try at painting Azula, now after having thoroughly studied her body, would be much more successful. She was enjoying it, but not with her usual devious smirk. She smiled fondly at him, as though she were thrilled to teach him exactly what he needed to do to paint a proper human body in this manner. Sliding his hands over her flat stomach, guiding them lower yet, to the legs that straddled him, all the while she continued to whisper words about what he ought to be paying attention to, what details he needed to follow, how to stay true to her body's shape and, most of all, how each body part connected with the other. Sokka followed diligently, though he was enraptured by Azula as it was, struggling to focus when she guided his hands back up, to her tight buttocks. See how your favorite body part of mine works, then. She teased him. You didn't try to draw it this time, but if you ever do. I might one day, yeah, you never know, Sokka whispered, his voice husky. Better to cover all bases, right? If that's how it is. Azula smirked, guiding one of his hands forward. She gasped when he cupped her groin, but she held back the natural impulse to thrust against him. Learn how this works, too. Shit, Azula. Sokka groaned, hardly resisting the temptation to pin her down on the ground right away. Azula was clearly delighted by his reaction. She had indeed intended to teach him valuable anatomy lessons by guiding his hands over her body, though she also had longed to spark his arousal. She wasn't so sure she'd succeeded at the first thing, but the second definitely was working just as she had suspected it would. Still, she had to try to help him reason with how to depict a body faithfully in art, if nothing else. And now, the final part, she smiled, guiding his hands back up, to her neck. Already? He smiled, fingertips caressing her skin gently, over the countless love bites she sported across it. I may need to repeat this lesson soon, Saifu Angela. What, already forgot it all? Ah, how shameful on your part, Angela sighed dramatically, her neck vibrating softly as she spoke. Sokka couldn't help but marvel at the sensation. Here I was expecting I'd give you a test on all this soon. A test? Sokka asked, as she guided his hands higher, to her jawline and chin. Indeed, she smirked. His hands trailed slowly higher, right under her lower lip until she moved them higher still, so he could make out the contour of her lips. An art test, of course. To see if you can paint me properly yet. Oh, I'd rather take an oral one instead, Sokka smirked, or a practical one, as the case may be. And here I thought you wanted to learn how to paint me. Angela sighed, resisting the urge to kiss his fingers as she guided them higher, right under her nose, and then to her cheeks. Wasn't that why we were doing this, Sokka? Yeah, but now I want to do some things other than painting you, too, he admitted, with a proud smirk. Angela laughed. Ah, shameless man you are, she said, closing her eyes and allowing his fingertips to trail over the eyelids now. Please don't tell me this is the way Fire Nation people teach their own how to paint. Sokka chuckled. It's the way a Fire Nation princess teaches her husband how to do it. Rather, she smiled. No, I'm pretty sure no one else does it this way. Not intentionally, anyhow. Good, Sokka smiled, letting his hands file into her scalp now. And with that, you've felt it all, and you might just have a better chance at depicting everything on paper the next time you try, Angela said, releasing his hands, though Sokka kept his fingers buried in her hair, holding her head between them. And if I fail? He teased her. Angela sighed, leaning closer to his body. Then we'll have to try again, won't we? She smirked, as many times as necessary until you learn your lesson. Well, I'm not sure I ever will. He smiled too, cradling her face in his hands before kissing her softly. That's the most erotic art lesson anyone's ever had. Glad to hear it, she smirked. You generally need a very special kind of motivation to get things done, after all. And you know just how to offer it to me, Sokka smirked, before leaning in for one more kiss. Angela dove in fully, abandoned to her desires, feeling his hands all over her body, as much as it was by her own choice, was downright torture when they had both held back from interrupting the lesson with wild kisses. The artworks went forgotten soon enough, but they didn't give themselves to relentless passion right away. Instead, Angela convinced Sokka to guide her down to the waterfall, just as he had offered to all along. As that had been their final lesson of the day, they could indulge in having fun by the riverbank, while Xian Long dipped and dived into the water, much colder than yesterday's hot springs. Well, it's not that uncomfortable, mused Angela, dipping a single toe into the stream, but it's not much fun either. I'll have to bend the water warm. Hard to achieve with running water, princess, Sokka smirked, as he stepped into the river and allowed it to wash against him, you know. Back in my training with Piandao, I asked him once if he'd want me to meditate under the waterfall. He did that once in a while, but he didn't seem to think I needed to do it too. Sounds painful, said Angela, with a grimace. That water's falling pretty hard, isn't it? Yeah, I suppose that's the point, Sokka smiled. I'd consider trying it now, but I'm not entirely sure I can meditate much when I absolutely can't get you off my mind. Must be why Piandao never told you to, Angela smirked. He could tell that, given time to think, you would have inevitably thought about me and about how many filthy things you hoped to do to me. Oh, come on, I didn't think about that back then. Right, only because you didn't get to meditate to consider it, Angela declared. Had you done it, surely the thought would have occurred to you. Is that the point of meditation, princess? To have a nice amount of time to spend lusting over your one true love. He smiled. She grinned and nodded. As far as I know, yes, it is, she determined, and Sokka laughed in amazement. They played by the water for hours while Xian Long continued to chase after fish. The skies had been bright blue so far, but it seemed the fickle weather of the Fire Nation wasn't restricted to the mainland. Dark clouds began swirling above them suddenly, and Angela bit her lip as she studied them carefully, calf-deep in the river as she sat on the riverbank beside Sokka. It's going to pour in no time, she whispered. Either we go back to the mansion now or we'll get more soaked than we already are. Well, there's other options, Sokka smirked. We once took refuge from the pouring rain and found a dragon by doing so, remember? Oh? And here I thought we didn't remember that time so fondly. Angela raised her eyebrows. I suppose we don't, all things considered, but it wasn't the worst thing ever, was it? I mean, I don't love caves, but they're not always terrible, he admitted. We did find this goofball in one, and he's been a lot of fun. Xian Long raised his head when he was being regarded by Sokka, fish fins sticking out from his closed jaws. Both Sokka and Angela laughed at the dragon's smirk before he returned to devouring the fish as he pleased. As fair as that may be, can we really find a cave around these parts? Angela asked. Sokka bit his lip before gesturing at the waterfall itself. What? I hiked around here quite a few times. Once I noticed there was a cave back there. He smiled. I think I asked Fed about it. He said it wasn't a full-blown cave, so I figure it's more of a grotto like the ones we've used during this trip. Huh? Said Angela, smiling. Admittedly, it might be interesting to see the world from behind a waterfall. Probably won't be able to see much, for starters, but it's a sure source of privacy. Indeed, Sokka smirked, standing up and offering his hand to the princess. They waded through the cold water, with Angela flinching whenever the low temperatures got to her. Sokka held her hand as they walked together, moving past Xian Long as they crossed the flowing river. It was deeper at its center, but the riverbank allowed them to walk easily enough. Nevertheless, figuring out how to access the waterfall's grotto would take them to walk right behind the potent water stream, and they'd get soaked by the spraying water by then. It would do them good to get used to the cold feeling beforehand. This is a little crazy, huh? Said Angela, grimacing as she struggled with the cold water that now reached the level of her ribcage. Sokka smiled before pulling her close, their bodies slapping wetly together once she was in his arms. Want me to carry you? He suggested. Despite she generally refused such offers, she smiled this time. As you did that day. She teased him. He snickered and shook his head before scooping her up, face to face. Not so afraid of being too bold anymore, though, he whispered. I'd rather carry you while looking at you, beautiful. Silly, she smiled, though she kissed his lips softly. Thank you, though. It's better to feel your body than all that cold water. Goodness, the cold in the South Pole must be a nightmare. Heh, taking it more seriously now, are you? Sokka laughed. They weren't close enough to the waterfall yet to feel it spraying upon them, but the clouds above were so dark it was no surprise when the rain started to fall upon them, with thick droplets that splashed in the river, against the leaves of the trees around them, and against their bare skin too. Angela clung to Sokka tightly as he continued to travel over the water, on their way to the back of the waterfall. It wasn't easy to climb the rocks that hid behind the rushing water, but Sokka managed to do so while bringing Angela with him successfully. The waterfall's spray fell upon them, and at one point they wound up right below its running stream, which soaked their hair and left them gasping for breath as they laughed together. Shortly afterwards, Sokka found the right path up the rock wall behind them, and he climbed to a deep enough crevice, where they could sit together as they waited for the rain to stop. Made it, wow, that was tougher than I expected, Sokka laughed, dropping on the rocky ground, with Angela atop him. She smiled, kissing him again. You're ever so diligent, she whispered. Well done. Anything for you, my wondrous wife, he declared, proudly. Though I must say, Angela whispered, glancing at the wall of water between them and the outside world, this is extremely romantic and all, but we won't quite know when the rains stopped with all this water rushing down around us, huh? Meaning we can take our time to warm up at each other's expenses, can't we? Sokka teased her. Angela bit her lip and smiled at him knowingly. We couldn't do it back in the forest, after all. You certainly love that idea, huh? She asked, leaning close to kiss him, on one condition, though. And what's that? Sokka asked, surprised she would impose conditions at all as she raised a hand. The long ribbon she'd used to tie her hair came undone, and the princess stared at it pointedly, as though analyzing it carefully. Before long, she smiled at Sokka and offered it to him. It is, after all, your birthday celebration. She said, feel free to come through with our longest and most unfulfilled promise so far. Wait, whoa. Whoa. Why you serious? Sokka asked, astonished, his eyes wide as plates. If you'd rather not. Angela shrugged nonchalantly. I didn't say that. Sokka jumped, smiling now. Angela grinned too, blushing slightly. You'd best take advantage of my willingness for now, she whispered. The next time we do this, I'm very much going to make sure it's you who's tied up instead. Oh yeah? Well, I can live with that, Sokka smirked, before taking the long hair tie and fastening it around Angela's hands carefully. Loose roots of trees lurked inside the rock's opening. Sokka slipped the ribbon around the ones on the ground, ensuring Angela would remain in place. The princess was breathing heavily already, her cheeks flushed as she lay before her lover, waiting for him to expose her body whenever he pleased to. His eager smile spoke lengths of how much he'd imagined this, without ever having the opportunity to act on it. Too often they were so caught up in the moment, so desperate to be with each other that they outright forgot all about their teasing one another over bondage, but not this time. Not today. He kissed her voraciously, trapping her lips with his own as he caressed her intimately. She leaned into his hands, moaning softly as she wordlessly begged him to have his way with her. She definitely had taken a strong liking to being overpowered by Sokka, helpless underneath him, for whenever she allowed herself to be the free recipient of his desires, her own went fulfilled just the same. And right now she wanted to make him feel like he was in some sort of sex heaven again, just as he had described it the previous day. He wasted no time pulling down her bikini bottom, tossing it aside carelessly before slipping a hand to her groin. Angela moaned heartily, knowing her dormant arousal would return soon enough, for the cold water had tried to chase it away. There was nothing in the world that could convince her not to want the man before her, especially now that she had given him free rein to do as he pleased. Her top was harder to maneuver with, though Sokka did away with it regardless by undoing its clasp at the dip of her collarbone so the wet fabric would come undone, exposing her breasts to his ravenous gaze. He never held back when kissing them, relishing in toying with her erect nipples until she was moaning desperately, and this time she would catch herself doing that much faster than she had ever before. His mouth worked on her waiting nipples while his free hand was teasing her core steadily, toying with her clit, knowing exactly where to touch her to obtain the best responses. The arousal returned in a violent surge, and Angela arched away from Sokka, her body failing to translate the excitement he offered her. She knew it would feel just right, of course she did, but it was sudden and strong, enough to leave her lightheaded, to give her vertigo as she let him have his way with her body. The intensity of this new tryst was ever enhanced by her powerlessness. Vulnerable as she was, she had no choice but to succumb to everything he felt like doing, her body on fire wherever his touch traveled next. Her chest heaved, relentless moans pouring out of her as he switched from one breast to the next, devouring them with the self-indulgence of a man who knew his actions free of consequence. He was taking full advantage of keeping her bound, and instead of lightly teasing her as he often did, now he unleashed everything he had ever learned of how to exploit her body's weakest spots, even slipping fingers inside her opening to rub her walls pleasantly. She knew that if she said a single word of complaint he would slow down, he would even untie her if he feared he'd gone too far. If she asked him to stop, he wouldn't hesitate to listen. And that was exactly why she didn't do it, despite her body was burning so much, so fast, that she was sure all the cold water that had clung to her from their dip in the river had evaporated by now. Her head was spinning violently, despite she was firmly set where she was, and she knew things would only grow more heated once he parted her legs and entered her, and as overwhelmed as she already was, she could only crave that moment eagerly, soaking wet for reasons beyond the waterfall. Sokka's admiration for Angela had led him to assimilate many of her traits, whether consciously or not, as he had reflected earlier. One of them was her determination to go all out with everything she did. As much as he had applied that determination to other matters, such as his gladiatorial career, it seemed he excelled at applying Angela's philosophies to sex. Of all things, he didn't stop prodding at her clit with his full thumb, while slipping a couple of fingers inside her, even if they didn't go as deeply as they could in that position. His mouth carried on playing with her nipples, and all the while he hummed happily, basking in the taste of her skin, ripe against his lips and fingertips. It was no surprise for either of them that she would shudder violently soon, countless moans pouring out of her, lost in the noise of the rushing waterfall, as she experienced climax on top of climax, with Sokka working on her body without allowing her any respite. She didn't know for how long she had lain there, feeling her body burning with pleasant relief as Sokka carried onwards, lavishing her skin with as much affection and arousal as he could manage, and she could hardly keep up anymore. By the time he slowed down, the world was spinning and her body felt nebulous, as though she couldn't even understand her corporeal form anymore, so lost in bliss and pleasure she had lost track of herself in the process. "Hey, you okay?" Sokka asked, with a playful grin. Azula, eyes closed, answered with a sudden whimper at first. "Definitely not," she admitted. "Once she managed to speak properly I knew what's gotten into you. Hell, I feel, oh, it felt so good but that was so dirty, Sokka. I'm not exactly sorry." He laughed, pressing his brow to hers. She smiled too. "I don't know what came over me, but that you're tied up just drove me to stop thinking with my brain and, well, for a man who's thinking with his penis, you sure haven't let yourself use it yet, huh?" Azula said, opening an eye to look at him enticingly. "What are you waiting for, husband?" She didn't have to ask twice. His smile darkened, and he took off his own swimsuit so he could release his built-up erection. He still continued to knead her breasts, and he leaned in to kiss her moments before thrusting inside her, breaching through her soaking opening. She cried out blissfully, her entire body responding eagerly to more pleasure despite she had basked in so much of it already, but it was inevitable. Her mind and soul only obeyed her basest impulses right now, and the strongest amongst them was to beg Sokka to take her with all his strength. He didn't waver, much as he hadn't the previous day in the cove. He thrusted wildly inside her, skin slapping against skin constantly, briskly, accompanying their moans and groans. All the while, the waterfall muffled their noise from the outside world, and that only emboldened the princess to be even more vocal than she always was. Sokka's lips had traveled all over her face, pressing kisses everywhere he could find, but now they were latched onto her neck, leaving yet another mark on her as he sucked harder with every wave of pleasure that flooded his senses. By doing so, he heard her moans as clearly as he would if there were no waterfall, and he relished in each sound. Her tunnels squeezed him in the best ways. She had been on the brink of more orgasms, for he had kept her tender and ripe through as many climaxes as he could offer her, and with his manhood up to the hilt inside her, it was a certainty that she would continue to finish against him until he finally decided to slow down. The wild thrusts, accompanied by those delightful shudders of her walls against his cock, brought forth an arousal so potent it seemed all his rational thinking vanished by the time his built-up release came close. He had grown far too excited by touching her, by listening keenly to her sounds, by devouring her chest as he had. Now, as much as he would have gladly relished in thrusting forever, he knew his excitement was rising exponentially, and so he burst inside her, gasping for breath as his mind's eye was blinded by pleasure and bliss. But it wasn't enough. No, it wasn't enough with just the one. Azula had felt his release, up until the very last drop was spent, and she was astonished upon finding Sokka didn't stop thrusting, regardless of how weak he felt upon release. He had remained inside her, and against all common sense, he continued to thrust against her, urging his excitement to be spurred and born anew, no matter how long it might take. At this point, however, her body was so receptive, so eager for more pleasure, that his wild thrusting and his grand idea of carrying forth towards a second round without so much as pulling out appeared perfect for her. The thrilling, pooling heat in her lower body would only continue to envelop her, eagerly begging for more pleasure as her walls squeezed and shuddered around his shaft. Every new orgasm she underwent helped him rebuild his hard-on across the next minutes, and amidst heated kisses, he found himself just as ready to finish as he had been earlier. And the more the excitement increased, the more his strength returned, enabling him to thrust recklessly into her, chasing a second climax that arrived with the force of an earthquake, pushing him so far over the edge he thought he'd blacked out for a moment, collapsing atop her as his body shivered against hers. The cave was unexpectedly quiet after they were finished, even though their heavy breathing and occasional moans echoed within the chamber all the same. Where cold water had clung to them before, hot sweat did the same now, whether in the contact between their bodies or on their temples, and somehow, neither one was bothered by that fact in the least. Okay. I don't know what the hell is it about bondage, but... Sokka gasped, face wetly pressed against her neck. That was hot as hell. Hell? And here I'd hoped I might have sent you to sex heaven again, instead. Azula whispered breathlessly, and Sokka snorted in disbelieving amusement. You did, Azula, you did. He sighed blissfully, kissing her collarbone, but, damn, you'll have to forgive me. I can't move. You can't. Angela asked. Well, I can't say I blame you, not entirely, to be honest. I don't think I can move either. I think I went a little overboard, he laughed, kissing her upper breast softly. Shit, I love you. And I love you, wild husband of mine, she smiled. I do so enjoy it when you just take your pleasure however you want to, without a care in the world. Here I thought that was a horribly selfish thing to do, Sokka chuckled. You gave me 1,000 orgasms in one tryst. I think that proves no one is as selfless as you, Angela laughed. Oh, but damn, you need to set me free now, Sokka. Oh? Why's that? He smirked. Because I really want to hug you and I can't if I'm tied up like this. Her words were sweet enough to convince Sokka to follow fit with her desires, even if he knew he'd need a little longer to regain his composure. Still, he pushed himself upright and undid her ribbon's knot. Angela massaged her wrists gently, and only then did Sokka realize she'd pulled at the restraints instinctively as a response to the wild pleasure he had offered her. Still, she didn't complain at all as she kissed his lips quickly after throwing her arms around his neck. Ah, yes, that's just what I meant. She sighed happily, and Sokka smiled as he wrapped his own around her waist. They rested briefly inside the waterfall's grotto, relaxing together until the blood flow of their bodies had normalized again, enough for them to think clearly even if they still were blissfully entwined. As much as she begrudged thoughts of returning home after having experienced the never-ending happiness born from being free with Sokka, she knew that, once they had no choice but to return, the memories of their trip would certainly bring smiles to their faces whenever they recalled them. This memory, as well as that from the cove, were sure to make her blush, too. The rain had stopped by the time they climbed off the waterfall again. It was nearly dusk. Angela had scrambled to Piandeo's mansion at haste to dress up properly, and she urged Sokka to do the same, for she had something really important to find in town, related to the surprise she had in store for him. Sokka followed her diligently, his groggy smile ever betraying that he was still on a high after the wild sex they'd enjoyed, and as much as he seemed to be on a daze, his hands kept moving to touch her body, whether to take her hand in his own or to caress the small of her back, ever seeking to keep contact with her until she pulled away upon finding the store she had been looking for. He waited outside, still grinning foolishly, knowing he was quite disheveled, and not bothered in the least by the realization. People shot him confused stares, but he couldn't have cared less to look like a madman in their eyes. His wife was the most incredible woman in the world, without a doubt, and if anyone asked why he was in such high spirits, he'd be happy to answer with that undeniable truth. Angela left the store after around 10 minutes, carrying a huge box with her that startled Sokka. She didn't quite ask for his help, but he insisted on carrying the box himself, so he scooped up his grand surprise into his arms. Unable to figure out whatever it was supposed to be, he eyed the box with curiosity throughout their trek back to Piandeo's mansion. You've definitely given me the biggest birthday present ever with this whole week of, well, you know what, he smirked, but this is probably the biggest physical present I've gotten, too. What is it, Angela? You'll find out, you will, Angela said, mysteriously, pushing the mansion's door open so Sokka could slip through it with the box. But for now, I think we're both starving, right? Again, they cooked their meal together, and after such a leisurely, joyful day, they couldn't help but do so with broad smiles on their faces. Comfortable with their new cooking process, they even tried to prank one another by reciting the wrong ingredients for the recipes, prompting the other to double-check the recipe's content every time if something made little sense. It was a ridiculous but fun game, and by the time they had managed to eat dinner they were genuinely surprised that it all tasted good, despite their constant attempts to sabotage each other's dishes just for the fun of it. They cleaned up together later, washing each other after their wild day, and Sokka smiled, his fingers trailing down the love bites he'd left across Angela's body as he finished rinsing off the soap on her skin. I guess I've overdone it this week, huh? He whispered. You'll have to use a ton of makeup once you go home to cover for it all. Just for the neck ones, mind you, Angela said, smiling. Everything else is over my torso and legs, right? I suppose, you have a couple of faded ones on your arms. Sokka laughed. Ah, hell, every week should be like this week. Forget everything else. The crazier we get, the more tempted I am to do just that, Angela admitted, smiling before urging Sokka to take her place on the bathroom stool so she could help him clean up too. I know I shouldn't be talking about going home, it's bittersweet and all, Sokka said, but we really ought to. I don't know, come up with a way to do this more often. Remember back when we thought you might be pregnant? Forever ago, but sure, Azula said, pouring soap over his body, which had no shortage of love bites across it, especially on his strong pectorals and collarbone. She smirked proudly as she scrubbed him, as bold about her groping of his body as he ever was about hers. I had come up with a plan, right? He said, where we'd relocate to the Earth Kingdom or so, if just for a few years. True, said Azula, raising her eyebrows, seems a little impossible, though, with all the stuff I have to do in the mainland still. I know it'd be impossible right now, yeah, but, you do have to expand your missions over to the rest of the colonies, don't you? Sokka asked, glancing up at her just in time for Azula to rub soap over his handsome face. He closed his eyes tightly, and she smiled at the bubbly sight. I suppose I do. She acknowledged, picking up the bucket that she had filled with warm water, but I doubt I'll manage to move forward with that so quickly. The enforcers are probably either starting their second raid by now or still handling the consequences of the first. There's not enough of them to branch out to other islands in the Fire Nation, let alone all the way to the Earth Kingdom. You might need to expand your recruitment efforts. Sokka suggested, after Azula carefully poured the bucket over his body. It had splashed around him, guiding the soap's foam away slowly across the floor as Sokka shook his head, spraying Azula with the droplets of water that had clung to his hair. I suppose, but I won't be doing that so soon, Azula said, setting down the bucket. Now we need more time. Still, said Sokka, raising his eyebrows and glancing at her, as Azula walked with swaying hips towards the tub. They had already filled it, and it waited for them to soak in it. Sokka was left gaping at his wife, again with a groggy smile at the sight of her perfect rear. I suppose, once we do reach that point, I could presumably ask my father about relocating, at least for several months at a time, to the colonies, she said, smiling at Sokka over her shoulder before she slid inside the tub. Sokka's grin widened as he followed her eagerly. You could, then. Because Azula, if we do that, he said, jumping into the water in a wild rush. The princess laughed at his enthusiasm, bracing herself against the splash he made upon joining her in the tub. If we do, we could really be like this. Well, maybe not all the time, and not exactly like this, but mostly, right? You'd have to take me with you, you can't let your position in the Gladiator League falter, after all. And we could build ourselves a cool house, you know? Kind of like this mansion. Maybe we could have your old guards join us there, or new people. The enforcers themselves could do it, right? But I'd rather Ruishi were in charge of security because he knows we're together, same reason I wanted him to come with us back when I first thought about this. Sokka. Azula smiled, taking his face into her hands before kissing his lips softly. It's wonderful for you to ponder all the possibilities right away, but this is far from a done deal, okay? Don't get overexcited, else you'll end up disappointed if my father decides I can't do something like this. Ow, fine. Sokka pouted, prompting Azula to cover his face with kisses to make up for breaking his illusion so mercilessly. But it's a thought, Azula, really. And it's the best way to do this more often, right? Here I was thinking I'd just schedule myself another vacation for next year, Azula mused, licking her lips. Around this time of the year, too. Sokka's disappointment receded as he smiled gladly at the prospect. Azula eyed him nonchalantly, wondering if that promise would be enough to appease him. Okay, that would work, he smiled. Azula grinned too, kissing him once more. Seems like we have a lot of things to look forward to for the coming year, huh? She said, stroking his chest. Going back to Whaletail Island, more vacation time. It'll be even better than it has been this year, I just know it, Sokka said, beaming. Aw, Azula, you're a goddamn dream come true. You know that, don't you? I didn't, I guess, but I'm glad you think so, she said, smiling and dropping her head on his shoulder. As long as you're happy, I'll be anything you want me to be. Sokka's smile only strengthened as the night carried onwards, his arms ever tight around Azula as they nestled together in the tub. It wasn't until she forced him to wait inside their room while she set up his surprise outside that he was left alone with his thoughts, pondering the way their week had progressed, and beyond that, the way their relationship had unfolded over the years. She had been distant when they had initially partnered up, generally unwilling to trust him with her deepest secrets unless she had no choice but to open up to him. Slowly she had become more vulnerable around him, and he had understood she had feelings for him after their most chaotic debacle. But even though he knew how much they risked by being together, as much as he had known they had to hold back in case they were caught, he had failed to do so, every time. His love for her had compelled him to do his best for Angela, at every opportunity, always fighting to stay by her side and offering her as many reasons to be happy as he could, for no sight in the world could be as beautiful as a genuine smile on her face. It wasn't often, though, that he stopped to ponder just how deep her feelings for him were. He knew they were, of course he did. She had risked everything for their relationship and she had never regretted it, but right now, as she worked hard to set up some surprise for him, his heart ached with the realization that no one else had ever gone to the lengths Angela had for him. So often he felt like a common, ordinary man who had been thrust into uncommon and extraordinary circumstances, but he knew Angela couldn't have loved him so deeply if she didn't think he was extraordinary in his own right. She thought he was unique, just as he knew she was. She had made decisions, changed in countless ways, all because he had influenced her to do so. And right now, as she came back to him with a pleased grin on her face, he couldn't help but feel his heart burning with the desperate urge to kiss her, take her into his arms and tell her that he had never felt as blissful, as whole, as loved, as he did with her. "We're all set up now," she declared, proudly from the threshold of the room. "You may join us now, if you would, Sokka." "Us, is it? Is Xin Long involved in this too?" Sokka asked, making his way towards her, his eyes ever tender as they found hers. "Why, yes. He'll be our master of ceremonies, I suppose," Angela declared. Sokka chuckled and raised a hand to caress her cheek. "You're so beautiful, Angela," he whispered. He could see her eyes gleam upon hearing him say those words, her breath hitching in anticipation. "I have no idea what you've cooked up there, but thank you anyhow. You'll thank me more once you see it, I hope." She smiled truthfully. "It's not that much, but it's well deserved and fitting either way, if you ask me. Still, the show can't start right away. We have to wait a while." "Do we, now?" Sokka asked, as she took his hand in hers and guided him outside. "It's only appropriate, after all," she said, mysteriously, and Sokka chuckled as he laced his fingers with hers, letting her guide him towards the burnt courtyard. And then to the small garden she had rearranged, which was lit up with lanterns by now. Sokka smiled and nodded approvingly, watching as Xin Long sat with his back towards them, front paws protectively positioned around whatever the surprise was, he guessed. "All right, pick whichever side you'd rather lie down on," Angela said, gesturing at the cot she had improvised earlier, with its blankets and cushions. Sokka took her up on her offer, embracing her as he did, so she'd sit down with him. He didn't even ask if she was supposed to sit with him or not, for he wanted her in his arms no matter what her next plans might be. "Well, your gardening skills definitely beat out mine by miles," he laughed, relaxing on the comfortable cushions with a blissful grin. Angela didn't protest over his decision to bring her to lie down with him, and he was delighted for it. "And this is a nice change of pace compared with all the rocks we've been fucking on, or against, lately." "I suppose it is," Angela smiled, settling down beside him and draping an arm over his waist. "You had fun today?" "I'd say more than ever, but that'd discredit the rest of our week." Sokka chuckled. "It was amazing. Everything with you is amazing." "You're always biased with me, Sokka." She sighed, smiling, "And truthfully I love that you are, but you're biased nonetheless." "Such a silly princess," he sighed, wrapping an arm around her shoulders and tightening his hold around her before letting his eyes travel up to the sky. She had said she intended to take him stargazing tonight, after all. Where there had been swirling dark clouds earlier, now he seemed to face the clearest and most beautiful night sky he had witnessed in his life. His eyes were wide, astounded by how bright and clear the stars were against the darkness beyond. As much as the nights could be beautiful in the South Pole, he couldn't remember seeing so many stars back then, lights blinking across the sky with some semblance of a purpose he couldn't possibly begin to imagine. "Okay, if this was your surprise, you've surprised me," he said, smiling in disbelief. "I'm pretty sure I've never seen a night sky like this one. It's breathtaking. And terrifying." "Terrifying?" Angela asked, amused. "Doesn't it make you feel insignificant?" He laughed. The universe is spreading out there. Who knows what crazy things are happening in other worlds much like our own. Who knows indeed. Angela mused. I once told Zuko his problems might look small and meaningless if he looked at them from a distance. That was the one time I brought him to ride Xin Long with me. Oh, said Sokka, raising his eyebrows. Might be we're insignificant in the face of the universe's massiveness, somehow, which means our own problems ought to feel smaller and a lot less overwhelming, right? That's a thought. Sokka smiled. Whatever all those stars are busy with, it's bound to be so much bigger than anything we have to deal with. Angela grinned and kissed his shoulder softly, focusing so much more on him than on the spectacle high above. While there was some truth to her own words, she couldn't care less for the larger scale of things. Sokka was all she had on her mind right now, and that was how she wanted it to be for however long as she could make it so. Either way, this isn't quite the surprise, though it's pretty enough to look at just the same, she whispered, her fingers trailing over his forearm delicately. Sokka tore his eyes away from the sky to glance at her with amused intrigue. And what exactly did you concoct, then? Xin's acting all suspicious over there, he said. Angela grinned. Yeah, like I said, he's in charge of the delivery. You could say I came up with the idea and I set it all up, he'll be the one to finish it. Should be fun, Angela said, leaning close to kiss his lips. All right, then, how many years is it now, husband? If I haven't lost track of time, 26. Yeah, sounds like I'm really old suddenly, he smirked. When we first met, I was only 21, damn. It's been a while, Angela smiled weakly, stroking his hand gently, and a lot has happened since then. 5 years, no less, without a proper birthday celebration. You've more than made up for that, if you're worried, Sokka smiled honestly. I can't even imagine a better week. This was amazing on so many levels, Angela. Yeah, she said, leaning close enough now to press her brow to his. I regret things often, especially in our past, regarding how I've handled many situations, but this time I'm damn sure I wouldn't change a single thing about this trip. Maybe I didn't plan everything thoroughly, and getting married was a mind-blowing surprise. But it was about time we did it anyhow, Sokka smirked. Angela laughed and nodded. Besides, as far as planning goes, I thought we were getting away so you could put your mind at ease, so you stopped your over-planning, right? Don't you think we've been successful? Oh, I know we have been. From the first moment, Angela smiled. When it's you and me, Sokka, whether it's planning things or improvising them, everything always seems to turn out for the best. We've had many years to learn how to make it so, Sokka chuckled. I did suspect you had relaxed a lot, but I figured I'd ask anyhow, just in case. You don't have to worry about me at all, she whispered, tightening her embrace around him. This is your day, or will be, I think, in about 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Sokka smiled, amused. You're counting down until midnight, princess. That's right, she said, proudly, and as soon as your birthday begins, we'll start celebrating the proper way. With a huge pile of food. Sokka teased her. Angela snorted. If Xin Long were guarding food, do you really think he wouldn't have eaten it all by now? The dragon huffed at that, scowling at his rider from over his shoulder. She remained impassive despite his accusatory glare, and Sokka laughed at their mild argument. Yeah, I said you're a glutton, and you know I'm right, so there's no reason for you to take offense to that, Angela said. Xin Long huffed, shaking his head. You're a mochi glutton too, though, and a spicy ramen glutton, Sokka smirked, meaning, we're a family of gluttons, huh? Sounds like it, Angela laughed, glancing at him again with warm eyes. A family, huh? Well, yes, Sokka said, I'd think we have been one for a while. I guess that is what marriage boils down to, huh? Angela whispered, and her fingers now trailed down his chest gently, choosing to become a family with someone, even if it's just 2 people, or 2 people and a dragon. Yeah, said Sokka, smiling warmly, and we have been exactly that for much longer than this week, you know? Maybe we only got married a few days ago, but our hearts have belonged to each other for ages now. Angela smiled. This was just about making it official, like we've always said. And now it's official for sure, Sokka said, just, not under our actual names, but still. As far as I'm concerned, it was a brilliant thing to do, Angela said, closing her eyes and nestling against him. I didn't realize just how badly I wanted to be your wife until that first night at firelight. It's so right, Sokka, it's so good. Hell, sometimes I have no idea how to keep up with how much I love you. Yeah. I can tell. Sokka smiled, and Azula sighed before looking at him with an amused but reproachful stare. You can tell? What's that supposed to mean? It means, well, love is kind of selfish, don't you think? Sokka asked, surprising her not in the worst of ways, of course, but, in a strange way, nonetheless. I always think about how much happier I want to make you, about giving myself to you in every way I can, and I tend to focus so much on giving that tonight I realized I haven't been grateful enough for everything you've given me, in turn. You've risked everything for me, Azula, literally. Well, sure, but so have you. Azula smiled sadly. You've put your life in the line for me, you've defended me, stood up for me. Heh, sounds like we're even, then. Sokka laughed still. My point is, sometimes I'm so hung up on how much I love you that I don't slow down to think about how much you love me back. And upon thinking about it all just now, it's just unbelievable that a woman as extraordinary as you would have thought I was worth all this. It's unbelievable that I can make you smile and laugh as much as I have. This week has been the greatest of blessings, Azula. You, as a whole, are a blessing I didn't think I deserved. If you didn't deserve me, it's only because you deserve better, Azula declared, pressing her brow to his. I guess I'm much more selfish than you are, though. Sometimes I'm dazed because I used to think I couldn't be loved, outright, for most my childhood, and all my teenage years. Now, with you, I've felt so valued and cared for, in every way I thought I never would. So I do think a lot about the fact that you love me, whereas you keep thinking about making me happy instead. Don't you think that makes me far more selfish than you? No. Of course not, she said, rolling her eyes as he chuckled. Oh, you're impossible. And you're my brilliant wife, Sokka said, pressing a soft kiss to the tip of her nose. I can't even begin to thank you for all you've done for me. If you really can't, then maybe you can put it off and thank me later, once you know how to start doing it. Azula smiled, before glancing at Xin Long. It's time, Xin. With that, the dragon sprung to standing in all four paws before releasing a small plum of fire towards whatever waited at his feet. Sokka didn't understand what was going on right away, but before he could ask, something shot up into the sky with a whistling sound. And then it blasted, spreading into flares with a bright vivid red color that lit up the skies even more than they already were. Sokka's eyes widened as he smiled in disbelief, and Azula smiled warmly at him as Xin Long lit the next firework, this time one that flashed green as it spread over the sky. Happy birthday, Sokka, Azula whispered. This time she had given him the celebration he deserved, this time she had known the right date for it, too. For once she felt she spoke the words truly, and the wonderful man in her arms seemed near tears because of it, laughing as a golden firework exploded above them. Hell, Azula, he said, his voice cracking. Fireworks. I did say I wanted to celebrate your birthday because I'm grateful you were born. Azula smiled. Fireworks have always been the Fire Nation's typical way of celebrating the biggest and most important events. Your birthday, naturally, is one such important event for me. And if I can get away with it, I'll keep on doing this to celebrate it every year. Sokka laughed in disbelief, raising his free hand to cover his mouth. No one had ever loved him the way Azula did. That was undeniable now, that she would have planned ahead for this, by arranging the garden for their alleged stargazing, by buying those fireworks too, and now she laid down beside him, smiling warmly as he basked in the colorful spectacle above. You've changed my world, my love. Sokka whispered, and Azula shivered pleasantly upon hearing those words, spoken earnestly, with no hint of teasing, and I couldn't be more grateful for it. No man can have experienced this much happiness before, I know it. You've changed my life for the better, like no one else ever had before, and I'll always love you for that. Azula's smile was bright enough to blind him, though tears burned in her eyes too when Sokka turned towards her, away from the exploding fireworks beyond them. He leaned closer, pressing a soft but heartfelt kiss upon her lips, and she responded in kind, feeling as though the fireworks were exploding in their hearts, under their skin, all over their bodies, just as in the skies above them. It hadn't been their intent to cry, That went without saying, but the rampaging emotions inside them didn't seem to know any other outlet than that. "Thank you," he whispered softly against her lips, before kissing her again and again. "I love you, Angela. I love you. Thank you." His words reminded her of the first night he had spoken them to her. Back then, she had feared she might never hear him say them again. By now he had spoken them so many times, enough that she had no doubts left, not a single one, about how genuine his feelings were. Building genuine trust had taken them a long time, learning to understand each other had been difficult, but on nights like these, where they were enthralled by their warm kisses, or by the eyes that were lit up by the glowing fireworks above, it was clear that every step of the way had been worth it. "I love you too, Sokka," she whispered, her smile genuine as she held his face in her hands. "With every beat of my damn heart." He laughed and kissed her again, only slowing down once the princess urged him to enjoy the fireworks show she'd arranged for him. It wasn't long before she found herself lying atop him, relaxing on his strong chest as he stroked her hair, still enthralled by the lights above them. And once the lights were over, and the dragon responsible for igniting each firework had given them privacy, the two lovers lost themselves to grateful passion again, this time far more tenderly than over the past 2 days, under the cover of the shimmering stars above. The world seemed bright and vivid that night, more than it ever had been. Nature itself seemed to have decided to join their celebration, with smooth breeze that cooled down their heated bodies, as well as the soft sounds of nighttime creatures, unknowing witnesses of yet another round of the newlyweds' lovemaking. Sokka couldn't imagine a better way to start his birthday. By the time they lay together again in the blankets, Angela's hair a graceful mess as she nestled with a peaceful smile against his chest, a familiar urge rose inside Sokka. He smiled, reaching to touch the betrothal necklace around Angela's neck. He held her closely, their naked bodies heated as they pressed together again, unwilling to part unless necessary. She seemed to have fallen asleep by then, yet Sokka couldn't hold back from whispering the words that were back on his mind, at full force. "I want to marry you," he whispered softly. To his surprise, her grin widened. She had still been awake. "Again. As many times as I can get away with it. Sounds reasonable." She teased him, and Sokka smiled warmly. "I want to marry you too. Again, and as many times as you please." "Good," he chuckled, kissing her brow. "Good." Angela's hold on him tightened, and he knew he'd have to carry them back to their room sooner than later. It had been a long, wonderful day, but the newly arriving day, his birthday, was certainly to bring its own set of wonders with it. She might have thought his latest words were merely playful, but he had meant them, completely. He only hoped that bearing matching scars on their palms upon returning home wouldn't give away their status as a married couple to anyone who might know better. Chapter 195, Return to Shujing 8. Sokka guessed Angela would be startled by his sincerity by morning, but he had hoped to find curiosity in her gaze as well. Upon recognizing it, he couldn't help but smile enthusiastically. "Wait just a moment, now," said Angela, biting her lower lip and eyeing him with uncertainty from her seat beside him at the breakfast table. "You were serious last night?" "That serious? You know just as well as I do that every single time I've asked you to marry me, I've meant it," Sokka said, his smile fond and heartwarming. It wasn't fair that he could be so persuasive, especially when she was already so weak against him. "Right, but this is big too, isn't it? About as big as getting married in firelight," said Angela, biting her lip and failing to stifle a smile by doing so. "You really want us to do the water tribe ceremony today, Sokka? The whole palm-cutting thing?" "All of it," Sokka said, grinning brightly. "The palm-cutting, the shawls, the big celebratory feast." Whoa, you never said anything about those last things," Angela laughed. "Big feast? I'm sure you could eat a whole feast, there's no denying that, but I don't think we have enough food left to cook all that, do we?" "That's okay, we still have money, right?" Sokka asked, shrugging. "We can just stop by the shops in town and buy cooked food. The bride and groom-to-be aren't supposed to overwork themselves on their wedding day, after all." But it's your birthday, shouldn't we celebrate your birthday instead?" Angela asked, looking at him uneasily. "I mean, if this is how you want to do it, I won't complain, but I expected you to make all sorts of outlandish demands of other nature instead." "Like what?" Sokka laughed. "You've humored pretty much all my sex-related whims through the week. I have no regrets in those regards. Good to know, Angela smiled, raising her eyebrows nonetheless. Isn't there some water tribe birthday celebration right to be done too? I mean, if there's nothing. There really isn't, unless you want to parade me in every house of Shujing to let them know it's my birthday. Sokka snickered. Everyone in the tribe used to have something, even if just a small gift, to give the person whose birthday was celebrated. But I'm pretty sure that's not how it works here, especially with a guy who's as good as a complete stranger in town. Oh, fair enough, said Angela, smiling and eyeing him with uncertainty again, though by now she was far more intrigued than perplexed. You're sure, then? I'm always sure I want to marry you, Angela, he said, beaming. The one who always needs to make up her mind about it is you. I don't need to make up my mind about that, Angela said, shaking her head, but, you know, covering up for the cuts might not be easy. We'll do them as shallowly as possible, Sokka declared, and right across one of the lines of our palms, because why not? The scar might be more painful there, but more difficult to recognize for anyone who wouldn't know what they're looking for. Right, said Angela, breathing deeply before smiling at him. So, we're getting married. Again. And this time as ourselves, seeing as we're in private we don't have to keep up appearances with anyone, Sokka chuckled also. Despite I didn't want Sage Ryu to ramble, I kind of was disappointed by how short that ceremony was, weren't you? I could barely savor the moment. Well, it usually isn't that short when you do allow the sage to ramble, Angela smiled. Yeah, of course, Sokka conceded, with a lopsided grin. Anyways, this is our chance to correct that. And I think you want that just as much as I do, right? So, how about it? How about it, indeed? Said Angela, tapping her chin. You do realize that this is just the second of our weddings, right? Yeah? I can't remember it happening more than once before, so what exactly do you mean? I mean that we'll get married at least one more time, once we're legally able to do it in the Fire Nation, Angela smiled. And, if your tribe decides they don't want my head on a stick when we go here, it's not impossible, right? You did say you wanted to try your luck with marrying me in the South Pole, if things went well. Then that means we'll have 2 more weddings to look forward to, at the very least, said Sokka, with a proud smile. 4 wedding ceremonies. Heh, I know it sounds insane, most people only marry each other once, but honestly, I wouldn't have it any other way. Angela snorted and laughed, nearly collapsing on the table in disbelief at the ridiculous notion of a grand total of 4 weddings. They had finished most their breakfast by then, and she only had some tea left in her cup when Sokka had brought up their late-night conversation again. It's insane for sure, she said, still grinning, but I guess we've never been all that conventional, right? We get to have multiple weddings to make up for being forced to keep our relationship secret, Sokka declared. I think we deserve to treat ourselves, and as we're so good at being married. We sure are, Angela said, smiling warmly at him. So, you're up for it? He asked, eagerly. Do you want to marry me again? Angela breathed deeply, leaving Sokka stemming in unnecessary nervousness when her answer was already obvious long before she spoke it. Her smile only widened as she stared at him, his near-childish wonderment, so endearing she couldn't help but reach out to clasp his hands in hers over the table. You'll ask me every single time you want to, and my answer will always be the same, she whispered. Yes, I will. I'll marry you, the way your people do it. Sokka grinned brightly before lunging in to kiss her in a burst of happiness. Angela laughed as she held his face in place, letting her heart soar under the softness of his lips. It was strange to do this again, she knew it, especially when the only witness to their union would be Xin Long, but seeing how grumpy the dragon had been about not being invited to their first wedding, it seemed only fitting for him to be their only guest this time around. Okay, what do we have to do to get ready? Angela asked, patting his chest. Sokka bit his lip. Traditionally, we're not supposed to see each other all day until the ceremony, but that'd be stupid in our situation, so scratch that, he laughed. I'm supposed to go hunting while you prepare everything for the ceremony, that is, making sure we could cook for all our guests. But we know we won't really have any, so that's not necessary either. Other than that, you'd just be expected to wait patiently until I returned from hunting, while getting ready. That sounds unbearably boring. I'm going with you to, hunt in the Shujing marketplace, I suppose, smiled Angela. Sokka snickered and nodded. Sounds perfect to me. What about those shawls you mentioned? What are they? Azula asked, cocking her head sideways slightly. Sokka's chest tightened at the sight, ever surprised by how adorable she could be without even trying. We have to wear shawls over our shoulders, they're the way to symbolize that we're about to get married. Yeah, said Sokka, there are big, old, fancy shawls in the water tribe that have been handed down for thousands of years or whatever, but they're really just decoration. Sounds like tradition, rather. Said Azula, with a crooked grin. Can we use something else to replace them, then? Will it work for us to do it with shawls without such cultural and historical significance? I'd think so, yeah. We will have to go into town to find more food, might as well check if there's anything we can wear, Sokka said, shrugging, and, other than that, you did bring your dagger, right? Oh, yes, said Azula, nodding. To this day it was difficult to think of the weapon as her own, despite she'd had it in her power for the better part of 3 years now, but she had brought it with her for this trip as a precaution in case anything dangerous happened. I wonder if it's better to use that one or my knife. We do have to cut our palms with the same weapon, after all, said Sokka, with a crooked grin. Oh, well. We'll decide when we get to it, no point worrying about it now. You're so happy about this, Azula smiled, gazing at him warmly. He chuckled and shrugged. I never dreamt about what my wedding would be like, as a kid. Looked like a lot of boring grown-up stuff that I'd see no point to, back then, he said. Ever since our relationship started, though. What, you've wanted to marry me since then? Azula asked, amused. Yeah, whether I was aware of it or not, he chuckled. In all honesty, once things really started between us, I knew for sure that I'd never want to share my life with anyone else. I knew I wanted to belong to you, no matter what. So, in a sense, I've been committed enough to marry you since that moment. Oh, goodness. Said Azula, with a happy sigh. How on earth did I get you to fall so deeply in love with me? The more you gush about me, the more I wonder. What's there to wonder? Sokka laughed, reaching out to embrace her, so her head would fall against his chest. Oh, well, maybe I'll just answer you that question with my vows later, eh? Feel free to do so, but I'll go first this time, Azula said, scowling pointedly at Sokka, who smiled and shrugged. Fine by me, but if you're too nice about your vows, you can be sure I'll be sobbing like a baby when I speak my own, he said, prompting her to laugh again and tighten her arms around his waist. If anything, that's something to look forward to, she smiled, and Sokka chuckled as he kissed the top of her head. They had grown used to their leisurely lack of clothing by now, to wandering the mansion fully naked or with as few garments as possible. Getting dressed almost seemed to be a waste of time, in general, but having to visit the town meant their uninhibited behavior would have to be put on hold for a short time. They let Xianlong know where they'd go, once they had dressed properly, and they walked to town together, ever holding hands, their fingers intertwined. By now the town had seemed to grow more used to their presence, even if no one seemed to know where they'd come from or why they were in Shujing. They were always seen walking from into Piandeo's old mansion, so it was generally understood they were staying there. The last residents of the house had left around 2 years earlier, and everyone wondered if these two might last longer than that. Going by how happy they were together, it seemed natural that they would. They stopped by a clothing store first, to find replacement shawls to wear in their ceremony. As much as they rummaged through the rows of clothes, finding something remotely similar to the shawls of the Water Tribe seemed utterly impossible, but before long they had found 2 Fire Nation capes that Sokka decided could replace the shawls just fine. Azula left all such decisions to him, warmer and more permissive than ever before, and Sokka assumed that was just another birthday present she was giving him that day. Thus, their feast was a lot larger than it needed to be, for Sokka went overboard with the food he wanted to eat to celebrate their wedding. They had to carry it in huge crates, with Azula making fun of him the whole trip back to the mansion for being such a glutton. Sokka took it all as a compliment, however, grinning at her so brightly he seemed to blind her as the noon sun might. All right, do we need anything else? Azula asked, once they were back in the mansion, tired after the efforts of bringing the crates all the way back across the tall hill. Sokka tapped his chin. I suppose I should have asked you back in the town, but we did have to carry all this back here. I think not, at least nothing urgent, Sokka answered. I have enough bandages we can use for the ceremony and afterwards too, so I think we're ready. All we need to do now is clean up and get things started. Okay, said Angela, biting her lip before smiling at him. Care to give me a run-through of how these ceremonies unfold, then? I'd like to know what to expect, exactly. Ah, you don't want to be surprised by the uncivilized rites we perform, is it? Sokka smirked with malice. It's okay, Angela, we don't offer human sacrifices to ensure some primitive god will bless our union. Why, that was obvious, else we would have looked for someone fitting to be a sacrifice in town and brought them with us. Angela smiled sarcastically, prompting Sokka to laugh. Fine, fine. He smiled. Well, generally it's the tribe's chief who performs the ceremony, but as we have no chief to do it for us today, I guess we'll have to take care of it ourselves. Well, Xin Long seems to believe he'll be the one to officiate the wedding for us, so maybe he could do it. Angela smiled at the dragon, who was lounging in the burned courtyard right now, eyeing them eagerly. Heh, we'll get married at least 4 times, it makes sense that a dragon would officiate at least one of them. Sokka smirked approvingly, and Angela was the one laughing this time. Alright, well, he won't have to say much anyhow, I think. Though, damn. I guess I should have paid more attention in the ceremonies I witnessed, huh. Oh. Angela said, raising her eyebrows skeptically as Sokka scratched the top of his head. I think the last one happened at least 2 or 3 years before you found me in the south. You can't blame me for forgetting. He pouted. Alright, I think he just has to say some really thoughtful stuff about the meaning of the cuts and how we'll be together until the end of time, you know? Same kind of thing as what the sage said. Well, it would make sense, I suppose. Angela shrugged. Now, then, as for the knives, you asked if I had my dagger and I do, but are you sure that's better than your own knife? Seems like yours might be more appropriate, culturally speaking. Yeah, it should be, but we could use yours instead. Mine would need to be cleaned up thoroughly, after all. Sokka smiled awkwardly. I wouldn't want us to get infected cuts in case the last time I used my knife I slashed someone or stabbed them or... Fair enough, that's as convincing an argument as possible, said Angela, eyes wide. Plus, with all we're changing about the ceremony, this will be as good as a variant of the real deal, right? Fire Nation capes instead of shawls, an Earth Kingdom dagger rather than a whalebone knife, a dragon instead of a tribal chief. Yeah, and I have to say, it's all the more fun for it. Sokka snickered. Anyways, we'll cut our palms, wrap them up together until the whole thing's over, and while we're bound we'll say our vows. Once that's done, we'll kiss, and the ceremony's done. We'll unwrap our hands, put proper bandages on them to stop the bleeding, and then we'll eat our feast and... Oh, actually, we have to build a big fire. Yeah, we'll do that. Ah, I guess we should. Atop the charred white lotus symbol again, if I may make the suggestion. Angela smirked. Sokka laughed and nodded. You say it for the fun of it, but it's actually the best location to do it, he admitted. The part that matters, though, is what we'll do around the fire. Oh, crap. No take-backs now, princess. You must dance with me. Sokka laughed, as Angela covered her face with her hands, trying to contain her own laughter. You abuse your marital rights, Sokka, by making me dance with you as often as you have. She smiled, especially when there's no music to dance to. We can sing. Oh, wait, Xin Long could sing for us. He's tried before, right, boy? On cue, Xin Long started to groan in his awkward reptilian way, his tail slapping against the ground as he eagerly tried to carry a tune. Angela's laughter couldn't be contained anymore, though Sokka was quite proud and pleased by the dragon's performance. See, it's settled, he said. And, I guess we have a tiny issue now. What's that? Angela asked, amused still. Gift exchange, Sokka said, eyes widening. I didn't think of that until now. Oh, so we had to give each other gifts. Brilliant, said Angela, her smile receding. We can come up with something, it's not that big a deal. What are you fretting about? Angela huffed, pointing at her necklace. You made this for me already, this is the perfect gift. I'm the one who's empty-handed. Wait, really? But... No, that's a betrothal gift. Not a wedding one. Sokka pouted, and Angela sighed. I guess the best way is to do it without gifts, for now. By the time we do get married down south we'll have come up with something, or at least, I'd hope so. We'd better, said Sokka, grimacing, though giving you gifts is never easy, mind you. Here I thought you had it down to a science, even, Azula smiled, you gave me flowers, on 2 occasions at least, a huge dragon armor, this necklace, if anything, I'm the one who should have given you more of them, and yet I think I haven't. Not true. Every day with you is a gift on its own. Azula rolled her eyes at that, but she pulled Sokka in for a quick kiss and patted his cheek gently. Is that it, then? Any other elements of the ceremony we might be missing? No. That's the only thing, Sokka said, smiling weakly, and well, once it's all finished comes the time to take off the shawls, and everything else we're wearing, naturally. Of course, Azula grinned, I take it, in an ideal world, that'd be when we'd consummate our marriage for the very first time. Ideal? That's definitely the wrong word for a world where we can't have sex before marriage, Sokka laughed, but yeah, according to Water Tribe traditions, we're supposed to have been pure and chaste until marriage, there's no denying that. Zuko mentioned that they gave him and Suki quite a hard time for it. Azula smiled. They didn't let them get married until he built their igloo, and until then they were forced to live apart. She was pregnant already, but they didn't care about whatever they'd done before, they weren't allowed to do anything else until they were married. Yeah, well, I'd like to think they're not going to know how filthy we've been with each other by the time we get married in the south, right? Sokka smiled, stroking her hair. I mean, I'd think it's kind of obvious, but unless you were pregnant when we go back, which you won't be, they wouldn't have any evidence that we've been so very inappropriate together. Fair enough, said Azula, leaning in to kiss him again. So, will you go gather the firewood? It'll be really weird to build a fire in this weather, but I figured you could do that while I got started with cleaning up. Oh, what? You don't want us to bathe together? Sokka asked, both aghast and amused. Azula shook her head. If we're getting married, we need to do things the proper way. Just for a bit, she said, winking at him as stepped towards the bathroom. Just for a bit, then, Sokka grinned, all right, I'll arrange the fire. The entire ceremony was fully in their control, for it hinged on no one but them, and yet Sokka was starting to feel ridiculously nervous again as he placed dry wood atop the charred white lotus symbol. What was it about these ceremonies that could get his heart racing like few other things could? The anticipation seemed to drive him crazy, though, to the point where he had gathered far more firewood than necessary. He chuckled and shook his head. This was, by far, the wildest and weirdest birthday he'd ever had, and he couldn't help but love it. Azula returned before long, fully clean, perfumed, with a light layer of makeup and clad in the finest clothes she had brought on this journey, a light red tunic with long sleeves. Sokka gazed at her with his usual admiration, captivated by her beauty, and she couldn't hold back a blush, no matter how many times she had been the object of his adoring contemplation. Your turn, Sokka, she said, breathing out and taking in the tall pile of wood he'd assembled. Wow. That's a lot. I know. I went overboard because, does it make sense for me to get nervous about marrying you when we've already done it before, and when we both know it's going to be amazing? Sokka laughed. Azula smiled fondly at him. Yes, it does, she said, because I feel the same way, irrational and ridiculous as it may be. Huh. Good to know it's not just me, he sighed in relief, grinning at her before leaning in to press a soft kiss to her lips. You're so beautiful, damn it. You'll be even more beautiful than me once you clean up properly, Azula laughed. Come on, the sooner you're finished the faster we'll get started. Sokka grinned and nodded, kissing her once more before taking off to get ready. He picked up his best clothes in his room as well, and he washed his body thoroughly, treating his hair with the products he'd made sure to bring with him for this trip. He was careful to shave his face neatly, leaving only the stubble Azula liked on his chin. By the time he was finished, he dared gaze at himself in the mirror. His long, blue Changshan was the better outfit he had available today, for it was the right color for the ceremony, even. His hair was still down, as it had been throughout the week, and as much as he was as far from the image of a traditional Water Tribe groom, he couldn't help but smile at his reflection. Strange as it might be, he felt more like himself today than ever before. By the time he left the bathroom, fully dressed and ready for their private wedding, he found Azula staring at the shawls with a crooked eyebrow, struggling to decide which one she preferred. Her attention was stolen away entirely when Sokka appeared in her field of vision, and she blinked a few times at the sight of him, failing to conceal how much she appreciated his current look. Sokka smiled, scratching the back of his head. "Okay, I'm ready now," he said, biting his lip. "What do you think?" You're impossibly good-looking," Azula said, smiling awkwardly. "Why, I was pondering which shawl would fit us better, but now I want to skip ahead to the part where we take everything off instead." "You can't right now," Sokka laughed, wrapping his arms around her as she smiled warmly at him. "Honestly, princess, it's me who's always that inappropriate, not you. I usually can hold back my impulses better, but you've made it too difficult now." Azula laughed. "Damn, my husband is glorious." "So is my wife," he smiled, kissing her softly. When she tried to pull him in, though, he only leaned back, smirking knowingly. Hey. We ought to leave all the intense stuff for after the ceremony, okay?" "But, fine," Azula said, nearly pouting. He chuckled, stroking her cheek gently. "You sure like to torment me by being the best-looking man on the planet and depriving me from kissing you." "Yeah, well, that's how I feel every day of my life when I can't kiss you every time I get the urge to do so." Sokka smirked. "See how nasty it is? I'll dethrone my father as soon as we go home, that way we can kiss all the damn time with no consequences," Azula determined, and Sokka laughed. "Now that would be a wedding gift impossible to top, I must say," he said, and Azula grinned. "I'll keep it in mind for the next one, then. As for the shawl capes," Sokka said, picking up the darker one. Azula huffed and took it from him promptly. "I'll take that one." "You take the light one, suits your outfit better," she declared. Sokka snorted but shrugged. "As you wish," he said, taking the remaining item and cladding his shoulders in it. It was an unexpected take on a water tribe tradition, Sokka knew that, but it felt right in ways he couldn't quite describe. Blending Water Tribe and Fire Nation together was the better idea when it came to the two of them. They were, after all, a mix of both cultures. They had found balance together. Every day he grew more convinced of it, and they had learned how to cherish their differences as well as everything that brought them together. Today was a day to celebrate it all, and he grinned brightly at Azula as she finished fastening her dark cape. "Okay," she said, biting her lip and staring at Sokka intently. "What now?" "First, we have to start the fire, actually," he said, grinning. "The ceremony always takes place around the fire, after all." Azula nodded, stepping forward to the pile of wood, tall enough to reach the middle of her thorax. She stretched out her fingers, cautious with her bending so no sparks would catch her clothes. Before long, the gold flames she had evoked had multiplied into a properly strong fire, even if by now they were of an orange color instead. Satisfied by the result nevertheless, Azula turned to Sokka to find him sitting by the fire, smiling warmly at her. Xianlong had snuck up on them too, watching intently and waiting for his turn to participate in the ceremony. "All right, sit with me," said Sokka, and Azula obeyed, taking her place, cross-legged, before him. "And now, you have the dagger, right?" Azula nodded and unsheathed it, smiling as she stared at the detailed craftsmanship. Odd to think she had coveted the dagger desperately as a child, only to hardly ever use it once she finally had it in her power. This was the first time she'd actually wielded it for a specific purpose, and the biggest irony of the situation was realizing that she wouldn't use it to hurt others, or to defend herself. It was to carve a cut across her own palm, and not for reasons related to war, but to love instead. "Azula? You okay?" "Sorry, I just spaced out for a second." "I'll do it," then she smiled, biting her lip before pressing the knife to her right hand's headline. The cut stung, but she dragged it out fully, if not deeply. Blood seeped out immediately, but Azula held back from complaining altogether and handed the weapon to Sokka now. He almost appeared remorseful now, as though seeing her bleed at all was near torture, no matter if she had done it willingly. Azula reassured him with a confident grin as he trailed the dagger over his right hand as well, unflinching. It was more painful than the wound to realize that Sokka was scarcely bothered by cutting his own palm because, after all the injuries he'd suffered, this was hardly harmful for him. "All right, now we hold hands," Sokka said, smiling, and extending his own towards hers. Azula reached for him, gritting her teeth when her cut came into contact with his skin. As much as she could see the symbolism of it, this seemed to be a terribly unhygienic tradition now. She smiled, though, as Sokka attempted to fasten a thick bandage around both their hands, slightly clumsily. "Okay, wait, I'm better with my left than you are," Azula said, moving to help him. Sokka grimaced. "I've got it, you don't have to worry." It wasn't Azula who intervened, though. Xian Long grunted before taking the end of the cloth between his teeth, startling Sokka. His claws weren't as dexterous as human hands, but the dragon managed to wrap their hands in the bindings properly by using his teeth and claws interchangeably while tucking the bandage around their hands. By the time he was finished, both his riders regarded him with surprised gratefulness. "Thanks for that, buddy," Sokka smiled, tugging at the bindings lightly, to make sure they wouldn't slip. Azula breathed deeply and stared at Sokka. Now that the hand fasting was finished, what came next? Xian probably should have said his words before we did this, now I think of it, said Sokka, smiling apologetically at the dragon. Xian Long seemed startled by that, but he puffed up and sat properly between them, his head held high. With that, a symphony of seemingly random sounds poured out of him, and Sokka couldn't help but chuckle for it. Azula smiled, though it was apparent she was listening intently and understanding the dragon's intentions fully. It wasn't long before Xian Long stopped, though, and Azula glanced at Sokka. "Well," he says, "my two riders, today you will get married. Again. I don't know what's the difference between not being married and being married, other than that you mate more often now, but as it means a lot to your kind, I will be the first dragon to help two humans get married." "Why, thank you, Xian." Sokka grinned brightly. Xian nodded in his direction and began anew. "I am proud of being your dragon, because one of you grooms my mane and the other made me an armor, and if there are ways a dragon can be happy, it's by feeling fancy and by having nice and shiny things. Xian, are you sure this is what you should be talking about?" Xian huffed and scowled at Azula, prompting Sokka to laugh again as she stared at her dragon in amused disbelief. The creature shook his head and continued with his train of thought, even harumphing and clearing his throat. "You two humans have been successful at making me happy, so I know you will always make each other happy too. I only wish you would do it in more creative ways than by mating." Xian. Yeah, stop that, get to the point." "Ugh, stubborn dragon. Oh, he may be exasperating for you, but this is by far the most amusing wedding officiant I've ever seen," Sokka laughed. Azula smiled, shaking her head still. Okay, go on, fine, I'll stop intervening," she told Xian Long, who scowled before getting back to his monologue. "Either way, I know you will be able to groom each other too, and give each other shiny gifts, because that's what a proper dragon pair would do. Dragons are supposed to only have one rider, but I always had two because I was luckier than the rest. I was in darkness when you found me, and you showed me a shiny world like nothing I could imagine, and I know you did that for each other too. So, if being married helps you feel fancy and find more shiny things, I will be happy to help you do it. Thank you for inviting me this time too, you jerks, because I deserved to watch the first one too. Yeah, I thought you'd forgiven us for that already, guess not." Xian. Sokka said, smiling warmly at the dragon, who puffed his chest and groaned once again. "And now," he says, "begin the rambling, which I suppose means we should start saying our vows." Azula smiled, though she reached out with her free hand to pat Xian Long's scales. "Thank you, Xian. With every day that goes by, I'm more grateful to have you by my side." If the dragon could have blushed, he certainly would have after hearing those words. His eyes were wide, his usually slit-like pupils dilating, and he seemed to stare at Azula with uncertainty, so bashful it was uncanny in one as mischievous as him. "Come on, no need to be so shy," Azula laughed, at which Xian Long chuckled with his creaking reptilian voice and nodded. The dragon laid down fully on the ground now, watching them intently. As much as he believed they'd ramble, it seemed he was rather curious about what they might say to each other next. They had turned their warm gazes away from Xian Long, more than ready to bear their hearts out, at further leisure than the last time they'd been wed. "Well, you wanted to go first this time," Sokka said, grinning warmly at her. "Feel free to start whenever you're ready, Azula." "Yeah, I will. I will," she said, smiling as well as she closed her eyes and breathed deeply. As much as she had wanted to say so much more this time, suddenly it seemed harder to find the right words. Sokka could inspire her to deliver speeches she would have never dreamt to give, as he had in the festivals, or even when she had answered Katara's question, but sometimes he took her breath away instead, and it seemed he'd happened to do that in all their weddings. Still, she had to go ahead and do it. She had to gather her wits, or else to speak from her heart, as she only ever did when she was with him. "This cut, in our palms," Azula whispered, "it's meant to symbolize our full union, the same way the candle did, right?" "Yeah," said Sokka, nodding promptly. "It feels a lot more painful than the candle," she said, and Sokka smiled a little, and yet that might just be why it feels more accurate, more genuine. "In all our years together, we've faced countless hardships, many of them of our own making, but even at our worst, we've never let go of each other. We've ridden through the storms, endured all obstacles, stubbornly standing by our relationship no matter what it might cost us. All of it brought us here today, and I can safely say there's nowhere else in the world I'd rather be right now. The more years pass us by, the more I think back on who I was when we first met. However you may want to see it, I was no good, all by my own choosing. I had convinced myself that I could never be anything but the monster I thought I was, so I never cared for the consequences of my actions. I took pride in the wrong things, in being strong despite I felt weak and empty inside. I only cared to right the wrongs that befell me. I cared little for whatever wrongs befell others, especially if they were my fault. I can look back now and wish I could take back so many of my mistakes from those days, and it's all because of you. I couldn't have guessed, not when we struck our initial deal, that you'd become the answer for a question I had never dared utter. Because, you see, Sokka, I was lonely. I was alone, even if there were thousands of people around me. No one could see me, because I wouldn't let them in the first place. I didn't dare let anyone understand me, even if it could have done away with the pain of loneliness that I had tried to numb myself to, but then you shook my world to pieces. You unruly, damned clever man, you always say I've treated you as my equal all along, but the reason I did was because you wouldn't stand for anything else. You demanded a certain kind of respect, without even realizing it, and I gave it to you because I saw in you strength, honor, virtues I had seldom understood until I met you. So, the southern savage turned out to be far more civilized than the princess who pretended otherwise, after all. Now, that's pushing it too far," Sokka laughed, but Azula smiled and shook her head. "No, it's not," she said. "You've always seen the world with different eyes than I did. Before I knew it, I wanted to see it the same way, too. I was stubborn, proud, I lashed out at you, and yet deep down I couldn't help but admire you. I found myself even thanking people for doing their jobs, something unthinkable, but you had chided me for it on the very first day of our partnership, so. Heh, I forgot about that," Sokka smiled, and Azula shrugged. "Turns out you've been influencing me subtly, without my realization, in many ways," she said. "You don't even realize how wise you are, how much value there is in your words, in your ideas, in everything you do. You've been surprising me, impressing me, for close to 4 years now. And as far as I can tell, you'll continue to do so in the future, huh?" I don't know, but I hope so," Sokka said, biting his lip. "You said once that you felt like your life really started when you met me," Azula continued. "Yet another funny thing we have in common, I suppose. Everything that came before you, Sokka, it pales, it's so small I can hardly feel like it has any consequence anymore. Like Xin Long put it, we found each other and turned our darkness into something shiny, huh? That's definitely what you did for me. The whole world seemed to open up when our partnership began, and everything I've achieved since then has been, at least on some level, thanks to you. I really thought I'd spend my life alone. No, not unmarried. Surely my father would have forced me to marry someone eventually, and without your help I would have never been able to get out of it. But no one else could have been the partner you've been. No one else ever saw me as clearly as you did, not without being scared of what lay underneath. If anything, you dove in further, believing that deep down there would be something worthwhile in me, something worth fighting for. And as obnoxious as it may sound for me to say it, I do think you've found it. Because I can look at myself nowadays, and I can smile. I no longer feel worthless, or empty, or incomplete, because you showed me the truth of who I was. You taught me I was more than my mistakes, because so were you. And with that, I finally found the true strength I'd been looking for all along. The strength that led me to find this. She raised her left hand, and gold fire burst in it, a small plum that seemed to sparkle wildly just the same. A reflection of her soul, of the genuine bliss and love she felt pouring out of her right now. I know I'm going to make more mistakes, Angela continued, with a sad smile. I've always known the way to achieve our dreams, to change the world as we want to, would be full of struggles we can barely imagine right now. But I'm not scared, Sokka. I could never be, because you're with me. I trust you with everything I am, I believe in you like I've never believed in anything before, not even my father or this nation. And I know that, whenever I fall, you'll catch me. Whenever I falter, you'll stand by me. Whenever I feel like giving up, you'll encourage me to try again, to find a new path to success. What more could any wife ask of her husband? All I can hope for is that I might be able to do the same for you. You always do, Angela, Sokka said, reaching out to cup her face with his free hand. Angela smiled, turning her face into his palm. The contact of his hand brought tears to her eyes. Don't ever doubt it. From thinking I'd be alone forever, now I'm living the greatest love affair this damn world ever saw, she laughed, taking his hand in hers. I never even hoped someone might love me, and yet you did, like no one ever has. Your heart is so kind, so good, warmer than any summer's day, than any fireplace, than even gold fire might be. You could have wanted anyone else, you could have given up because I was unreasonable in many ways, I was cruel, I hurt you, but you never did. Anyone else could have been easier. Easier seldom amounts to better, Angela, Sokka said, smiling sadly as his own eyes grew tearful. I could never back down from loving you, no matter if you asked me to. See? Angela laughed, wiping at her eyes. You're too kind for your own good. I couldn't have helped being drawn to you, no matter what, and I'd accuse you of having stolen my heart, but how can you steal something that's given to you willingly? Angela. Sokka said, with a soft chuckle. It will always be yours, Sokka, Angela said, swallowing hard and staring at him. Despite her blurry eyesight, I will always be yours. No matter what comes in the future, no matter whatever hardships we might face next, you can trust me when I say I'll love you with everything I am, until the very last remnant of my spirit fades away from the universe. I've said it on this trip, I don't know if you were my destiny all along, but if not, I choose to make you so, now and forever. And I'll fight for the rest of my life if I must to protect you from anything that may try to harm you. I'll devote myself to making you happy in every way I can, chasing away anything that brings you sorrow. I'll look after you, just as you've looked after me, in the best times and the worst. I'll be your partner, as I have been for all these years, always striving to become better at it, always giving my best so you won't regret having chosen me, just as I chose you. Because, if there's such a thing as soulmates, I have no doubts that's what you are for me. We are connected, deeply, by our history, by our natures, by everything that has drawn us to each other from the very first moment. And I seldom thank the universe for anything, but when it comes to you I have to, because it's a damn miracle that we found each other every time we did, it's a miracle that we existed in the same time and places, it's a true wonder, and it always will be, that we could become what we are, even when the entire world was poised against us. But I would face hell itself for you, no matter how harrowing or painful it might be, because you are more than worth it. Because we're a team, the best of them, according to plenty of people, and I'm inclined to agree with them. So, whatever the future may hold for us, I can't wait to face it all beside you, she said, breathing deeply and laughing softly. Today I bind myself to you fully, the way your tribe does, through blood, through bliss and pain alike. And today, as well, I thank the universe that you were born, because even with all the stars that we saw in the sky last night, I know not one of them is as bright or full of light as you are. And this world would certainly be a lesser place without its brightest star, wouldn't it? Brightest star. Come on. Sokka laughed, shaking his head. Angela. Yeah, that's just another of many things I've learned from you. Angela smirked. How to be so corny, I drive you crazy. And you know what? I love it. He laughed again and leaned in to kiss her, despite they weren't supposed to do that until the ceremony was over. She couldn't help but smile, responding weakly, her emotions doing away with her as they were. Sokka didn't pull away for a good long while, merely breaking their kiss to breathe and return to her lips again. Angela laughed eventually, her head dropping on his shoulder as he continued to cheek and temples almost frantically. "I love you, Sokka," she whispered, "falling in love with you is definitely the best thing that's ever happened to me, and I'll always be grateful that you love me too. Angela." And last, but definitely not least, happy birthday, Angela smiled, taking his face in her hand again to press one more kiss to his lips, for the umpteenth time, I suppose, but no less deserved for it. Sokka chuckled, pulling her into his arms, their bound hands squeezed between their bodies. Angela breathed out, feeling light in his arms, her chest warm and fuzzy. She allowed herself to glance at their fire briefly, and she smiled upon finding her overflowing emotions had affected it. The flames had turned gold again, sparking unpredictably, glowing beautifully in the middle of the courtyard. "Oh, crap, I don't know what to do now," Sokka sniffed, laughing softly in her ear. "I know it's only fair because I went first the last time, but I'll go first on our next wedding." "I can live with that," Angela smiled, "at least, I hope I can." "Ah, all right. I'll gather myself." "I have to," Sokka said, swallowing hard as he pulled away from Angela, doing his best to calm down. You need to hear everything you mean to me, and I can't tell you if I'm all weepy, can I?" "You could always try, but yeah, it's not advisable." Angela laughed, smiling warmly. Sokka chuckled and shook his head. "Okay, well. I guess I ought to begin by asking if you've guessed yet why this is what I wanted to do on my birthday," Sokka said. Angela shook her head. "I kind of assumed it was a sudden whim," she smiled, "an agreeable one, for sure, but people on their birthdays, traditionally, get to ask for whatever they want on that day, right? And you, of course, have insisted plenty that I should do whatever I want to do through this week because of that. Turns out that, as things stand, all I ever want is you, Angela. We already got married, yeah, but not quite like this, did we? Not quite with the two of us being ourselves, fully, speaking from the heart about everything we always need to keep a secret from everyone else. I wanted to do it freely this time, without worrying about holding back from saying anything incriminating, under fake names, because even if there's no sage to sign a paper with us now, I feel closer to you this way, intimately bound together with you. There's no better gift I could have received today, I'm sure of that. So, well, you looked back on our shared history, further back, enough to remember what life was like before we met. If I do the same, I find that I was bitter, skeptical, unwilling to find any worth in a world where the Fire Nation had as good as won the war. I resented many people, but most of all, I resented myself for being powerless. For being too weak to change the world on my own. That hostage operation was an attempt to find some power and control, and it failed. For so long I thought maybe I really was that useless, maybe my life was really that inconsequential. And then you came back for me. Yeah, now I know what you saw in me, but I didn't see it in myself, not the way you did. When you said you wanted me to be the top gladiator of the league, I thought you were insane, that it would be impossible, and now here we are, huh? Had anyone else told me I could come this far, I would have thought it ridiculous. But it was you who wanted me to do this. And the truth is, no one had ever thought I was capable of anything great until you did. No one had given me the chance to prove I could be more than just the simple man I've always said I am. No one had believed that I really could be more than that, either, not even me. Not at that point, anyhow. I was scared at first, truthfully. I thought, maybe eventually you'd see me for what I truly was, and you'd change your mind. It almost happened, too, when I messed things up between us over my damn stupidity. By the time you seemed to give up on me, though, I realized I didn't want you to. You were extraordinary, brilliant in just about every regard, so capable it was terrifying, and beautiful like no other woman this world has ever seen. Proving myself worthy of you, it's still an ongoing process, despite how much we've grown and learned since the early years of our partnership. I'll probably spend the rest of my life proving it, really, but if you ask me, that's the greatest way to spend it. I'll never receive a greater honor than the opportunity to live out all the days I have left with the single greatest human being I've ever met. Sokka, I'm not. Angela said, smiling and shaking her head, but Sokka smiled proudly. Oh, you are, my love. You are, he assured her, stroking her cheek gently with his thumb. That night in Ember Island, it never even crossed my mind that you were fighting such battles within yourself. It never occurred to me that you wouldn't be able to see just what a magnificent woman you are. You can go ahead and say now that you were no good back at the start, sure, but you've proven you're better than anyone else I know in all the years that followed. You're so resilient, so brave, willing to stand up and fight for what you believe in, even if it means defying the most powerful man in the world, and your heart is truly so much larger than my own, whether you believe it or not. I can safely say I've never known anyone who loves their nation as fiercely as you do, anyone who's so determined to be the leader they deserve. A leader who will guide them in the right direction, without a doubt, and I get to be the lucky bastard who'll support you in every step of the way while you do that. As much as I complain that the universe hates me, when it comes to you, it has been far too generous, wouldn't you say? You've inspired me, changed me, you've even helped me find a way to feel proud of the man I've become. If there's such a thing as a heart of gold, Angela, then yours is certainly it. I've always guessed that's why no other firebender could have unlocked the secret to gold fire. You love so intensely, so powerfully, that even your chi, your bending, can change through it, and I honestly had never heard of anything more beautiful than that. You work so hard for those you care about, always helping your friends when they need you, offering your support in every possible way, and you even help people who might be thankless, people who might never appreciate what you've done for them. People like my tribe. Like my family. But you've never been one to wait for the acclaim you absolutely deserve for helping out others. You don't do it just so they'll be in awe of you or anything. No, I mostly do it because I know that's what you do, in my stead. Angela smiled. Sokka laughed and shook his head. I'm not so sure, myself, he grinned. Maybe that's how it started, I don't know, but by now it's second nature for you. You can't help it, seems to me. You look after other people because you're just that good a leader already, no matter what you might think about how much you have left to learn. But when those you've aided thrive in the help you offer silently and subtly, you tend to slip away without letting them return the favor. Most times, they return the favors in pretty silly ways, like Zuko did, when he sponsored me, huh? Or even in ways that you think won't favor you at all, like when you sent Ty Lee to find Suki. Ultimately, though, you take such care of other people that you seldom take care of yourself. And that's just wrong, if you ask me. Ah? Should I be more selfish, then? Angela laughed. Here, I thought you liked all this about me. I love it, of course. Sokka smiled. You don't have to be more selfish, love. No, you don't have to, because I'm your partner. Because my duty isn't simply to fight for you, which I'll do every single time I have to, with every ounce of my strength. My duty to you has always been much greater than that, and I want it to be. I'll look after you forever, for each time you can't look after yourself. When the world demands too much from you, you'll find a safe harbor in me. When your heart is heavy with sorrows, I'll be right here to listen. Whenever you're sick, or indisposed, I'll sit by you, nursing you however I can until you're all good again. Whenever you're tired, I'll protect you as you rest, so no one may disturb your moments of peace. Everything you need, I'll be more than happy to provide it for you, no matter how hard it might be for me to do so, because damn, you're worth every single effort. And of course, if what you need is just something to laugh about, I'll make a fool of myself just for you. If what you need is a reason to smile, I'll do everything in my power to give you one, too. And if you just want a friend to stand beside you, you'll always find one in me, for sure. Because truly, that's what our partnership was meant to become all along. We're two people who had wandered through life on their own, until we realized we could wander together instead. And somehow, the landscape before us became so much more beautiful just because we could share it with each other. Because we didn't have to be alone anymore. I have no doubts that I belong with you, Angela. If I ever thought the purpose of my life was to become some great hero, some legendary warrior, it was all nonsense. All the dreams of a silly kid who couldn't know better. This marriage between us is my true purpose. Being sworn to you until eternity, that's far more glorious than any battles, than any legends, than any acclaim I might get. I could never find a finer partner, a greater woman to fall in love with, because there simply isn't one. There's no one like you, and there never will be. Does this mean I'm an overachiever who's shooting way above his station? Well, I guess I am, but it's hardly my fault. It's not. Angela laughed softly, though tears were blinking in her eyes again by now. Definitely not. Sokka smiled warmly. If I'd never known you, my life would have been empty, unfulfilled, with so much of my potential gone to waste, but I'm as far from that as can be, all because you believed in me. And then, on top of that, you fell in love with me, and I've never felt more alive than I do because of that. A man like me. I would have fallen for you no matter what, I would have never stood a chance. But that you'd feel the same way, that someone like me could ever bring someone like you to say the beautiful things you said earlier is nothing short of a miracle. No one else could love me the way you do, and I wouldn't want them to anyways, because I only want you. I honestly can't say I know what the future will bring, but I do know that I will always belong to you, and to no one but you. My heart is yours, every bit as much as yours is mine, from what you said, and I'll be so proud to share the rest of my life with you, to walk beside you at every moment, or swim, or fly, anything's good as long as it's me and you. I've found my place in the world, a place I'd been looking for, desperately, fearing I'd never find it. But it's right here, holding your hand and staring into your beautiful eyes as I swear I'll be yours for eternity. I want to grow old with you, to marry you 1,000 times if I can get away with it, to hold you close every night and chase away your nightmares by making your best dreams come true. I've woken up beside you all these days, and as I watch you sleep I can't help but think it's you I want to share every moment of the rest of my life with. I will never be able to thank you enough for all the incredible, shiny things you've brought to my life, but hey. I'll try to do it anyways, to spend my whole life thanking you if I can. Sound good? Sounds wonderful, said Angela, nodding eagerly as tears trickled down her cheeks. Sokka smiled warmly, tears gleaming in his eyes too. You're a blessing, Angela, one I still have trouble believing was bestowed upon me. You've risked so much for us, and I sure hope I never give you any cause to regret it, because I know I'll never regret us. I mean, sure, there's some things in the past I wish I could take back, but the relationship we've nurtured, worked on, devoted ourselves to for all these years is only growing stronger still. And as far as I'm concerned, that's all it will ever do. You and I, we are as everlasting as the stars we saw last night. The bond between us, it can't be broken. The love we share is true, like none I ever thought I'd know, and I'll always be so glad that I got to experience it with you. You're the love of my life, always were, even when I was too stupid to see it. It's true that I didn't love you all along, fool that I was, but today I swear, once again, that my love for you will outlast the end of times. Angela's grip on his hands tightened, tears rolling freely down her cheeks. She had known how he felt, she had understood it all along, but every time Sokka gazed at her with his intense blue eyes and spoke with that candid honesty, her heart burned and raced like it was the first time he had uttered the words. Unconditional, devoted love had only been a vague, impossible idea, something as ambiguous and elusive as old legends and myths might be, until she had found it with him. Her heart was blazing brightly, every bit as much as the wild gold fire beside them, and it only burned more powerfully when Angela leaned closer to Sokka, claiming his lips once more. Everything had started with an impulsive kiss, so long ago. Today they sealed their love with a new one, a heartfelt exchange in which they felt strong and weak at the same time, their emotions wild and unchecked. Sokka held Angela close, cupping her cheek with his available hand while she raised hers to his nape, ensuring he'd stay right there with her, that he would offer her all his overwhelming feelings, in the most intimate kiss of all. It felt as though their souls were blending together, their energies flowing into each other, even more attuned than they had been when she had bent through his arm. Something was changing inside them, something beautiful that they could barely understand. But if they kissed for longer, if they held each other closely, there was a chance they might just grasp what it was. There was a chance that the new heights their love had reached, the unparalleled joy of belonging together in every possible level, would rush through them unbridled from this day onwards. They only separated when Xin Long began growling, though for once it wasn't to complain about their displays of affection, but instead in a happy congratulatory cheer as their newest wedding rite was finished. Sokka's lips grazed Angela's again as she laughed, and she spared a glance at Xin Long just in time to witness as he sat up to spit a small burst of blue fire into the gold that raged in their bonfire, The colorful burst didn't last long, but it was fulfilling just the same. Angela's laughter accompanied her tears as she pressed against Sokka, his arm wrapped tightly around her as they both watched the spectacle of colorful fire that Xianlong continued to provide for them, offering more blue sparks to the purest gold flames any of them had witnessed. Huddled together as they were, they nearly forgot their hands were still bound. Angela smiled and nuzzled Sokka's neck, squeezing his left hand gently one more time before he undid the bandages. The bloody spectacle that followed shouldn't have made anyone laugh, but neither of them could hold back from doing just that as they separated their hands. "Okay, I'm pretty sure we're sharing blood literally now," Sokka laughed, kissing the side of her head, "but we have to clean up anyhow." "Yeah, this will only get messy otherwise," Angela agreed, following him up to his feet and to the nearest water pump, one that stood at the edge of the courtyard. They washed together. Sokka's cut had been deeper than Angela's, so his blood flowed more heavily than it should have. Angela offered him a reproachful glare, shaking her head in playful reprieve as he grinned apologetically. "I guess I was too eager," he chuckled, as Angela picked up fresh bandages and wrapped his palm in them as best as she could. "You're a masochist even when you're getting married," she kissed his cheek once she was finished. He picked up another set of bandages for her, washing her hand one more time before binding her palm. "Now I see why you need that feast, otherwise you'll pass out in bed out of blood loss later." "Ah, funny, I'd never realized that's what the feast was for," Sokka laughed, pressing his forehead to hers. Angela smiled warmly, cupping his face between both hands to kiss him again. "I love you," she sighed, pressing yet another kiss to his lips, and another again, impulsively and lovingly all the same, more and more every second that goes by. "Good to know it's not just me who feels like that," Sokka grinned, his arms around her waist. "Thank you for everything, Angela, this really has been the best week of my life, no contest." "And mine," Angela smiled, closing her eyes before reaching up for another kiss. "We're going to celebrate all your birthdays, from now on. You have no say upon the matter anymore." "Are we getting married every time, too?" Sokka smiled warmly. Angela shrugged. "I take no issue with that," she admitted. "Maybe we can look back on everything that happened each year, and then renew our commitment for yet another one." "Goodness, that sounds perfect," Sokka sighed, stealing more kisses from her lips, enthusiasm surging in his chest at the idea. So perfect. Angela couldn't remember having smiled as often as she had this week, not even when she'd already been with Sokka for years. She wasn't sure how to stop doing it, not anymore, not while he held her, and truthfully, she was starting to suspect that fulfilling joy would continue to pour out of her even when they went home. Betraying her vacation time had amounted to something much bigger than anything Ozai had originally intended. The delighted pair returned to Xianlong, who was grinning happily too and encouraging them to start the meal already. His eagerness was perplexing for Angela at first, but she smiled upon realizing he meant to share their food with them. Generally, Xianlong preferred to eat whatever he'd hunted, but as he was their sole guest today, it was only right for him to be part of their celebratory feast. Okay, you can eat with us, but make sure you don't eat everything," Sokka pouted, as he began opening the crates they'd brought with them. "Don't think I haven't seen how crazily you gobble down raw meat." Xianlong complained through a string of groans, and Angela laughed and patted his scales with her bandaged hands, reassuring him by her gesture. No, he won't be stingy. And yes, he eats about the same amounts as you despite being so much smaller, but there's more than enough food there for all three of us," Angela said, and Xianlong returned to smiling happily by then. Sokka grinned at Angela, setting aside the crate's lid as he lost himself contemplating her. She had looked beautiful all along, but she was glowing now, in a unique way, unlike anyone he'd ever laid eyes upon before. His chest ached with affection at the sight, as he longed to hold her and kiss her anew, endlessly, thrilled to be the man she had wanted to join with in a wedding ceremony. The three of them took their seats by the fire once the crates were open, eating as they watched the fire's changing colors. Angela would manipulate it deliberately by now whenever it faded back to orange, turning it gold immediately, and Xianlong would spit into the flames to bring about multicolored fire whenever he could. Sokka grinned brightly, hugging Angela from behind while they watched the tall flames again, as she sat between his open legs. Everything in their world was peaceful now, overflowed with beauty and joy. Even the bites of food they took were heavenly, further fueling the happiness that rushed through their veins feverishly. They enjoyed their feast while basking in the spectacle of flames before them, but before long their pleasant evening grew humorous when Xin Long, eating cooked food for the first time, began reacting in differing wild ways to each dish he tried. Angela laughed at the sight of her dragon gobbling down the smoked sea slugs that Sokka had insisted they bought for today. To his horror, Xin Long had devoured them all without leaving a single one for him. "Why, you know, just because you've been very nice with us on this trip I'll let you get away with that." Slug thief Sokka pouted, though he couldn't contain a smile of his own as Xin Long, wide-eyed and grinning eagerly, looked for a new dish to dig into. "He's fascinated by, well, I suppose you can guess by what," Angela smirked. "The spices, I'm sure," Sokka snickered, "like rider, like dragon. We'll get you up to snuff, don't worry," Angela smiled, patting his thigh. "The next time we visit Firelight we'll ace the ramen challenge, both of us." "I like the sound of that," Sokka grinned, pressing another soft kiss to the top of Angela's head. Spicy foods appealed to Xin Long, but so did sweet ones. Before long, it was Angela who argued with the dragon, struggling to salvage a few mochi at the very least before the wild dragon devoured them all. His cheeks were full of food by now, puffed up in such a ridiculous way both Angela and Sokka couldn't hold back another burst of laughter at the sight. The dragon seemed to be quite satisfied by making them laugh, though, and he merely grinned happily until he was sated, after eating at the very least half their food himself. "Now we'll have to feed him fully cooked meals from the kitchens when we go home," Angela sighed, shaking her head, still quite amused. He spent so long eating raw meat it never occurred to him human food could be fun too. "Well, we still have some leftovers for tomorrow," Sokka checked, after having looked through the remaining crates. "We'll be needing it for, well, for our trip back." "Come to think of it, how will we do that, exactly?" Angela bit her lip, glancing back at Sokka uneasily as he crouched by the last crates. Somehow she felt less reluctant to return now, her entire being radiating such happiness that even being away from Sokka, for however long it might be, wouldn't likely dampen her mood altogether. The memory of everything they'd done on this trip would be more than enough to raise her spirits, and the knowledge of how deep their love went, of how much they meant for each other, would certainly help her overcome the frequent distance they had to put between them for appearance's sake. Nevertheless, she didn't want to think about all that just yet. Their wedding ceremony wasn't over, after all. It wouldn't be until the shawls came off, and from what Sokka had said, there was one more thing left to be done before that moment, at the very least. "What do you say if we worry about that tomorrow?" she asked, pushing herself up to her feet with difficulty. A rush of pain arose in her left hand when she touched the ground with it, but she endeavored to ignore it and focus on the next step of our ceremony now. "Oh." Sokka smiled, standing upright again, his eyebrows raised in appreciation. "This trip definitely was good for you. Look at that, you're refusing to plan ahead altogether." "I certainly seem to have overcome my bad case of over-planning." "Yes," Angela smiled, offering him her bandaged hand, "but putting that aside, I'm under the impression you promised me a dance, didn't you?" Sokka's amusement only increased, though so did his genuine bliss. He snorted before reaching for her hand and grinning warmly at her, pulling her closer to the ongoing fire, glowing gold brightly once again, the clearest reflection of Angela's eyes, of her very soul. "All right. Time to dance," Sokka said, but instead of his usual wild, playful reckless behavior, he held Angela in a gentle, intimate embrace. He began swaying in place rhythmically, his slow dance delightful for his wife. Angela shifted from foot to foot as he did, allowing Sokka to sway with her as he pleased, her eyes never leaving his. She would always feel it was ridiculous to dance when there was no music, but she loved being enraptured by Sokka whenever they did it. The gentle, tender way he was moving with her now was new, though, something she hadn't experienced before. She was tempted to ask what kind of dance this was, but why bother asking questions at all when Sokka was leaning in to kiss her? They didn't stop their tender dance even then, but the kiss grew more intense, fueling the flames beside them and within them. Again Angela's eyes were tearful, and holding back the urge to cry seemed impossible again. Tears were, after all, the means through which the most intense emotions were released. And right now, in his arms, their feet moving together in a sweet, delicate dance, the love she felt for the man she had called her husband for this week was overflowing her, rushing through her body like a breaking dam. The magical moment was broken when they heard reptilian groans beside them. Angela pulled away with an awkward smile, and Sokka chuckled before they turned their gazes on Xin Long. The dragon was singing, or at least, doing what amounted to singing according to him. That alone brought back Sokka's usual wild spirit, and he tugged at Angela's hands playfully, prompting her to join him in with a much more agitated dance. This time he seemed to have a clearer idea of how he wanted them to dance, rather than just making fun of the Fire Nation traditional dances. His feet shifted quickly, with a purpose. Angela tried to match with her own as they paraded around the fire. As much as Xin Long was no use with melody, he offered them a rather interesting beat before long, allowing them to move to his rhythm in a way that Sokka found uncannily reminiscent of the water tribe dancing he'd witnessed long ago. Angela followed his pace as best as she could, still laughing as she ever did when they danced together, but no longer with the same embarrassment she usually displayed. That she would enjoy it so carelessly brought an earnest grin to Sokka's face, enthralled by the wonderment Angela could produce in him. She had opened herself to change, to unwinding with him, to forsaking all resistance so she could welcome him fully. And with every genuine smile he saw on her face, he knew he had to be doing something, or many things, right. He would never regret reaching such heights with her, for she was happy, genuinely happy, and no one deserved pure, true happiness more than his wife did. Xin Long's song seemed never-ending. He was so enthusiastic about singing it that they were jumping together for long enough that the skies had darkened by the time they were breathless, laughing against each other as the dragon carried on with his rhythmic singing, betraying no sign of exhaustion. Angela clung at Sokka, hugging him closely in her laughter. His arms were firm around her waist as he kissed the top of her head repeatedly, his chest tight with affection only meant for her. I love you," she gasped, her cheeks flushed as she spoke. They hadn't had anything to drink, and yet she felt bolder than she would if she'd drained 10 bottles of lychee wine. "I love dancing with you. I can barely take it, Sokka. I feel that way too." Sokka grinned, squeezing her tightly. "Nothing in the whole world can ever compare to this feeling, Angela. Holding you like this, knowing we'll belong to each other forever." He only pulled away to gaze at her, finding tears glinting in her eyes again. Despite he had been holding back from crying ever since they had finished their vows, that sight only triggered tears in his own. "You've really outdone yourself, and everyone else who ever tried to celebrate my birthday," Sokka chuckled, caressing her cheek gently. "I don't want this day, this moment, to end, ever." "It doesn't have to," Angela smiled, "not yet, anyhow." He nodded in agreement. Dusk was settling in, and there were still at least 6 or 7 hours left of his birthday, and he knew exactly how they'd spend them, now that even Xin Long had finally taken a break from the singing, bouncing away to the mansion's pond to drink some refreshing water. "We have one more part of the ceremony left," Sokka smiled, pressing his brow to hers. "Are you ready for it yet?" "I'm always ready to be yours," Angela grinned, kissing him softly. He chuckled and hugged her again. "And I yours, forever and after," he whispered. She took in his scent as she wrapped her arms around his neck, her lips pressing more kisses to his warm skin. They didn't take off right away, choosing to thank Xin Long one more time before retiring to their room. The dragon was most proud of his singing, asking Angela if she had enjoyed it. She answered by wrapping her arms around him as well, burying her face in his mane. The joy she felt was infectious enough, pouring into Xin Long through their shared bond, and he laughed as he accepted his rider's affections gladly. "Thank you, buddy," Sokka smiled, patting one of the dragon's horns. Xin Long glanced at him now, grinning happily, "For this whole trip, and for bearing with us all along." Xin Long chuckled and now shifted his head so he could poke Sokka with his snout. Sokka grinned and patted his scales. "Yeah, we love you too," he smiled, and Xin Long nodded promptly before Angela pressed a kiss to his scaly brow. "We'll see you tomorrow, then," she whispered. The dragon's happy grin encouraged her to fulfill the last element of their rite. He suspected she was quite eager to do so. Angela smiled and glanced at Sokka, who offered her his hand once more, as he had through the whole trip. Her chest was swelling with delight, and the enthralling feeling only grew stronger once her fingers reached into Sokka's hand, trailing over his palm delicately until she had intertwined them with his own. They walked side by side, unusually quiet in the gentle intimacy that had settled between them after their ceremony had been finished. His bandaged hand held her unhurt one, but if the pain had bothered either of them before, by now they had as good as forgotten about it. The overwhelming happiness seemed to have seeped all the way into their nerves, overriding any other sensation but pure, rampant joy once they reached the room they'd shared over the past few days. "It's not much of an igloo, I suppose?" Angela smiled, once they were inside the dark bedroom. Sokka smiled, stroking her hair with his free hand, "But it'll have to do. One day it'll be an igloo," he said, softly. "One day, we'll have everything we ever dreamt about, Angela. All the crazy things we never thought we could have." "Well, I don't know about the igloo, but that day certainly arrived already," Angela said, stepping closer to him and cupping his face. "You're already everything I dreamt about, Sokka. Everything else isn't that important." He chuckled, gazing at her with the most adoring eyes anyone had ever turned on her. She smiled at the sight, despite wishing to see him better than she could so far. Darkness was rather comforting at times, preferable even, but right now. "Wait," she whispered, just as Sokka leaned in to press his lips to hers. He eyed her playfully, asking wordlessly what was the problem, and she only smiled as a response before making her way to light the lanterns and candles within the room. She hadn't even tried to make the fire gold, not intentionally anyways, but it seemed she couldn't help it anymore. The golden glow spread through the room, gently, playing with the shadows in an elegant contrast that only furthered the handsomeness in Sokka's features. Angela grinned as she turned again to gaze at him. Now she could see him better, and her enthusiasm and fulfillment only surged under the most tender eyes she had ever been gazed at with. "You're the most beautiful woman in the history of this world," Sokka smiled, stepping towards her. "I've said it before, I'll say it again. And you the most beautiful man, too," Angela grinned, "yet another reason why we belong together." He chuckled, and when he pulled her in for a kiss, she threw herself into it fully, her arms locking around his neck. His lips were ever soft and strong, but tonight they seemed to convey a different kind of desperation than they usually did. The rushing love that coursed inside them both was begging to be released, and they both welcomed the other's kiss eagerly, tongues trailing each other, breaths mingling together as their souls already had. The cape shawls were the first clothing item to go, as they unfastened the others quickly before dropping on the mattress. The gentle, cushioned bed was perfectly comfortable, soft as each of their exchanges were. Sokka's hands trailed over Angela's body, with the same care they had when she had made him study it the day before, though no longer with that intellectual intent. He wanted to treasure every detail of her body, every inch of her smooth skin, and Angela laid back, breathless already as he undid the bindings of her tunic and cast it aside quickly. His lips kissed over her neck, her collarbone, and shoulders, gliding down to her breasts once he had undone the bindings she ever kept over them. All the while, Angela had worked to undo his Changshan as well, pushing it off his shoulders to reveal his full, muscular body, the body which she had ever longed for and desired, in every sense she had ever wanted something. Rolling over the bed, they allowed each other the chance to continue stripping the other naked, to stroke their bodies carefully, cherishing each caress even more than they ever did. Their lips met again and again, sometimes with chaste and soft kisses, other times with deep ones that stoked the thrill that already coursed through their veins. Little by little they uncovered each other, just as they had through their journey together. They took each step at a matching pace, never leaving the other behind, joined by an unbreakable bond that they had nurtured as best as they could, for as long as they had been partners. The room continued to glow in golden colors as their hands and lips traveled over their bodies. The excitement increased, as it ever did, but they didn't allow it to rule over them this time. This wasn't about finding a release, about rushing to a finish line they were desperate to reach. This time they meant to take their time thoroughly, to make love in the purest intimacy that two people could experience. Even when their fingers trailed the most intimate places, it would not be done in a frenzy, but in the blissful awareness that they were together, that nothing in the world was quite as real as the love they shared, that burned as brightly deep inside them as every lantern and candle in the room did. They couldn't help but smile at each other through it all, basking in the intensity of this moment. More and more they rolled over the sheets, their meeting eyes gleaming with illusion. No kisses had ever been as sweet and warm, and every doubt they'd ever had was absent now, chased away by the caresses they continued to offer each other, their bodies nearly swaying in bed as they melded together. By the time Sokka finally filled Angela, they were no longer lying across the bed, they were sitting instead, with her thighs straddling his hips. She had wanted to embrace him tightly, as she had when she had found him, broken and lost, in the Northern Air Temple. Today she did it without fearing he would ever break or lose himself as he had that day. The magnificent, tender smile on his face was miles away from what he'd been like that night. Knowing she had helped chase away his darkest fears had always relieved Angela, but today, gazing into those blue eyes that seemed to adore her so deeply, she allowed herself to imagine those fears were gone for good. And just as his own, hers seemed to have faded away, too. For one night, for 1 week, they'd had nothing to be afraid of, they'd been free, and in that freedom they had found a brand of happiness like nothing they had known before. Had anyone, truly? Had anyone loved someone else to this extent, feeling rushing desperation and fulfillment infusing their bodies on equal measure? Had anyone else experienced an overwhelming love that weakened and strengthened them at once? Had someone's soul ever matched another person's in the same perfect harmony as theirs did? The same thoughts coursed through their minds as they kissed, basking in their deep and slow thrusting, both determined to extend this night for as long as they could. Their bodies trembled at times, and they laughed together each time it happened. How could one night, just one, mean so much when their relationship had been deeply intimate for years now? Yet the magnitude of what they'd done today had been transforming, enlightening. They were pleasantly lost in each other's embrace, the miracle of their love reaching new heights with every kiss they traded. Her fingers moved through his hair, as good as massaging his scalp while letting those soft tresses slide over her skin with the softness of silk. His own hands took her in as well, trailing each curve of her body as she joined it with his, and his fingertips danced over her hips and thighs, her flanks and chest, her back and rear, offering a near-dizzying sensation of being wanted fully, as though he couldn't take in all of her at once, but he was trying to do so regardless. They swayed together in bed, the familiar excitement rising to accompany their surging love, all of it blended together into such a blur of sensations it was impossible to distinguish any one emotion, any one particular feeling, from the myriad of others that filled their senses. No tryst they had experienced before had been so delicate, yet so passionate in its rushing emotions. It all came to a head, their hearts racing, soft whimpers and moans pouring from each other until they couldn't quite hold back anymore. The vulnerability they displayed, the readiness to offer everything they had, overcame every final frontier, every limit they had known. Angela leaned close to take one more kiss from Sokka's lips, and he returned her affections enthusiastically, his hips thrusting into her as she took him in, deeply. Her body might be nearing its limit, but her heart certainly wasn't. She cried out when the excitement overtook her, and she was panting, gasping against him, their brows pressed together. She only regained her breath briefly before he kissed her deeply again, and she shivered pleasantly against him, letting him envelop all her senses completely. He grew short of breath as well before long, and Angela took that as her cue to kiss his face all over, to caress his body as eagerly as he'd touched hers, helping him find the same blissful sensation she had been lost in moments ago. He gasped and groaned, thrusting further until he yelped, his control over his own body waning as he unleashed himself inside her, panting heavily as she continued to kiss his cheeks and jaw, only returning to his lips when his hand slipped up to her hair and brought her there, with him. They were still kissing when they dropped across the bed, their arousal briefly sated, but their love nowhere near unquenched. On and on they continued to show each other the depth of their feelings through the night, scarcely stopping, seldom slowing, each coupling of their bodies passionate and deep, enthusiastic and everlasting. When one would falter, the other would pick up the pace and inspire them to keep going. Where one might feel weak, the other lent them their strength. All the while their faces bore those blissful smiles, brightness gleaming in eyes that reflected the gold fire in the room, the joy of a love truly fulfilled shining through each of their actions, through every traded caress and kiss, every shared grin and encounter of their gazes. Hours after they first entered the room, they lay together, side by side, drowsy yet not ready to let go of the most wonderful day of their lives yet. Sokka's hand played with Angela's own, caressing her over the bandages that covered it. He lay behind her now, and the princess merely smiled at the sight of their bandaged palms and intertwined fingers. "I've never been so happy about getting a new scar," Sokka whispered in her ear, and Angela laughed softly. "Nor have I," she admitted, bringing their hands close so she could kiss Sokka's fingers gently. "Granted, I don't have as many as you do, but this one's different." "Yes," Sokka smiled, kissing her cheek, "they are different. We wanted them, and I think we'll always take pride in them, huh?" "As we take pride in us," Angela smiled, closing her eyes. "I guess you enjoyed your birthday, then." Do you seriously need to ask, wife of mine? Sokka chuckled, prodding her cheekbone with his nose. She laughed softly. I'd do best to have to make sure my wonderful husband is as happy as can be, she said, kissing his fingers again. No one deserves as much happiness as you do. You deserve more of it than I ever could, Sokka taunted her, and Azula snorted before shaking her head. Nonsense, she whispered, pressing her body tighter to his. Sokka smiled and leaned in, kissing the corner of her mouth. Thank you, Azula, he whispered, for this trip, for this birthday. You can barely imagine just how happy you've made me over this week, my love. I think I can make an educated enough guess, more or less just as happy as you've made me, I'll assume. She smiled. I don't know, maybe I'm just being ridiculous, too intoxicated by love to really make sense, but it feels like this is really what our destiny should be. To just grow old together, just like this, always so full of love for each other we can barely stand it. Yeah, said Sokka, smiling gently, kissing her cheek again. Sounds about right to me. Azula turned her face, opening her drowsy eyes only to steal one more glance at her lover. Sokka smiled before she leaned in to kiss him. His eager response nearly brought her back to being fully awake, but she laughed before long and turned in his arms, separating their hands so she could cuddle fully against him. They didn't know for how long they had lain in bed, how many hours they had spent locked in the room together, but the candles had nearly run out by then, and Sokka only shifted away from Azula to put them out completely. By the time he returned to the mattress, she clung to him in such a way he knew she had no intentions of letting him go until morning. He wouldn't have had it any other way, himself. Good night, Azula, he whispered. Thank you for the best day of my life. We'll top it one day. Azula smiled. We always do. Yes, Sokka agreed, nodding, and kissing her forehead. I'm sure you're right. Happy birthday, Sokka, she said, arms and legs tight around Sokka's body. I love you so damn much. And I love you, he answered again, smiling at the realization that she couldn't seem to stop saying the words to him. It took a lot of control from him not to constantly speak them aloud too, when they were all he could think about upon laying eyes on the woman in his arms. Good night, Sokka, she said, her voice fading now, and he kissed her forehead one more time before she seemed to drift into sleep. How he wished he could have stopped time on the most perfect night of his life. If only he could have been a time-bender. Sokka chuckled at the notion as he slid into a comfortable position, with Azula still wrapped around him neatly. If only he could have made sure tonight would last forever, he would have done it. But couldn't he? As far as he could tell, even if the future held uncertain things, he could spend every waking day offering Azula as much happiness as they had found today. He didn't need anything in return. All he needed was to provide her with every reason to smile while he stood by her side faithfully. Seeing as they were married after this week, he meant to be beside her for quite a long time indeed. The thought brought a blissful smile to his face, as he realized the intense, overpowering feelings that he hardly knew how to convey would accompany him for the rest of his life. If he were ever asked to define love somehow, to describe it in a single form, he would describe it with hers. If such a powerful sensation would have another name, it should be hers. He had seldom believed in anything before he had started to believe in Azula as well as the bond they shared, and tonight he had grown to believe in them even more than he ever had before. Feeling as though they were one, in every sense that mattered, Sokka closed his eyes and joined her in her rest, confident that they would wake up happily in each other's arms on the next day, and that, until that moment arrived, they would seek each other out in dreams too, their souls, their very essences, intertwined as intimately as their bodies were. With such blissful thoughts as he allowed sleep to claim him, the first birthday Sokka had celebrated to satisfaction in 5 years reached a peaceful, satisfactory conclusion. Check the description for the links to the author.